This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Victory for all sentient beings.
Okay, so let's talk about day one. It was a little bit lackadaisical. We didn't see what we expected to see from Noxam Red Force. Day two, night and day difference. They came out explosively and performed so well. What was the transition like from day one's performance to the dominant day two performance?
이제 1일차에서는 좀 많이 아쉬웠는데 그래도 이렇게 3일차 와서 정말 폭발적인 경기력 보여주셨잖아요. 그래서 1일차와 이 3일차의 좀 경기력은 좀 어떻게 달랐는지 궁금합니다.
일단 1일차를 제가 막 어떤 대회든 간에 막 그렇게 잘하진 않은데 이제 그 1일차에 못하는 부진한 모습에 그런 모습을 보여줄 수 있는, 그러니까 보여드리는 이유가 아무래도 좀 다들 많이 긴장도 한 것도 있고 어느 정도 마음가짐 차이도 다를 때도 있고 이제 그런 마음가짐 차이를 좀 굳게 먹다 보니까 2일차 때 저희 실력이 나오고 1일차 때는 실력이라기보다는 그냥 마음가짐 차이가 좀 컸지 않나 생각을 합니다.
I think the biggest difference was our mindset because first day we were very nervous and we didn't show up our performance. So that being said, I think first day's performance wasn't overall our skill, but we just didn't show it. So we just tried it, our mindset. We just tried to reset our mindset and then try to come back here, and then I think that worked pretty well on the second day.
Without a doubt, and I think from day one to day two showed that they could truly be a dominant force, and I really hope so. You go to survival stage next. That's going to be a tall task. What's your confidence level feeling like, and do you truly think you can make it back into the finals?
좀 아쉽게 서바이벌 스테이지로 내려오긴 했지만 그래도 이 서바이벌 스테이지에서 좀 어떤 경기력을 보여주실지 어떤 좀 자신감이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희의 단점을 찾았기 때문에 그러니까 완벽하게 다 찾지 못하더라도 단점을 하나하나씩 다 찾아가고 있으니까 저희가 서바이벌 가서도 1일차 때 이제 절지 않을 거라는 보장은 없었는데 보장은 없고 2일차 때 또 잘할 거라는 보장은 없는데 이제 확실하게 나날이 발전해가는 농심 레드포스가 될 거라고 장담합니다.
I think we're finding our strength here over day and day. So that being said, we are not guaranteeing like bad day one or great day two, but overall we're trying to find our strength and then try to come back in time. So I think that in that way we will try to grow ourselves into the finals.
Grow ourselves into the finals. And last question, just ask him, what does he want his fans to know about not only himself but also his team going forward?
이제 본인뿐만 아니라 팀으로서 좀 이번 스테이지 들어가시면서 좀 어떤 마음가짐을 좀 가지실지, 어떤 목표를 가지실지 궁금합니다.
이번에 서바이벌 갈 때 어떤 마음을 가지고 왔는데
네.
이번에 서바이벌 들어가기 직전에는 사실 저희가 연습을 해왔던 거 이제 세계대회로 오기 전에 이제 자국 리그에서 연습을 해왔던 거를 증명하고 또 실험하고 또 이제 결과를 내기 위해서 사실 좀 서바이벌 등수가 어떻게 되던 간에 그냥 저희가 좀 연습한 게 나오게끔만 하는 걸 목표로 둘 것 같습니다.
Overall, in survival stage, we'll try to aim for showing our performance, what we have been practiced. So I think that will be a biggest task we have.
Fair enough. Well, that's Benny from Noxam Red Force. A dominant performance in day three. That gives me good hope going into the survival stage. They'll be one of the most dominant teams out there amongst the top. But we'll have to find out and wait and see when we get to that very stage.
Thank you very much. It's so ridiculous. You got Alpha 7, Regnum Carrier, Falcons in the survival stage. How many teams did Max Man curse? 7, Neptura, I'm coming for you. Because Kalaris is back for the survival stage. Where's my coffee? I asked for it minutes ago.
The group stages had a lot of action unfold, and of course right at the top of the tables it was Alter Ego who swept us away, as did Four Thrive. So going into these into the finals, they are our favorites to be looking out. At the start of these survival stages though, we're going to see a few teams that maybe we wouldn't have expected to see here otherwise. Alpha 7, most notably defending, returning champions. They are going to have to fight for their tournament life here in the survival stages. Of course, we do have to say goodbye to the survival stages from Alpha Gaming. They were able to go all the way on up towards the end of the day. They started off a little bit slow, but they gained momentum and have managed to escape the, well, unfortunate situation of being in these survival stages, kicking off today. Along with them, though, will not be seen the Falcons. They are going to have to play here as well. They had a pretty shocking result here in the group stages. We expected more from them as the reigning club champions as well. They should have had a better time of it, but they couldn't quite find their footing in the group stages. Will the survival stages treat them any differently? From there on in, we saw Noxam Red Force as well not quite make their ascendancy despite having the second best day of any team in the group stages. They didn't quite make the mark to reach that bubble, and they will not be seen in those finals directly. They'll have to fight for a spot along with everyone else, and with RCB, global stage, caliber team, they are not going to be in those direct qualification spots either. They'll have to go again on these survival stages. Overall, the group stages were incredibly close. From 3rd place down to 9th place, there were only 8 points in it. And that is one hell of a standings to try and fight your way through. So these survival stages, they have a promise to get naughty, to get nasty, and there's plenty of action soon to come.
Well, there it is. Group stage has concluded. Day 3 is over with, and, well, survival stage is coming up next. Of course, though, we've got to talk to the top dogs, Alpha 7. We got Revo here. He's always putting in the work, the MVP of Americas, and one that is looking to go back-to-back in his championship run. Revo, what's going on, man? I know today fell a little bit short, but let's at least talk about last year. You win the championship. You come in this year as the champions. What was the experience like coming back to Riyadh? How was your team feeling?
I think the experience is like the best we can, I don't know, like the best.
Yeah.
And it's a really good feeling because I love this place, I love this country, and the people from here are amazing. So yeah, it's that.
Have you had a chance to explore the boulevard at all? Maybe go on the go-karts, have a little bit of fun?
Yeah, right, already did it.
You already did it, right on. Well, let's go back to Americas. We're watching you in Phase 1. You all dominate. I think nearly double over 2nd place. Phase 2 gets a little bit hairy. I think 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken. You go into grand finals. You start off a little bit slow. It comes down to the final game. Wolves nearly take it from North America with Coops. You break in the top 3, though. One thing that you said during an interview with 7, I believe it was, is you were trying new things. You all were having fun. What were those new things that your team was trying to accomplish heading into the global stage?
I think like PUBG is like that. You need to try new things. You cannot stay in the same place with the same game style, and not all the time like gonna work. But we need to try new things in global stage, in America's stage, everything.
Well, speaking of new things, day 1, you start explosively, just finishing behind Four Thrives in 2nd place. 55 points, I believe it was. You were looking unstoppable, and I'm thinking the America struggles are gone. You guys now return to Hallowed Grounds, where you were champions once before just last year. You guys are looking great. Talk to me about day 1, how you guys were feeling, and what do you owe the success of day 1's performance?
I think, to be honest, day 1 was not good. Like, just was good because we made 2 wins, but the other 4 matches was bad. The 2 matches saved us, but we was confident. We was confident today also, but don't worry.
So let's talk about today. We can go easy with it, right? Because I know it just happened. But you come into today, you only score, I believe, around 15 points compared to what you scored on day 1. Was it a factor of different groups, different teams maybe challenge you a little bit differently than day 1? Was it maybe the pressure starting to add up? Maybe vibes were a little bit off. What happened from day 1 to day 3's performance?
I think the most different thing from day 1 to day 2 is like the teams from the other group, of course. Like have another so strong things, like Alpha Gaming, everything are so strong. I think that
the difference, like all the other things.
Well, you were expected to make it into the finals directly. Now your job gets a little bit harder. You go into the survival stage. You should be, I would say, one of the best teams going to survival stage, in my honest opinion. You know, I'm always supporting you guys from Americas. Day one, though, you talked to Seven. You said there's no pressure whatsoever. Is there any pressure added now that you have to go to survival stage and your tournament life is now at stake?
I think, of course, I have more pressure because you are in survival stage. If you don't qualify, it's over. So we have a lot of pressure, but we can know how to take that.
Well, you're one of the best in the world, and honestly, like I said, you put Americas on the map. Our region now is taken very seriously because of your team's performance. Of course, I'm going to hand it back over to you one more time. What do you want to say to your fans? You're heading into survival stage, but I know the doubters may not believe, but I know those who truly know your performance, we are believers, and we think you can go all the way. What do you want to say to your fans?
Well, I want to say thank you for our supports. Keeping supporting us. We're going to try our best, and if God wants, we're going to qualify to finals.
Well, there it is. Revo from Alpha 7, a dominant player in his own right, a dominant team. Let's see how they'll do in the survival stage.
The survival stage is not for the faint-hearted, and we have 2 days to determine which 8 teams are going to be moving on into the grand final here at the PMWC. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we have got ourselves an opportunity for all of these teams to put themselves on the map once again after a grueling group stage here. My name is Kolaris. I am your desk host. I've kicked Seven off the seat for the moment, but joining me to my left-hand side, Seven, we've got Neptura, and we've got Max. Max, have you missed me?
No.
What?
Not really, no.
You were at my wedding. This is treachery. What?
Still not.
It's ridiculous. Well, regardless, we've got a good 2 days to look forward to here, Seven. I am hyped to be here alongside you guys, bringing you these fantastic games.
I'm hyped you're here with us, too. Last time you were the desk host with one of these shows with me. I think it was like 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm happy we're back together, baby.
Was it that long ago?
It really was.
Jeez Louise.
Back in my day.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm slightly older. Well, anyway. Let's talk about what we've got coming up, Natura, of course. We have got, well, actually, it's a surprising list and lineup of teams here that I really didn't expect really to be in this survival stage.
I think there's been a lot of surprises over the last weekend. It's been an interesting few days. We've had some upsets. We've had some maybe surprising teams actually going forward to the finals, but we're all talking about the survival stage, and we got some teams that we want to see go through that we think are kind of shoo-ins to go through, and others that might just actually upset those teams even further. I mean, we did see some cool stuff in the survival, or in the group stage rather.
How do you feel about Falcons being there? Oh, there you go. No comment.
Sighing.
No comment.
I'm sighing internally.
It was a rough time. Let's take a look at the Jamil Motorsport player walk-ins as they are now leaving the hotel to make it towards the venue to try and get themselves out of the position they find themselves in. Again, it really does, though, Seven, speak to the quality of the teams and the players that we've seen so far. When you look at the list that has had to drop down to the survival stage, PMWC is elite wall-to-wall.
It definitely has. I feel like I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm happy that some of these top dogs are going to be in survival stage, and they're going to be challenged a little bit more. I honestly, even though I had Alpha 7 in my predictions going to the grand finals directly from group stage, with the way this team has been performing, I'm glad that's not the case.
Imagine Alpha 7 here, again, one of the best teams in the world. Reigning champions here at PMWC in Riyadh, not even making it to the finals. That would be one of the biggest upsets we've seen in years, right? Like in PUBG Mobile Esports. And if Regnum Kara also don't make it, what's going on?
I don't know.
We want that Grand Slam. Come on, Max.
From
don't say that.
Please.
Yes.
It will be impressive. I mean, considering that they are down here, it's kind of blown my mind a little bit as well. You're talking about teams that would normally get second places or championships every single tournament. But let's take a look at the Gadia top players of the day throughout the whole of the group stages, I really want to say here, as all of these teams looking excellent across the board. Kino, though, starting things off here, Neptura, they need a little bit more spice here in the survival stage, I think.
I did say I wasn't going to talk about them because I don't want to jinx them.
No choice.
Oh,
I don't want to jinx them.
Okay, so shall we go to the cursor, Max, or what do you want to do?
You know,
I support Kinotrope. I love Kinotrope.
Okay, now he said that, I have to say I support Kinotrope to try and offset that. I do think they're a good team. I think they've got a lot of potential. Did we see that in the group stage? No. Could we see it here? Maybe. That was really
Explosive
nice.
bow. Sorry, I just had to joke.
Explosive bow. Maybe Kino need a little bit more explosive bow in their lines.
I don't think that's going to save them.
No?
only Sook can play the explosive bow.
Fair enough.
One thing to keep in mind there with Kino as well is that for most of the players, it is their first global tournament.
Yeah.
So it could have been a bit of nerves coming into the first week, going through group stages, media day. Like the first time that these players are experiencing that, they might crumble a little bit. They might be a bit shocked. But I'm intrigued to see what this team is going to be doing in survival stage. Now that the nerves are out of the way, they are going to be feeling that pressure a little bit more, but I'm hoping that it is a much better performance for this team.
Well, we've got the Crunchyroll reactions as well. Let's take a look at all these players getting themselves heated here in the desert for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And suffice to say here, Max, emotions were really riding high for a lot of these teams who, I mean, some moments here as well for teams like Power, they kind of got themselves a victory coming out of Milta, for example, over on Erangel. It was a slow and steady game for them, but they did get the victory.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very passive game for them, standing also just trying to make it to the later stage of the match. Very good execution. I would love to have a local team qualify, maybe an R8, maybe they can try and make it this time around, maybe a Power also, that would be great. Though, I'm still waiting a reaction here on the Crunchyroll side to come through from top that almost broke a desk last year. I want to see him break it this year.
But in a good way.
In a good way, when he's happy. No.
Yeah.
Yes!
Exactly.
Coming down, yeah, I get it. I can understand why. And thinking about how all these teams kind of played things out as well. There were some surprise wins here and there, Neptura, but at the same time, there was some great control from teams to be able to just have a stable game. Of course, we don't see a lot of those in the survival stage, but even then, we've had some wins from teams here that have been able to, unfortunately, fall down to this position.
Yeah. I want to bring up one in particular was Noxam.
Yeah.
They had 2 wins in day 2. They had, 16 points day 1, 60 points in day 2. Really coming back into their own. And so for them to come into survival stage, I think we could be looking at a really, really good contender here for the next 2 days.
Well, of course, across our group stage, 8 teams did advance into that final. As you can see, all the way to the top, Alter Ego looked spectacular, 7. Everything that they showed me, I was like, oh yes, I'll have a bit of that.
I mean, when you look at the eliminations, they have 21 more eliminations than that second place team. And the crazy part, too, is if you look at those 2 top teams, those were the only ones with over 100 points, getting a lot of those points. So now going into survival stage, these teams aren't going to have to worry about those heavy fragging teams just soaking up all those points. There's going to be a lot of opportunity, Max.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities going into that next stage. But I want to highlight 2 teams in particular. Team Secret, big surprise from SEA. Wasn't sure if they were going to qualify. But Esports, able to outclass Regnum Caria, Falcons, and also Fireflux from their home region was a very, very big surprise. Eren in particular was stepping up massively in the group stage. I wonder if they can try and do something similar going into those finals.
Yeah, I was really surprised by Edis, particularly in the second day. We saw some really good controlling zones coming in from them, some really nice setups. I am interested to see what they've got going into this one now, because it's one of those things where you've got the top 8 no longer here. So then you have not lesser teams, but less dominant teams coming in here. Can they use that? Can they take advantage of that and really just dominate the lobby in these 2 days?
And then for the 16 teams that are left here, they still have the potential to also dominate, right? If you look at the likes of Regnum Caria, if you look at the uncharacteristic performance of an Alpha 7 here, 7, it becomes a case of like, okay, well, if they go into a lobby like this and it's a lobby that's not moving across 2 days, they can gather momentum and they can find themselves some big wins.
Is it time for me to just rip them apart, or am I holding on to that? Or
who do you want to rip apart?
Alpha 7.
Do it.
Do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I've been waiting for this the whole week. With Alpha 7, let me see which one is the one I'm looking at. That one right there. With Alpha 7, outside of the first day, they did absolutely nothing. This team was only able to get I think it was just 1 placement point outside of their wins. And on top of that, their eliminations just weren't quite there. On the day 2, 15 points total. This is from the defending champions, the people that are expecting them to win. This is not a defending champion to me with the way that they're currently performing. I'm hoping that they're going to step it up in a big way. And if we talk about player performances, where's Revo? Where's Mafioso? Carrillo is the only one right now putting up those points. 17 eliminations, and he's not even in the top 10. He's top 20. What are we doing, Alpha 7? This is not the Alpha 7 that we expected coming into this.
So we just saw them arriving there at the start of the Jamil Motorsports arrival here on location, and I think your rant is founded, right? I mean, Max, looking at how they play things out, they are the defending title holder here at the ESPORTS World Cup for PUBG Mobile World Cup. It's difficult. I mean, we can look at the power rankings. We have placed them, we believe, in a position, clearly, of power. even though, actually, wait a minute, they're not there. Hello. We'd also placed them alongside some of our favorites here in Alpha 7.
If you squint your eyes, it's actually Alpha 7.
Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7, you don't add 7 more and you're pretty much
It should have
there.
been illegal to call themselves Alpha Gaming after Alpha 7's so good in this game, but it doesn't matter. At the same time, though, let's talk about some of these other ones, Max, right? You've got Regnum Carrier, you've got Falcons there. Obviously, we're expecting big things from them, but there wasn't some deliverables coming in from Falcons in the group stage, that's for sure.
Falcons, every time I saw them, they would just split apart, losing the player left, right, and center, and then you just don't have the manpower to take a proper 4v4 fight anymore. It is just very surprising that we just didn't see anything remotely close to what they did back in PMSL EU, and especially back in PMGO. Again, they got second place. They performed so well at that global stage. So here, we need to see a big change up, because if they do something even remotely close to their group stage, top 8, I think, is just out of the question for them.
And from a conversation that I had with their coach, Peko, earlier today, he was like, I was asking him, what was wrong during that group stage? He just kept saying we weren't playing the way we're used to. What is the main thing that they're going to be changing is the decision making, and I'm hoping that that's actually going to be the case for this team, because as you were mentioning, it seemed like a little bit too all over the place, and he didn't really want to tell me any secrets, fair enough, in regards to the way that they play, but they kind of spilled the beans a little bit. He said that they usually expect a lot of the other teams to be a little bit more scared, and I feel like that might be the case here in this lobby.
We have favorites. We also have contenders and dark horses. Neptura, who jumps out to you when it comes to the survival stage?
Survival stage, I think Power impressed me a lot coming into day number 2. I think their setups in the mid game were really, really nice. Large spreads over on the edge of circle. What's going on here?
The Keymaster.
Key.
Oh. I thought they did so bad that they removed the key.
Yeah. They're like, no.
Like,
it goes back on the wall when you get a win. No.
As Max said, they're not dead yet. Like, it's just
still here.
Look, they're all right. They're all right.
Don't break out with
I'm like, jeez, were they hearing my rant? I'm sorry, guys. It wasn't that bad.
Revo just takes his key in the crusher. We're done.
There's still a chance.
But there will be crushes at the end of these 2 days, that's for sure here. So, I mean, looking at how everything unfolds, Niptura, I want to get more of your thoughts about this. Obviously, you were talking about Power. Who else kind of really springs out for you here?
EA. I actually liked EA
Arena?
a lot. E-Arena was really, really good. I thought that they were inconsistent over the 2 days, right? But again, we saw a lot of this coming in from a lot of the teams actually in day 2. A lot of those first day jitters were out of the way. They started playing really nicely. Their setups were really good. Some decent eliminations, just not quite enough to get to the top 8. But coming into survival stage, I think we could expect a lot from them.
I was talking to Junior from the Indonesian talent, and he said actually the biggest issue that is still reoccurring outside of PMSL SEA is the timing. They're just a little bit too slow to get involved on fights. If they can fix that one glaring issue, like Mormon in particular is a star in SEA. They could maybe be in the top 8 because you got to be in the top 50%. That is definitely achievable for E-Arena.
I think some things that stood out to me when I was watching the group stage 7 is that the edge barriers these teams are setting up are brutal at this international, and then teams coming in late are just trying to crash through and really not finding anything to work with, and they're one of the teams that may have fallen victim to that, alongside the Chinese teams that have already qualified through, so they kind of were able to play the averages overall, but some of the teams have definitely fallen victim to this.
That was a pleasant surprise, by the way. Thunder Talk Gaming being able to make it straight to grand finals. I'm happy to see that. Now, talking about that edge play, talking about those teams having to move into the center a little bit faster, one team that was actually able to adjust, and I'm looking forward to seeing them how they perform today, is AXTMG. They were able to get a win on the final day of group stages, and on top of that, just make adjustments through their overall gameplay.
Well, of course, here. Any final thoughts before we move on, Max?
I'm actually impressed to see Yangon Galacticos do so well at the first stage. I want to see a little bit more of how aggressive they were. So I think they could be a big surprise team to make in the top 8.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Well, of course, we'll get more time to talk before the games actually do play out here for everything to go down. But it is the survival stage. You only have 12 games to make it through, join that finals, and get yourself a place in what potentially could be a history-making run if you're able to get through the survival stage and all the way there. Let's head on.
16 teams step into the Gadia Esports arena with one goal in mind: survive. 3 days of competition slipped through their fingers last week, and now they are staring down the barrel. And so, my name is Barney Banks, and I am your host. And welcome to the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. The next 2 days of competition are going to truly show our team's capabilities and where they stand, because they're going to be fighting for survival. So, on each day, we meet them, starting things off with Intense Game! Noxam Red Force! GAMX ESPORTS! Yangon Galacticos! Esports! Power Esports! Regnum Carrier Esports! Esports. Fire Flux Esports. Team Vision. Influence Rage. Arena. Kinotrope Gaming. AXTMG. Team Falcons. Alpha 7 Esports. There's a different kind of tension in the air today. Is it the realization that the next 2 days could be their last? Survival can be summed up in 3 words: never give up. Let's see which of these teams live up to that statement. It is time for the survival stage!
That's right, Banks. It's all or nothing for these teams now. There are no second chances across these next 12 games, and we have some titans of PUBG Mobile here who are staring down the barrel. Will they be able to overcome the challenges that they will face here in the survival stage? Again, joining me at the desk here to talk about it all, we have, of course, Nepturo, we have Maxman, and we have Seven to talk about it. As Alpha 7, our current defending champions, our defending title holders here, are currently facing potential elimination. Let's see if they can make it out. I think they may. But let's talk about some of the other teams that we want to talk about here. Nepturo, of course, as another huge titan of PUBG Mobile. Regnum Carrier currently also finds themselves down here as well.
And no one expected that to happen. I mean, Regnum, they've been the most talked about team, I think, even above A7, really. I feel like they have gotten the most conversation about them coming into this event. And here they are in survival stage. I will say in their defense, though, that they actually had a really good group stage. 42 points day 1, 39 points day 2. That's very, very consistent. It's just that with a 2-point difference from 8th place, somebody's got to be in that 9th place. Unfortunately, it was them. But for me, they didn't play all that badly, to me.
I would agree. I think it was just still a really good attempt, but it's nowhere near what we saw back in PMGO, right? They are not up to that level just yet. But no, they're getting back into it. I saw that right now that I think Tospic was bouldering and you had Silas just chilling next to the pool. They're having a good time. They're feeling comfy here in Riyadh, but they're going to try and make it in the top 8.
Final thoughts here before we get to it, 7?
It's going to be Team Falcons. I want to see how they're going to be performing. Talking in regards to players, Narvalo's one team that I actually want to see him step it up a little bit more. If I'm not mistaken, I think he ended up with 0 eliminations for all of group stage, which is insane.
That's a disaster. That is a disaster. And I mean, they were only 37 points across the group stage. Thank you very much, guys. I'm getting word that we are ready to head into the game here. It's an understood situation why Alpha 7 and Falcons are being focused on here. 2 massive names who are now here in the survival stage. Let's head over to the casters for game number 1 here.
Thank you very much, James. We are locked in, dialed into position, and excited to kick off the survival stage here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Myself, Jackie, and of course the magnificent Blank, who are going to be bringing you the action live as it comes to us. Some good talking points set up by the desk, as always, very Maxim-esque.
Very Maxim-esque indeed. And look, it's going to take more than a huddle to save the Falcons.
Oh yeah.
Let's put it that way. I respect the boys are getting hyped. There, but it's not enough to get loud. You've got to get a little bit freaky in those games too.
Yeah,
as Revo was saying earlier, right? You've got to change stuff up.
Bro, that's the thing. I think the pageantry only goes so far, right? You've got to come out today, absolutely play some lights out PUBG Mobile. It's not going to help.
None of the dramatics.
That's what I mean. Like,
no dramatic.
He's behind you. None of that, Blank. It's all about who's in front of them when it comes to being able to rack up these points and show us what they're made of. Survival stage is dubbed that for a reason. It's about survivability. And for a team like those two, for Falcons and Alpha 7, it's an interesting X that's on top of them, but so many other talented squads that are going to be looking to scrap it out and make their way through.
Another 8 teams to go through to the finals here in our survival stage. Taking place for the course of 3 days here. Our rotating lobby either, so we're going to have the same 16 teams every single time, which is going to make things slightly easier when it comes to those drop spots, figuring out where you need to go, where you need to head. If you've got one rivaling team that's going to be taking it to you every single time, what it looks like right now, AX dropping on top of one team. And I'm assuming that's Noxam Red Force.
Right back to day 1's flavor there, Blank. A callback, really, a hot drop that I believe they came out on top with cleanly. I'm pretty sure they shut down Noxam Red Force very handedly on that one. And that actually set them up for one of the better days we've seen from them.
Probably one of the better games.
Better being the operative one. Yeah. You know, not amazing, but better.
Yeah, their day 1 was all right. And I think that they struggled on day 3. They struggled on day 3 a lot. But it will be R8 losing one player early on. That's between them and Yangon Galacticos over towards Paradise Resort. 2 pretty integral locations on the map is Paradise Resort as well as Ruins. But this fight between AX and Noxam Red Force, it's taken a while to kick off. But in the meantime, it is Yangon Galacticos. Nade over the top. Smile very low. Yet another one taken down.
See if they can build from this up close and personal spam with the SMG trying to bait him in. It's a quick peek back with the DBS. Nice knock. Oh, it's really not going well in the overall fight though. You can see him being able to convert onto these knocks as well, so it's getting messy for both sides.
Got the vector out. Fast fire rate on the side, but a good tag around the edge. But somehow he absolutely fumbles it. Say Cloud will stay up here. 3 players up, 4 elims, very nice stuff. R8 goes down with just the 1 elim. AX, though, playing very cautiously, very safe. A Ralph here from Falcons making the rotate up towards Tambang. This has got to be, like you say, more than pageantry. This just can't be a rotate that you make, and it's just setting up there for setting it up there's sake. You know, he needs to check in over towards Ruins. This is a perfect opportunity for them to figure out how they want to deal with Ruins. We got a northwest circle on this one. if he recalls the rest of the boys, which they, honestly, in my opinion, should be moving pretty shortly. It's something they struggle with every time. Yes, Ralph sends up this way, but you got to follow up on that. You have to follow up on that.
Yeah. There's another vulture circling around that area towards Ruins as well, and that's a representative from E-Arena with Joker in position to get a rough read, listening out for the audio cues. But of course, cutting over to what's going on the main feed here. Keenatro taking a bit of damage early on. It's actually Power Gaming, of course. The Power Esports boys coming out swinging. Again, another side that I feel like they were really hit with the unlucky stick towards the opening games we saw from them. By the end blank, they warmed up a bit. They were more proactive. You were seeing some nice splits, good fights. It's not really been that same level of lethality, though, I was expecting to see from Power.
Easy was pretty pissed, let's be honest, on that final day. There was a couple of moments where they dropped the ball. Overall, it was a successful day, in my opinion.
That's fair.
Yeah, they didn't make it into that top 8, but I think you're right. It looked a lot better than that day 1. So for Power, at least, there's definitely opportunity, because I do respect it. I like the fact that they were willing to tell each other, like, guys, we've got to sort this out. There are some situations where we're just not playing well. And you know things are bad when Easy's the one who's holding the reins a lot of times. You don't want to see Al-Haji in that front line. Novello's down.
Mate, this is what I was worried about. You could see both of them had the same idea to try and third party on this setup, but E-Arena just instigate it and have already started to put Falcons into a rough spot. The AX setup as well on the drop. It's Henry that goes down. The thing that worries me here, this is way slower. The last time they went for this hot drop, they were taking the punches. They were the ones engaging. Henry seems like he went in for an opening sort of punch with the DBS. Didn't work. He's down. He's isolated. No one's there to back him up. But that worries me. Already, that's a sign of them not playing as confidently as they did last time.
It makes no sense to me either for Falcons, because if you're on that rotator from Sami, you've got a quick angle to get across that bridge there. Remember, Thunder Talk's out in the game. Camp Alpha, technically open. Alter Ego in the game. That's the Northwest Island pop open as well, so you've got teams moving in, but most likely on this first game of the survival stage, Camp Alpha is going to be pretty bare. Let's be quite frank about it, and I think for the Falcons, this should have been a quick read, send up, go towards Camp Alpha, or at least the compounds on that south side of it, scout it, then move further in. I don't understand why we're waiting around here, okay? If not, just have a look in over towards AX and Noxam Red Force, you maybe get a pick off there, but the speed is slow. It's a slow rollout.
This is certainly a slow setup here as well. Doxy just playing on the edge towards the doorway there. You've got Cyrax in position. If he runs in, baited out by the shots, you should get a quick connection off with the DBS, take him down from the sidelines. There's only 3 of them left, of course, with Henry falling early. Oh, the decision-making on it! He had the timing for so long. Doxy gets in, not just with one, but a second follow-up supported by the squad, and that's how they shut them down. God.
I mean, fair play to him, right? He got the hit reg off.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't do enough damage. I think the annoying thing for him is that Doxy just goes in with such careless abandon that it's almost hard to hit the shot on him. If AX going down there does feel pretty rough, but for Noxam Red Force, definitely a positive sign for them. Getting ahead with all 4 players up. Power loses 2 as they move up. Easy. Frontliner, nade in hand, always has been touted as one of the better players on that team when it comes to those nades. Yeah, this was silly, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a lot of emotion.
Yeah, I mean, you know how much it means to them. And that is a brutal start. One, you've got to sit there and just really absorb the atmosphere of the other teams now. No influence you can have on this lobby.
Dude, it also causes problem for you into the future, because now you're kind of considering whether you should keep going back to Paradise Resort.
True.
All right, it sets a precedent for Yangon Galacticos. Power Al-Haji's still down. Managed to get 2 elims this game. I don't know how far he is out from this compound. We'll see if they can get him back up again, but I think it's highly unlikely. Vision down to 2. Marcelo and Volt still up. Volt had some pretty good success, I would say, in the group stage. I think he was carrying the team quite a few times. See what he's able to do here. What? There is so much space. The Northwest Island, it's so crazy. 4 thrives in hard tin, Thunder Talks Camp Alpha, Alter Ego, top side of the mountain. Teams should know that there is so many locations. I don't know why no one went to any of these spots either. I wonder if they just assumed that they would just be running into hot drops, and it's just hilarious to me that we instead get hot drops on Ruins as well as Paris Resort. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. It's already looking like a bit of a scrappy one to kick us off here, going into the first day of survival stage. It's uncomfortable as well for Power, right? You had that third party set up towards the ridge side there with Hora getting the vision down, so they were able to take the connection shot off onto Al-Haji. And you're just trapped, feeling like sitting ducks, especially from the angles they've got if you try and peek out into it. Okay, E-Arena on our screens here, though. Already claimed that one elim to start things off. Could be a good setup from Loxy from the sideline. Molly in through the door. Nades responding on top of it as well. Spam on the smoke to see if he can get a connection. Topsic has that nade towards the backside. You've got a bit of a reposition from Joker there. He was the man that took a big blow onto Falcons to knock one player early, and he's still building. Good close quarters combat, quick reposition, find himself some cover. Wanted to convert onto the knock, but instantly bitten back upon by Silas.
This is the technical best team in survival stage. Wow. That could have been a big amount of damage going through. Moment has to back off the building. Nasty bounce on that one will cause it to jump back, but the shots coming through from Team Falcons now. Finally made that decision to cross the bridge. Took them a while, and it required E-Arena to make that move first. But for Regnum Karya now, they need to speed up this fight.
They've got to clean them out, remove Mormon from the position, so they've actually got some backline cover with that roam up from Falcons. You're going into his domain though. DBS, nice moves to at least try and bait him off with the peek from the side, but Mormon's ready for the first.
While down, just 2 players there for Regnum Karya. Not ideal whatsoever. Not an easy circle to play for Regnum Karya. But getting in here on this engagement, I think for Loxy, he's getting caught on the backside here. No information. It was a bit of a weird one with the 1-3 split going on. And the timing's just a bit off. It's a good Molotov actually from Joker as well, because it prevents Loxy from going back in that building, forces him to take that 1v1, and he's got the lip to play around with. You just wonder if the comm didn't come through fast enough for the rest of the team to react. Now just Silas, Poshpik left alive. They've got no clue where these bullets are coming from either, scanning the horizon.
And the elim feed as well, it's that delayed fight that was going on between Vision and Power. Trapped in the compound for quite some time. NoFit was the one just guarding, watching over the top if they did peek out, but intermittent skirmish just between the two teams. No room for him to snatch away some points from that yet. And this has really been starved out as well. Obviously just that duo left, not the ideal start. A team that really could go so far here as well. You know, one of the horses that you were expecting to at least be able to push through, make it into that final race. Talented squad. Vision do finally fall though, taken out.
Yeah, Alteki, very shiny coat on that one coming off the back of PMGO. And to be honest, I put a lot of stock in that team.
Yeah.
I put a lot of stock in Regnum Karya. I do think they can go far. They get pitched out because it is such a fierce battle for the top on day 3 of group stages. I think it was 2 points. 2 points to sat between
really
them,
close,
making
yeah.
it in. I think they ended up on 9th place there. So Regnum Karya, I still think they can go far here as a team. Not a great start though over on Sandhawk. They do have technically one of the strongest locations right now. But do they really have it, or are they just living in E-Arena's territory?
Might actually get the Falcons move up onto them as well. They've been biding their time for a while here. Meanwhile, we join the action with Alpha 7. Of course, defending champions of the trophy and the title from last year, but a very different look with how they've seen out on the battleground. Revo with the first contact, good shots over at least. Able to keep himself behind cover.
Not sure what Doc C's doing here, just kind of open themselves up for Revo to take any shots that he would like. Over the top, will hit hard. Doc C will go down. That's a heavy blow to take. Second one goes through, almost was on target, a little bit of a bouncer there. Could have been terrible news for Noxam Red Force. Difficult location for Falcons play from though. As we head up towards Regnum Karya as well as E-Arena, it's just a bit of a hill, right? It's pretty sheer. And again, if we keep circling in on this location, it's going to be downhill battles for some of these teams. And more often than not, an uphill battle for quite a few of them.
Yeah, you would be firmly on struggle street. This fight continuing here as well. Issue is for Noxam in the back line. You're going to get closer and closer towards the Falcons. You're going to have bullets coming in from either side, feeling uncomfortable with the split as well, down to just 2 players off the back of this. Some nice nade work from Squash. He's been quite consistent, I'll give him that as well. It's been nice to see what Squash has been bringing to the roster.
He's fitted quite well, you know, like a glove. It's nice to see for Alpha 7 they can just get on board with him. They're right though, they do have to try something different because it's not working. This is very different for Alpha 7, I would say. It's a much more passive playstyle than we usually see over on Sandhawk. They took their time to head over towards this position. The circle does afford them that time though, over on this southern bridge, and I do wonder how they're going to play this one out. Luckily for them, Falcons are losing a player. You've got Noxam Red Force down to 2. So there is a route in for Alpha 7.
Regnum Karia as well. It feels like it's so unfortunate with the setup there of how that initial fight went. And ever since, right, you've been trapped. Silas just having to keep himself in cover with the vehicle behind. Knows there's teams around him.
The crazy thing to me is that E-Arena's not cleared them.
No.
Because I get that Silence could take shots. I mean, if I'm E-Arena right now, I'm looking to clear Regnum Karia as this circle starts to push in. A lot of these teams on the northeast side are worrying about one another as opposed to E-Arena and Regnum Karia. You don't want them sat in this location. It's such a strong spot as well, considering like the surrounding area of it, where it's quite difficult to push over to that location. There's a little bit of cover in terms of trees as well as the rocks. But you have prime location. And so do Falcons. Falcons managed to pull this back from what was a bit of a shaky start, in my opinion. I feel like they could have had this a lot sooner.
You had the reposition from Ragnar as well, of course, the last remaining member of Power Esports. Not bad considering they found themselves 6 eliminations, but obviously going to want to try and steal away more. So much line of sight to play with. Really just tucked in now. Vehicle gets hit with a barrage of bullets from the bridge there. Korea being able to get vision onto him, so he's just got to tuck in.
I think he shot his own tyre out.
I think he has, yeah.
Accidentally.
Danger close, danger close.
Yeah, not ideal.
I guess this has at least taken the attention off Binny. Obviously, he tucked in underneath the bridge a while ago and Nonchin had to back off.
Check it. At least check it. He should know there's another team around here. He clears one. He knows there's at least 2 players up for Noxam Red Force. Clear the bridge, please.
This is actually spotted as well. Late on the rotate. Man, he could be problematic.
For Alpha 7, they've got a fantastic spot to play out this game, at least get a top 4, right? You don't clear bridge, you lose a player to bridge, that hampers your chances. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos have been pushing in from the blue, right? Now they're up against Influence Rage, and Myrna sends a wild spray in over towards Diego, who luckily gets the shot around the side.
Vision obscured, but the bullets are on target for Diego, though. Response back up close, and it's all gone wrong.
Lay on the bandage. I mean, to be fair, I'm saying that, but in the moment, that's a difficult decision to make.
Yeah.
You gotta be quick thinking. So I can't be too upset with that one. I think the fact that Yangon Galacticos gets as far as they do is already fairly impressive. Horror Esports moving across from that northeast side. They do clean up Kino Trope, with Scarface actually finding those shots from Fireflux. Always on the long range, that guy, as we go in towards our next circle. That's brutal. That is brutal. Almost no reason to be on the south side of the circle. Yeah. And Revo goes down. Was that to Tizzy or Billy?
Tizzy. Yeah, Tizzy from the coastline.
It is sloppy.
Yeah.
It is sloppy.
I think the thing is, yeah, okay, they finally got vision onto it. That's the scary bit, because then obviously you turn your head on a swivel, you're expecting back towards the coastal side. Binny might have been able to cause some issues, both dive in towards the water.
Oh, mate.
This is getting messy.
Squash is looking around the side. There is a team coming through. That is a nice angle. Well played, Squash. Ignore that. Five looks over towards the east. Right now, they just need to clear a lot of these teams on their eastern side, but they lose one in Solus, which is not good. They have a lot more teams to deal with, and they need a large roster to make that happen. Desperately needs to get him back up on his feet. Binny will go down eventually. Regnum Kaya actually winning on the north side.
Squash finally being able to finish that one off onto Binny as well. And you're right. It's not ideal whatsoever for an intense game. Bullets back over onto it. Meanwhile, we lose the last representative from Horror Esports as well.
It's 2 guys.
Wow.
Push them.
Yeah, go for something confident here, surely. Play off one another. I mean, Silas has just been tucked in this exact pos for like a good, 5-10 minutes. Effectively uncontested. The nade back.
This is wild. This is wild. One on the left-hand side will go down. Toshbik needs to be quick on the trigger, though. If he wants to get Silas back up, one goes down the back lines. They might just finish this off. Now just Mormon left alive. Toshbik in a 1v1.
Oh, the peek into it. Okay, quick switch to the shotty secondary and able to mop that one up. But that is rough, dude. The fact he's forced it down to the solo, decision to make to go for the pick back up as well, especially with Fireflux further down the hillside. How has he got away with so much mischief? Just 2 of them.
35 seconds. I think he has time to get Sakura back up again, but yeah, messy. Very, very messy. I do think that Arena could just have pushed them slightly earlier there. With nades, take 2 angles. If you're getting shot, just back it up. Falcons, though, fantastic spot. Could have had 4. Avalo didn't go down. But Alpha 7 do make it to that coastal side, and Tizzy continues to be a problem.
Yeah, the double spray. What? He got the backline angle for a double spray onto Alpha 7.
They know he's here.
They were aware from so long ago. Exposed themselves to it. This is brutal, bro. Roll up as well. Falcons potentially realizing now's the time to go in. Koa from the sideline spots them. Exchange on points between either team. We say goodbye to Alpha 7. And Falcons looking to put themselves in a good spot.
I was hoping Falcons just take down Tizzy there. Honestly. Fair play to the Falcons. This has been an odd game all round. Let's be honest. I think Falcons could have been quicker over towards that north side. There's a lot of teams like Northwest Island that were cut out in that top 8. Who were finding the most success there. Nade goes down over towards Ralph.
My.
Literally eats it. Chomps down on it. No big deal.
That's nuts. A Maxim-esque nade right on target, but he barely survives with a sliver of HP. Difference is, obviously, when you look at the battle of attrition, right? Falcons the only squad that have 3 players left alive going into this. Want to play off one another. Rotate over from Fireflux as well. The Arena in position to at least get a shot potentially back onto Redox from the side.
Scarface is not... He's a bit of an unknown factor here for these teams because he is incredibly good when it comes to these open sight lines. They also have this ridge to work around. And Fireflux are currently inside the circle. Falcons have to push out into that open ground. E-Arena also need to move, but they're close to the circle, so they can afford to wait slightly. You can see here Koa as well as Ralph edging closer and closer. That's a big Molotov. Very, very nicely placed. That's Ralph going down, and Koa has to play in the smokes, but there's Scarface.
Oh, here he comes. Unloads the magazine, gets a clean connection off. Sakura down, sideline back over from Redox. Goes both ways. Wave goodbye to E-Arena. Leaves us in the final fight with just 2 squads, Fireflux and Falcons.
This is fantastic from Koa, man. He has to immediately start moving up. He knows he can't delay. And I think actually Fireflux won't expect him being this close. Like, that was a stellar decision from him.
Catch. Spotted out from Redox in the backline. Prime nade from Koa, chucked back over. Calls it quits on the push back up. 2-2 split. A lot of distance to work with here. Uphill battle, just spots out the head, but it's a quick timing on the peak. Scarface, back over, bullets down, heavy tag.
The only thing is that Redox almost scares him off the position that Koa was going for with the nade. This nade's coming in quick though. Koa sends a nade down, does good damage over towards Ketch, and Scarface is yet to toss the nade just yet. Could airburst over towards him. Koa's taking a 1v1 and Ketch will win it out.
Oh, the Tommy Titan unloads the magazine, shuts down the first. Redox with a big task ahead of him. Quick peek up over the rock face, battling back with the DBS, trying to keep them isolated. Give himself 1v1s. He's got the heal in, Quick peek back around, trying to see if he can bait them on the face. If they give him an opportunity, he could snatch it up close, but Scarface handles it, and they will snatch that one away.
It's a dangerous proposition. Scarface will be letting some scars into the battleground there from long range. Give him a sight line, give him an opening, giving him an open field, and it's hard to deal with him. For the Falcons, though, again, cannot give enough praise over towards Koa. He is just making some big movements. I really do think if Redox doesn't take those shots there, potentially that nade goes through. It's a little bit of a miscom, potentially. It might be a case he has to take those shots to keep himself alive, but yeah, frustrating. Definitely frustrating stuff there.
It just felt like the pace, very slow burn on that one as well. You can see they're not over-egging it. I don't know if that's going to be a problematic issue though as well, but there just isn't that much level of instant engages, the quick confidence, the plays you'd expect them to make. A little bit more timid, they walk away with second place. Fireflux take that one to kick off the survival stage. We'll bring you more action in a few minutes' time.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out!
A region notorious for excellence and inflatables, apparently, here for the Esports World Cup. And we have got ourselves a victory for Fireflux. Impressive stuff from them coming in on Sandhawk and being able to get the dub. Joining me, Seven, as well as Maxman. Fireflux, man. I mean, they were able to win things out on the eastern side. It was looking a little bit tricky there, Max, but they did make it work.
I like Fireflux, man. Rename is happening. Fireflux, man. No, playing Trifecta. There was a lot of teams. I think there was Kinotrope, Influence Rage. There was also Our Point Horror. We don't want to get involved in that mess over there. We'll just wait into the deeper side of Trifecta, wait for all the teams to fight and eliminate each other, and then we transition, claim the high ground to go for the win. It was a clean, executed chicken dinner. I do think other teams maybe showed more potential, but we finally get a Turkish chicken dinner instead of Regnum Karya, which is kind of impressive.
I mean, for a team that has a lot of experienced players, this is something you and I were talking about, Max, coming into today, is that we were kind of expecting Fireflux to be a bit of a dark horse today, right? The experience is there. They just haven't really been executing a plan. So for them to get a chicken dinner here, it kind of sends a bit of a red flag to all the other teams that they are here to win it and make it to the grand finals.
I mean, because if you tell me how do Fireflux tend to play, passive does not come to mind, okay? Their team, they see you, they chase you down, they get the 4 points. Here, they were just playing very slow, which that shows growth for me, that they might be able to make in the top 8.
I think something that was cool about their approach towards those final circles is they were hedging their bets. We were talking about how the coastline can be very strong in these kinds of circles, but also you have Scarface North trying to position as if he could potentially take the high ground. Once the circle shifts come in here, Seven, they're like, okay, we can take this high ground, we can leverage this against our opponents, and I think it was really good for them to have options available.
Yeah, and at the end, I mean, you saw them being able to react to Koa once Koa was trying to get an angle on them too. Quick reaction, making sure you eliminate them, and now you turn that into a 2v1. Red Ox was just not going to be able to do much. One team that I did see there towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and I kind of have to call them out, is going to be AXTMG. Once again, with this hot drop on Noxam Red Force, you could tell Noxam Red Force does not like that. I mean, they're wondering if it's going to be happening tomorrow. Now, the reason why I bring this team up is because for AXTMG, Sandhawk is usually their best map. Now it's time to put up or shut up for that team and make sure they get points going into Erangel.
It's not BMPS, you know, you don't have as many Sandhawks as they have over there. And why do you want to start your best map with a hot drop? Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. You can be good at the map, but hot drop is just pretty much 50-50. And even if you do win it, you might lose players and you don't have a chance of winning the game.
Especially since there's other options than Ruins down there that nobody's at. So you could take the same rotation paths as well, in theory.
Yeah, I could see why they did it, especially because they won that first hot drop back in group stage, and then it kind of forced them out. So they're feeling themselves, they're feeling confident. Yeah. They think they're going to do it again, but that was not the case. I'm hoping that one of these two teams is going to be giving up. And if it's any team, I would highly suggest for AXTMG to just step away.
You're talking about AXTMG, R8, Yangon Galacticos. That was happening in Paradise Resort. I thought it was completely resolved after the group stage, right? We know where all these teams drop. So you know these compounds, these cities are overtaken. Why is it happening again when you only have, again, 12 games? You need to make every game count, so this is going to hurt them really, really badly here for the survival stage.
Very small sample size of 12 games. And if 2 games on a Sandhawk are going to be aggressive starts and things like that, I would argue in a really long-form tournament, Paradise Resort's not that bad a spot to actually challenge for compared to a Ruins, right, Max? But, I mean, at the same time, only 2 of them. I would rather you go trash drop near Paradise and not take that for only 2 Sandhawks.
There are so many teams. I mean, it's no Yasnaya. Like, it's not big enough to have 2 teams. If you want to fight for it, fair enough. But you could also just drop around, as you said, go for the trash locations around it and shut down the rotation of that team's trying to exit, because we have this trend of circles going always Northwest Island is happening every time. So you just just put yourself between Paradise and Northwest Island. Easy 4 points. Like, it's easy.
We've seen some teams in the past being able to do that and actually succeed with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate... So, for example, because we get so many of those Northwest Islands on Sandhawk here, Max, you don't have Thunder Talk in the lobby. You don't have Alter Ego in the lobby. So I like the adaptation that we see from Intense Games to try and drop up there. I mean, it's obviously a great spot if you can make it work. And we see Circle so commonly up there, but it really didn't materialize for them in this game.
Actually, yeah, of course, Intense Game is the obvious outlier that they took the E-Arena, the Alter Ego spot, of course, going into that. I want to highlight Regnum Karya. They know, oh, wait, that position is going to be free right away. We're going to send it right in the compound next to where typically Alter Ego or Thunder Talk would tend to play. So they snatch it very early on. I do think, unfortunately, Arena had a very similar idea and cracked the same compound. Like, you're already here, what's going on? But that did, unfortunately, result in an early elimination of Regnum Karya.
Well, not even early elimination. They fought for so long. It came down to 18 minutes, and then that's when the fight finally ended. And then nobody ended up winning because I think Arena ended up with, what was it, just one player, and Regnum Karya obviously getting eliminated. So not something that you want to see. Something I do want to mention, though, with Alpha 7, we were seeing them late rotate into the circle. We were wondering if that was going to be happening because of the way that the circle was going to be going. And then on top of that, they were just being able to surprise Noxam Red Force. You had some players from Noxam Red Force being able to now move on to the North Island. One thing I was kind of thinking about in my head, I was like, man, they're not clearing. They're not clearing that player towards the bottom, and he's going to be able to get him. I'm not sure. I can't remember at the top of my head if he did end up getting Revo or not. But then on top of that, they know where TZ was, still on the South Island, and they still go for that push without any cover. It's just crazy mistakes for Alpha 7 to be making.
It felt like them and Fireflux both knew there is someone down there. We can't take the coastline as easily as we would like. You have to clear them out. And then it felt like almost as if Alpha 7 had got a little bit impatient with that push forwards and then being so open on that angle. It's a bit uncharacteristic for me once again of Alpha 7 here, Max.
Yeah, I just want to repeat what Blank said. They know he's there. They knew the entire time he was down there. Like, he was taking shots earlier. It was very surprising that even if you can't get rid of him because he's going to play very sneaky, play behind the ridge, he does not want to get eliminated. But the fact that they just send it on rocks and trees that, like, one-off angle can just destroy your entire setup was very surprising. So I think Alpha 7's going to have a bit of a wake-up call after this game that this is survival stage. Games like this, you're not going to get away with a, like, slightly good position. You need to be very, very careful when you take them over.
Yeah, definitely a wake-up call. And the thing is that we usually see a team being able to, like, kind of set up themselves. If you know that there's a player there, send two players in the vehicle, but at least have the other player keeping an eye out towards that South Island. That wasn't even the case. They weren't even worried about it. And that's the biggest wow moment for me. It's like, you cannot be making these mistakes, especially in an area that they have won games before in PMSL Americas.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about Alpha 7 for a hot minute here. I actually want to highlight Falcons. Like, they knew the value of that underbridge and the coastal area, and they're like, okay, actually, Alpha 7 getting completely destroyed by Tizzy and the off angle over the side of that river. Let's just get an off angle of our own, eliminate them, and then get a very nice entry point into the circle for both Koa and the side, of course, of Redox. So I think we've seen a lot more in this one game alone here, 7, of Falcons than the entirety of the group stage.
And for Falcons, one thing that was a little bit sketchy for me was going to end up being just Rauf maybe overextending too much.
Yeah, I've got to look out for that. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to head over to the commentators. Game number 2, we change things up and head to the grassy pastures of Erringel.
Thank you very much, James. Excited for this one, but I think for the teams, Blank, you can see they are erring on the side of caution. We have seen moments of panic, frustration, specifically in the case of R8, and man, some decision-making where it feels like everyone's a bit more timid today. The survival stage and the title that comes with that, you can feel the true force in this arena.
Some of the teams are absolutely at risk. At Kayla risk. Oh yeah. Of going over the edge.
That's actually pretty good. I like that. I like that. And I tell you what, you'll like our official PUBG Mobile map feed that is now live on YouTube, of course. If you want to follow the games in the same way that me and Blank do when we're in the casting booth and we've got both screens up at the same time, giving you all the info, you can do it. And why wouldn't you?
You could be in the booth at home. We have Booth at Home.
We do.
Now available over on PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. Check that one out because it's going to be all important here, keeping up to date with all the scrappy rotation, the weird and wonderful turns we go through on this match of Erangel as it comes at you live here from Riyadh. Very excited to see how this one plays out because you're right. I think it's a perfect opportunity to bring this up. It's just they're stressed.
Yeah,
they're stressed, and it's not fun to look at. Teams, the tension is so tight. And I'm feeling like for some of these teams, that string's going to snap and it's going to be explosive. I'm going to get back into this. I mean, you see Revo just rubbing the eyes down. I mean, he is... That last game, I mean, yeah, rub the eyes. Blind to Binny.
Apparently so, right? It just felt like they knew about those positions. They were aware of what they had to do, but when it came down to decision-making, it just wasn't Alpha 7. It really wasn't. It didn't have that same caliber that we know they can play to.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was saying to you, it feels almost like you're watching 4 individuals that are fighting amongst themselves. It's not that sort of team ethic that we saw that took them to that title win last year. And a lot can change in 12 months.
Mafioso was the rock for that team, and now it's kind of Squash who's that player for them. It's weird as well because for Alpha 7, I mean, those three players have been together for the longest time. They have some very good grouping and play well off the back of one another. But I think the days are gone now where Revo could kind of just step up to absolutely anybody in the lobby and win with a DBS, just hand down. I think he has to play off the rest of his team and just having those moments where you're like, I'm just going to push up. It doesn't work anymore. Anyway, we banged on a lot about Alpha 7 there. Currently on a split up towards that north side. Let's hope it goes well in this game for them. And instead, let's take a look at Falcons. The last game could be described as some sloppy maneuvers. I think that they could make it through to the top 8 with that kind of play style. They looked a lot more solid over in PMSL EU. And I think they need to get back into things. I think for them, honestly, the pressure is probably less on here in survival stage, and it's pulled back a little bit, you know? That pressure to go straight to main stage, of all the crowd cheering for them, not as much for them here over in the survival stage. But again, it is still Koa who's making a lot of those big movements, a lot of those big decisions, and I'd like to see some more of the team, you know, step up for them, because right now you can't be the only one making those plays, forcing the team into good positions.
Yeah, I think again on that note as well, you could see sort of the high pressure decision making. The comms looked a little bit messy, and in the survival stage, I just don't think you can be allowed that luxury. It's got to be point perfect. The choreography needs to be nailed every time. And if we're ever looking at them where it feels like, oh, you know, it's paralysis by analysis, they're not able to instantly make that heads-up call, I just don't think that embodies how that team needs to play. We'll see, though, obviously. Game 1, right, we'll put it to one side. Let's focus up on the rest of the survival stage today. We're going to our second outing now. We'll see how the land starts to lie. Of course, relatively close grouping for the mid-portions of the teams there. Not gigantic point earners for the most part.
For Fireflux, I bet they're very pleased about the Sandhawk. I think it's been quite a while since we've seen an actual good Fireflux Sandhawk. I think they were always in the conversation towards the end game, but getting themselves a chicken dinner must feel very, very good. You saw them shouting. They were elated by that win. It's a good moment for them. And I think for Fireflux, this is certainly the spark that might start something special for them in the survival stage. For their PMSL EU outing, you know, it was pretty decent, all things considered. Couldn't quite best over towards some other teams, but I think overall it was a very, very good result for them. Sort of came out of nowhere on that last day and just jumped and jumped and jumped. For Regnum Karya, on the other hand, there have been some really good games. I think in their 2 days of play, the group stage, there were some really cool moments for them. What I think happened to Regnum Karya in that group stage is that they had a lot of situations where they could have capitalized, like Alter Ego, but failed to transition very, very late into the game, into something fantastic. And I think if they were able to do that, I think that would have given them the confidence and the momentum to push even further. So I just think for Regnum Karya, we're waiting a little bit. We are playing the waiting game. We can't wait forever.
No, you certainly can't. I think it's interesting as well, because obviously 4-5's had some amazing games. The team that always felt like they could have made similar plays was Regnum Karya. They were always in very similar positions with some of the circles we saw there. But like you say, just didn't quite capitalize on it. And we saw how well that went for 4-5's, right? Suddenly you absolutely blow the way up. They're looking fantastic, racking up those results. And yeah, I mean, again, man, like we're coming into this, they're one of the teams that you would expect to be able to make it out from this portion of survival stage. And I think with the talent, they should be able to bring it. But obviously, you've got to show that in the lobby.
I think you would be disappointed not to see them go through. And it's funny, actually, because the way things actually shape up right now, barring, let's say, E-Arena, which I feel bad saying, I think that's the only team that I'm sort of skeptical about. But if all 8 of these teams made it through to the finals, I think I'd be quite happy with that. Honestly, I think that makes sense. You know, Fireflux all the way down to Regnum Karya in 8th place now. Probably would switch out E-Arena with horror, but I am prepared for anyone to make that big, impressive maneuver.
It's early doors, so we'll hold our reservations for now. See how it develops. Oh, AX, okay, up against Alpha 7 up on the hillside. Exchange of nades. Only a few left in the back pockets, couple thrown out. Relatively fragmented as well. It's Devotee that's kind of trapped on an island. Cyrax there, but The Bazon to support. Not the best range.
Yeah, absolutely running low on ammo as well. And I mean, for Alpha 7, they've had to back off because it's danger close on the other side with Regnum Karya pushing up that way. Got intense game playing around Hospital. Typically, Regnum Karya is quite good at playing this position, where they hold a lot of space and just create problems for you. It's very central right now as well, so I don't think many teams are too unhappy with their spot for Alpha 7. They're dropping smokes right now, trying to get away. I think they're happy to just give this corner of Everest over towards AX. They don't want to get caught in the crossfire between two teams.
Quite a nice shot from Henry there. Good distance on it. Looked like the Mini 14 getting a tag from the sideline. It's Mafioso. So they are able to back themselves up. Of course, tons of cover to work with on this. She's not going to eat damage from the front line. Mafioso as well can kind of hold Edgard in this, get a bit of a read on where they're going.
Yeah, your only difficulty, right, is you getting pincered a little bit if you're Alpha 7. It takes a lot of coordination to realize where you are. For AX, they're in a slightly worse scenario where there's a lot of sightlines looking up towards that location. You can get pushed easily and then you become the pincered team. Typically, if no one heads up here, Alpha 7 does need to be very careful about this southwest side of Everest. Regnum Karya, that's going to play it slow. Yep, absolutely don't want to be doing that. I think you did see Korea that actually go down to scout the building that currently Regnum Karya have held. And it's a good spot. It's a very, very good spot to play, quite open around there. You do have this little ridge side here, which prevents you from taking shots to teams that do situate themselves on this locale, but this is going to provide information back fairly quickly to Korea if Regnum Karya ever want to push.
Meanwhile, you get the POV as well. Nice little establishing shot here with the rotate for Hora Esports. Another team that I think, we've seen a lot of good telltale signs, especially in that last game, some of the heads-up fights they went for. No Fear was making some nice plays. I think Sky as well, like the close range combat, dude, he was thriving. It felt like he was just kind of, bring me more, bring me more.
No Fear's has his moments, right? And I think the Sky's able to capitalize on them quite a lot. But yeah, No Fear's been opening up a lot of opportunities for this team. I think they fell off quite a large amount towards the end of group stage. Weren't able to quite maintain pace with some of the other teams who were just living in large, right? Alter Ego were living their movie throughout the entirety of that one. I think for Horror, they just weren't able to match that. I think here in this type of lobby, it's a much easier locale to really display some of that strength that they have. Now, this is an awkward one. You can see a tons of team on the western side of this circle. You're pushing out over towards open ground, over towards Pachinki. You don't necessarily want to head over towards one of those cities nice and early here. But for your team vision, I think heading over towards Church right now, getting that high ground set up, you could easily go for something like that. You won't want Fireflux coming in from that eastern side to pick that one up too quickly. So yeah, I think for team vision, it is just a case of getting vision over towards Church, making sure it's not taken, because it is an astronomical amount of teams that are on the western edge.
R8 as well, thrown into a potential bout between Influence Rage there, down towards the roadside. Marzin set up a couple shots back over Prestige, taking a hefty hit from Law, bringing down the gavel on that one. And again, we already saw R8, it was frustrating. Their outing in the first game, it hit them heavy. The headsets were thrown off, the team was dejected instantly. So being able to at least withstand an opening pick here and bring yourself back into it, that's going to do more for the men. They do lose Prestige, he's fully taken out, you get the response back over, so 3-3 left on the player count there between them and Influence.
Yeah, Law gets repealed, and like you say, it's a case of we went 3 for 3, right? I think us losing one player, you losing one player, can't be too unhappy with that one. At least it doesn't go unanswered, right?
Yeah.
But alright, if it went unanswered after that last game where they barely got to play, you're feeling so cold going into that third match. It's very rough. So they have to play in this game for a good 10 minutes from now if they want to get some more of that practice in. You hope they've been doing over the past break day, or maybe they're taking a bit more of a relaxer. But wait and see. Horror over towards the east, coming in through from Pachinki. Yangon Galacticos down towards the south side though. See if they actually do end up battling against one another. I think they do have a player nice and up in front to hold those players out. Horror's going to have to go for something very quick here.
Could be an interesting head-to-head as well. Both of those teams have been playing with the pace a fair bit throughout the games we've seen from them. I think for Hora as well, a lot of question marks. They play a little bit too passive at times, but they've been able to switch it on when they need to.
pretty rough position going through this field. A lot of sidelines available over towards it. It's a little bit later in the game now, so not as many teams will be holding this. So they're just going to head over towards the south side of Pochinki. I think that's fair enough. They checked the buildings down towards that south side where Yangon Galacticos currently ended up, and they didn't fancy that smoke. So sending over towards that south side, taking the gamble on that one that no one's picked up in the meantime. They can potentially hold out R8 here. But it looks like R8's heading further down over towards Yangon Galacticos, which might have been a mistake for them. The next circle coming through. Ouch. Straight down towards the fields. Teams have got to plant themselves in here.
Hope someone comes along to water you to sprout into a chicken dinner. Kind of combining the analogies there. I don't know if that one really lands.
A bountiful harvest.
No, there you go. Yeah. It's true. It's a nice potato growth.
Chicken and potato. We like it. We like it.
Hey, that's a whole dinner.
That is a whole dinner. A lot of teams moving in though, over towards this field. You don't have much choice right now. This is going to have to be a fast migration from a lot of teams. You are burning rubber to get here. But where in here do you go? There's not a lot of options.
Yeah, limited space with a lot of squads to try and balance this out between them.
It's actually a great rotate from Falcons. I'm actually very pleased with this. This is fast. They're into a nice spot. Actually, this is one of the better rotations I've seen Falcons make, because this is a team that frustrates me so much because they'll see it. Never mind. Oh, Valo, come on. They'll see it. They'll see a location on the map that's free and they just refuse to take it. Honestly, fair play to these three players that made it through, because this is a good spot. They had to be quick about it. Yeah, sure, maybe Valo lost a tire. That's why he goes down there. And you could sort of respect the fact that they actually went for this for the first time in forever instead of sitting out on the edge. I am pleased. I sound angry. I am pleased. I'm pleased. I'm very, very pleased, in fact.
He's smiling. He's smiling whilst he says it. I can attest to that. Get a shot into the back line there as well of AX. Meanwhile, Hora in the rear, just trying to get vision down. A couple of bullets being fired out by Sleepy and Sky. That's Fireflux, of course, that took the opening chicken dinner of the survival stage.
It looks like they're healthy for it. Right? They're giving it this game. They are over towards that northeast side though, and Hora currently has that high ground against them, but plenty of little cover to play around with. This little ridge side as well is a nightmare to assault. I think Hora sent a player far down towards the south though, who might be able to take some shots through. That's no fear. Still, it's not easy to thread the needle if you want to find a pick-off. Either way, no fears create space for them to push through in the end. Kino Trope. Not a bad location from them, very, very central. Honestly, I would be very, very happy to see Falcons do well this game. But with GAMX on their north side, who have caused them problems multiple times in the past, we'll have to wait and see. But we'll put a pin in that one.
It's Alpha 7. They do get the shots off with a Mini 14 at least back onto AX. The Arena similarly nipping at the heels on the chase there. Seems like Lil Boy goes down to Kino Trope. He was able to find that shot towards Narvalo moments ago when they went for the reposition towards the compound where GAMX were holding.
These are some brutal circles, Jackie. It's very brutal. Kind of the crescent moon on the eastern side just filled with fields and then kind of open area. The grasslands over towards the western edge. It's a bit bumpy though. And there is some tree lines to work with. I think Intense Game does find a nice little neat moment. Squeeze through the gap on that west side, but I think they're likely wanting to be holding out those teams like E Arena, who would be likely coming from that compound on the west.
Heads on a swivel here for Fireflux as well. Found a stab back over towards Vision. They would take that man down, out of commission. Still looking for more, potentially reposition back over from Scarface onto Hora. Meanwhile, on our screens here, you can see the nades being cast out down towards Intense Game. The Dolphins have got to make a move quick.
It's one shot.
He couldn't quite land it though.
Madness. Sleepy does go down. Scarface actually pushes really far out towards the eastern side. It's a nice pickup from him. I don't think he needs to push this too far though. He can probably come back towards the team. He's just making sure that Sleepy ends up in the blue. And he can confirm that, which he will do now. Intense game, lobs, nades. Too close. And then too far. And then yet again too close. So the geometry on that one, not great.
More shots into Horror as well. Obviously Firefly setting themselves up after picking off one player with the aggro push from Scarface. Everyone else is being able to shoot towards them as they have to bail quite a far distance in open ground.
What is the options here, Jack?
Just run, man. Head held down.
Falcons do catch off one of the players in Sky. He was getting a little bit too close for comfort for them. But they're going to hold this position. And the circle going north as well. Good for Falcons. More time spent in this compound means more time at safety. Silas is able to find AEX, but Silas will get taken out by Intense Game, giving them no chance to pick their player back up again. They've got they had a 2-2 split going on. Wild wasn't able quite to grab him. I say long shot, by the way, down that south side versus Alpha 7, and they find him.
Yeah, that was the steal away from E-Arena as well, even off the back of the knock from R8 there. So Alpha 7 feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Obviously Intense Game similarly in the angle to work with.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really know why he was peaking that in the first place. Like, they've got to think about what they need to do next, and R8 has to move in. Like, there's limited time that they can take that long angle on the western side. I just don't think Mafioso had to make that peak, especially when he's placed himself on the hard edge of the blue as well, where the north side can see you. Not enjoyable. Yeah, I don't see them lasting very long here.
Now, it was a nice attempt on the rescue mission, I'll give him that. Obviously, for what it is, though, Squash is able to lock this angle down. He's been really crisp as well. Good tracing. You can see even from distance, able to keep on target. Obviously, you run the risk of going for the save on your teammate. Instead, both you go down because of it. So again, it's a really brutal game for R8. Meanwhile, here we can see E-Arena on the crash down. They're going to see if they could shut down Intense Game. Flashbang right in the corner. Keep you concussed. The shotgun comes out. Joker trying to make things work, and they will do just that. Goodbye, Intense Game.
8 elims again for E-Arena. Weird moments where E-Arena like has these cool plays, but then will completely cool off. The engine will stall, and we see if that happens right here, right now versus Alpha 7s. They make their way up. They hear the fighting. It's a good opening knock, and they're sending more in. What are you doing? Oh, let him crawl in at least.
So grouped, they give that one up basically for free with the shrapnel being thrown over from Alpha 7. Al-Haji even taking pot shots from the side now, got an angle on the top of the ridge. The nade follow-up, that should basically be E-Arena completely blown to bits. I mean, you've got one guy, it's just Joker trying to get away. Everyone else in a horrific position.
It's a good clean up onto Intense Game, but if you're E-Arena there, now's not the time to start looting up. It's the time to get going. Right, you got to figure out your next move. Teams are moving in from your south side. You should know that from that compound that was sat underneath them. Tony K goes down to Al-Haji, who's bringing the pain in this game. In the meantime, most teams are on the outer edge. There's not a lot of area to play. You can see here, it is just barren ground. And that bountiful harvest we were talking about earlier might not be quite coming through for a lot of our teams.
Oof. Koa getting the spot there on towards Solus. Damage back over from Power as well. As Fahidin's able to show his impact of Power Gaming, revving the engines, keeping the momentum going. For R8, they did get the revive back up onto the knocked players. There is still 2 alive in commission. That was Marth with the heads-up maneuver to keep him up whilst the attention was turned from Alpha 7. Of course, on that E-Arena crash that we saw moments ago.
For R8, they made it a fair way into this game. I think they had to. They needed something to give themselves a little bit of confidence going into the next matches after that first one where it looked brutal for them. It looked absolutely brutal. Power in the meantime, though, like a locust over on this western side of the map, ruining all of our crops, realistically. Making one shot after another at stragglers. The more they clear on the western side as well, the more strength they'll have in towards that end game. It looks like Easy's going to scout down over towards Alpha 7 here. We're getting peppered.
And this is that split from Reg and Karia that aren't actually in a bad position whatsoever. You can see the bullets over from Loxy. He's got them pinned in. Marth trying to take a couple of shots from the side as well, see if he can steal away anything from this. Revo's realizing, man, like the entire team is just being cauterized. You can't get towards one another. You are trapped in position. Marth getting the headshot on that as well, coming back to haunt them. They threw the first stone at R8, but instead that's just fragmented the entire team for a late game finish on this one.
Ida getting knocked there out in the open. Again, for Korea, I respect their attempt. I mean, he had to get out there, couldn't wait around for the vehicle to pop. It would have taken his life. He's managed to crawl all the way across to Revo, though.
Kind of impressive. He's actually made it that far.
Yeah, it's a good smoke train. Eden goes for a blind nade. A guess on it. Just having a look at the smokes. Toshbik goes down, as does Loxy. That's a double knock on the nade. Wild's not there to assist, and this should be a free and easy maneuver coming through. That must have been directly through those slits on the top of the shack there as well. What a nade that comes through there. Oh, yeah, I think you leave him. I think you leave him. I think if you're Wild, you're looking for a survival game. I don't even know why you bothered.
You got to know when to cut your losses on that one.
Yeah. No one to fold him.
Exactly, man. Can't be going for these gambles right now. This is not the time to do it. I mean, at least with the reset, obviously, you've got the two players from Alpha 7. They were able to get the pick back up in Korea so they can play off one another, but they have to just bail. The position was compromised for so long. Kinotrope inside of the slight hut there. Back towards the hovercraft. Tuck in, see if they could steal that one. Key still in it. Nade over the top, just into the back line. If that's on target, it could be uncomfortable, and they're pinned in at least. You got the flames in front of them, the nade over the backside. Hora getting hit by Easy as well, makes that look easy.
What days? Korea goes down. Just Revo still up. Noxam Red Force in the back lines as well, taking shots. Some good nades, some good ordnance coming through from Kinotrope to keep them at bay. In the meantime, Falcons will have to deal with GAMX on this north side eventually. They played a slow game with one of the only teams that had a compound for this long, but they need to step up now. All right, versus GAMX, this is where they need to win this fight. I think it would be a crying shame if they lose this engagement.
It's insane as well that like Fireflux have just been able to set themselves up and live their movie. Just sit pretty consistent damage down. Obviously you had Alpha 7 trapped, so that's just a free elim. They're able to take away that team. And they have been sharing this land for so long. I mean, GAMX have basically been sat here with two players for an absolute age.
I get that they were wanting to wait for the pushes to come through, but I do think they could have held off on those nades a little bit. But I think Falcons just wanted to confirm their cause on this north side. It sort of makes sense. They will have to move down now. It really depends on how aware they are of the rest of the circle. Like, what's the scenario? What's the situation? Have they been keeping tabs? This is a long ramp from Koa over towards Power, which I personally think is really dangerous.
Yeah, this is kind of insane. Honestly, this is a Power that look really strong in this match especially. They've been playing some great PUBG Mobile. The fights they've been taking, it's heads up, it's quick decision making, they're relying on one another. Push into this, you better be ready, Black.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. I will say, though, from Koa, the rap he made on at least his hillside, quite safe. Quite safe to go for, but he does not give a damn. Koa is dragging the team at times, kicking and screaming into these locations. And if it's the case that Ralph's making these calls, Koa is absolutely on the money when it comes to it. He's like, you want me to go scout that? I'll do it right now. No hesitation. And that's an initial knock coming through over towards Ragnar.
Yeah, that might have thrown you a bone. That's from R8 as well. So it's R8 being able to get the shot into the back line. They could engage off of this. It'd be the opportunity to go for it. Obviously, you can get that player back up pretty quickly, though. They're giving them time to work with on this. They've got a little bit of cover for it.
Yeah, they have to move down. But I think they understand that for Power, they've got to move first. Likely they'll send south, which I think Easy's doing right now. Kinotrope's just been living inside that shack for a long, long time. No one's been able to get close enough to send nades in. It is very much in the open. 2 loot crates to work with, though, for Fireflux, so they get a gift from up on high.
It's tight on the elims as well. 7 for Power, 6 for both Noxam Red Force and Fireflux. You feel like they basically just had freedom to wait for the push to come towards them. Easy set up with a bit of paranoia about Marth's angle. He knows where he is now off the back of the shots that were fired over. Just the risky run of leaving yourself exposed from the back.
Doxy's going to move, and soon. Ralph knows it. Just hold the angle. Has a rough idea now where the other players are. From Fireflux at least. Pass that information back across. We'll take this shot, and he was just looking off to the right. Oh, caught slacking. Ketch will pick up that elim. They could crash this if they wanted. I think they'd much rather get rid of power though first.
Still the move Power have been making. You're the push back over onto Marth. You steal away the bit of cover from him for now. Still 3 players alive. Getting a lot of reads onto this. Attention being drawn over towards Fireflux as well from the majority of the squads. And the Kenotrope still just being able to live on borrowed time. Just sat tucked in, dropping the smokes, keeping it uncomfortable for teams to get close.
Again, I think what's happening right now is the nades used by Falcons versus GAMX, which I think was unnecessary. They were going to go down at some point either way, as that blue pushed them out. Koa does find Ketch. What a shot. And what a timing on it. No one goes down, and they can crash it. I think they have to crash it. Ralph's going to send in first here. Dropping as much medication as possible. Complete misread on the angle. Has to be happening from Redox. Koa's left behind, and Madcap lives this one out.
Oh, man. The shots from the side from Kenotrope are huge as well to buy time, and this comes back to bite them in the bottom. I mean, you can get the res back up, get him in position. They've still got a good angle to fight with on this one. Fragments them massively. And for Power, they might be in a spot to potentially steal some of this away. You got the scout from Vahidan at least looking for the read back over.
I'm just not entirely sure what the idea was. I think they'd bought themselves some time, in which case they could start looking out over towards Power. They didn't even bother to try and scout those players. Ketch is going to send out of the way, immediately ducks down, M79 in the hands, but it will be Ragnar to find those shots, just barely clipping him through the grass. I don't know why Ralph would have wanted that angle in the first place. Like, where do you go from there? I think your only option was to wrap west.
Yeah. For Fireflux, it was awkward as well. The supplies were running so low. He had no shells left for that. So when he drops, couldn't fire out smoke to shroud himself. Both of them now go down. You're out of commission, leaves us with a final 3. Koa barely crawling into the zone, belly on the ground, looking for the angle towards Kenotrope. Oh, the timing!
So exposed. He can take this shack though and play in it, and hope he gets a second. There's a player on his right though, and he does not know.
Ragnar with the angle, nade over the backside, shots at the feet, so low on HP. 1 bullet and a dream is all that he'd need. The peek back up. Oh, the knock on the Ragnar fragments Power, but they've still got the manpower advantage on this one, and it's down to Falcons with just Koa. Peek over the top side, spots the head of Easy, shrouded with the smokes, but bullets coming in from 3 separate angles.
It's a nightmare scenario. Just has to guess the angles. We'll just send back. I mean, well played to Koa. Again, it seems like the player on that team that sort of has his head screwed on a little bit. I don't understand that push from Ralph. I don't know why he'd want that position from Fireflux. Again, he just try and wrap on top of Power. It's an interesting one, Jackie. But again, Falcons do get themselves a second place. I love that they pushed that position. A lot of times they just won't take those opportunities when they're right in front of them. And this time at least, they picked up the leaflet.
Yeah, they bit at it when it was provided. It might not have been as clean as they were hoping for, but I tell you what, for Power, they were mopping up squads like a spilt drink. Some fantastic action on that one. A great second game, an early chicken dinner, and looking more like the Power that we know and love.
It is about time there for Power as well to start pushing those numbers upwards. It was a good play, very well played. Obviously, sweeping on that western side was really nice. Heading up that top side, it's an unfortunate game for Narvalo. I think we've had plenty of moments there where Navallo has gone down a little bit early. Not necessarily his fault, just a struggle on the rotation. In the meantime, we're going to head right over and rotate back to the desk after this short break.
I'm currently here with Team GAMX ahead of our survival stage. I have to ask you, why do you think it was that the group stage performance was a little bit of a struggle for you boys?
Because it's like our first international tournament. Even we have like one player, it's first his tournament ever, LAN tournament. So we struggled, like we need more experience, just time. We need more time, and I think we had it for the first 2 days on group stage.
And how have you boys been supporting him, with it being his very first LAN?
It's the same game, not changing. Like if you play in online or LAN, it's like the same game, same tactics, just different team, like more powerful than our Legion, but still we can do it.
And speaking a little bit more about the performance that you had, there was a distinct lack of eliminations throughout a lot of the games. Talk to me about the game plan heading into survival stage. Can we possibly see more aggression coming through from you?
In survival stage, I don't think we're gonna play aggressive for this stage. As a team, I think we will play by the way who make us win only.
And obviously, my last question for you boys, you headed into this entire event having won the National Egypt Championship. Do you think the play style of all of these international teams is much different?
Exactly, too much different because like national championship is way different with international because like we have 14 national and then BMSL and then PMWC, so it's a long way to get here.
Would you say that the competition here at EWC is way more difficult than the national?
Yeah, exactly, than ever national region.
All right, well, best of luck to you boys. I'm hoping to see more fight coming out of you, and we'll see you in the survival stage. Thanks.
Well, we have Power overwhelming here at PMWC as Power's been able to take the first match on the grassy pastures of Erangel. Joining me is Seven as well as Max. Man, Seven's loving it. He loves that Power's been able to take this one. Talk to me about Power.
I was just happy to see them play like how when we would just tell them, good job. We were watching PMSL Mina. And the reason why I said that is because they would end up third partying quite a lot. Don't worry. I'll break it down for you. 12 eliminations out of this team, but they were just being a lot more proactive. They were third partying fights. They were making sure that they got a lot of ground. At one point, they were having a 1-1-2 split, which was quite impressive. And then, I mean, at the end, the way that they were able to play that perfectly, just waiting until the last second, sending 2 players towards the south, maintaining 1 player there towards the top of the hill, that was the winning play.
All the teams in this game were pretty much in the field like, please, sir, can we have a good position? Power, no, this is our mountain. You're not going up here. And actually, because of that, they kind of push away E-Arena. They eliminate that team onto the western side, and they avoid Alpha 7 from claiming the high ground position pretty much this entire game. So they were very, very controlling on that little high ground position up northwest. So Power, they had a really good setup on their second day of the group stage, and it seems like we are seeing a bit of a continuation of that here in the survival.
Another strong fight back from Fireflux as well, coming in as the only team really from the east. I thought maybe we could have a bit more of a 2-2 split going on for them. The 4 in that one location seems a bit much, Max, and it did cost them some casualties.
Well, unfortunately, you got a lot of teams around you. You have Noxam, you have Falcons looking your way. One little hay bale is just not going to cut it, defensively speaking, and you're just going to be losing players. So it didn't work out for them. It's unfortunate, good entry point, but the circle is just forcing you in a bad spot that you can't defend properly.
And it didn't help them that they were just focusing so much on the fight happening between Kino and then Alpha 7. They didn't even realize what was happening towards the south of them. Zero scouting. It ends up hurting them.
Let's take a look at the match report overall here for this one, as Mr. Joker here getting himself 6 eliminations. Catch though, that's actually quite impressive damage from coming in from the fields, Max, considering that you're really trying to bunker down, really not draw too much attention about yourself. So that's very well done.
They were trying to play it silent until Power got involved, because they got in that one building on the high ground position of that big plateau up north, and they were just getting naded to hell by all of Power. Like I think the Power were just out of utility after that fight. They just looted the crates of the arena. They were really struggling at that point.
One team though that did have a potential semblance of control.
Oh no!
Do you want me to bring up Falcons?
We can talk about Falcons all day.
Should we?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's look at this. We don't push 1 by 1 normally, and what are Falcons doing? 2 solo drive-bys right next to Fireflux to instantly punish it. I mean, this is literally, you use this as an example of how not to do a push. And Falcons, unfortunately, a team that we expect to do well, just not able to claim that control. That could have been a game-winning angle if they got it too.
It really would have been. And I think what keeps hurting this team is just losing Narvalo so early on. Once again, back-to-back games where they end up losing Narvalo, and they're kind of forced to do this kind of pushes. They're maybe not expecting it. It is a dumb push. Something that we're not used to out of this team, but then you're going to have to readjust. Luckily for them, Koa did decide to stay in the back and very proactive, showing why he was the MVP for PMSL EU.
I actually think if that fight, even if they do beat Fireflux, I think the car keeps going in the blue zone. So I think it was like it's phase 8. I think they still go out even if they win it. So that was a bit of an odd one. Don't do that. Stop.
Yeah, fair. A difficult though finish for some of those teams in the fields. Obviously, as you say, Power though flexing down to the bottom to establish even more control. We were musing over the idea of whoever's going to win out these hill fights from that west side should have a good opportunity here to be able to get themselves big points on the board.
Well, at one point, we even saw Alpha 7 when they were being a little bit passive there towards the edge play. We're okay, let's see where you're going to be going, right? Are you going to be going towards the north? Are you going to be maybe fighting Power? Are you going to be waiting for a third-party situation? And no, they just end up deciding to fully send it with 2 players towards the middle. It didn't end up working out them. For a split second, Max, though, we saw the hovercraft. We're like, Maybe. But it didn't end up working.
I mean, the hovercraft in the field finish is like
pretty good.
It's a gift from the gods. Okay,
Yeah.
just have, especially when it's exploded. It's just a fortress you created at that point. I actually played a game of Ultimate Royale. I had 4. we had 4 hovercrafts, and you just like make a little building. And you just
ridiculous.
Did you win?
Yeah, no.
All right, well,
like we got
never mind.
Well, we have a lot going on here. Not only the PMWC, but also we have the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it is live this weekend from August the 1st to the 3rd. Log in, summon surprise airdrops, and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump in game now and vote for your favorite airdrop partner. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them, which is very lovely. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your lovely surprises, Mr. Seven. What do you think about that?
I've done it.
You've done it? You're on? You're good to go?
I'm not gonna say what I got. Max?
Ooh.
I haven't done it yet, actually. I've done my in-game predictions.
You've been busy. You're here at PMWC.
Yeah, true.
All
I thought you were unboxing surprises last night. Oh, man.
Shush you. It's time to get to the game here at the Erangel once again. Game number 3 for the survival stage. Let's head to the casters.
That's right. Oh, man. You caught me off guard.
Oh.
Hello.
Shut up, you.
All right, my bad.
Shut up, James. We're going to unbox this game right now.
Okay, he's just gone for it.
I'll try to give you one of these.
I didn't see that.
Oh, I try to do the... So, for clarification, try to give the old...
He's waved a hand at me.
the old
He's given one of
Matrix.
these. Yeah, he's given one of these.
Yeah.
Let's do it together. Are you ready for game 3 on... Well, I was going to go for of... But you've kind of, you've gone the wrong way there.
Word.
Yeah, but you've gone for the wrong word.
You've got to deal with that.
Well, look, you've gone for the wrong word, and that's fine. We'll let you off. Everyone shame blank in the chat.
Was there a script I was meant to follow?
You don't follow the script?
I don't have one.
Well, you should have.
I'll wing it. Much like the play.
Silly boy. Actually, it's pretty good. It's 2 wings.
It is. A double winger. That's me and you right there. On either side. Double propellers. On either arm. We'll be heading over to match number 3. I am...
You tangled.
Tangled, dude.
Untangled.
I've untangled
Okay,
myself.
good.
Teams are going to have to untangle themselves from this awkward playing path, which is a straight line, but the drops are not easy. You're going to get a little bit lost in the forest of the drop.
It's quite a windy day.
It is. Getting blown all over the place. In the meantime, a lot of teams will have to send far north here, or as north as they can get on this particular plane path, and it will change some of these drops up a little bit. Started expecting Kinotrope to maybe try and hot drop over towards the Falcons, but they're going to head down towards Ferry Pier, which I think is, that's open, so that's fine. They could take that. It's your turn now.
Wow, it seems like you want to do all the talking.
Hey.
Just wondered if you keep going.
No, bro. I'm done.
It's all right. We do a little back and forth here. We're trying out a new stand-up comedy routine. Let us know if that landed. Otherwise, we'll just do normal intros for tomorrow.
I tried to make it very clear. I didn't make it very, very clear.
Yeah.
Let's be honest with myself.
Well, that's fair.
A little bit of introspection is good.
But The Rock doesn't give a damn about what you've got to say, because I'm all about the gameplay. And that's what we're here for, Blank. Now you talk.
Can I speak now?
Now you talk.
My turn. Woo! Back on the mic
Dropped
again.
a woo.
It's my turn.
A woo.
It's amazing.
Give us some gravitas.
I'm quite gravitas.
Yeah.
Woo!
There you go.
Was you like that? Was that good?
Surely that's got everyone hyped up, right?
Yeah, I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I've hyped myself up.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. You'd need to.
Look at this. We got a little bit of introspection. You got to hype yourself up, get yourself into it. This is the advice I would give to all these teams.
Ironically, that actually is a pretty good summary of the sort of mindset you need to be going into. Halfway point of the day, right? You've got to try and get those jitters out of you. Forget about what's happened in some of the games for the rough starts for a few teams. Try and keep that momentum building. For a few of our squads, they certainly have been able to pinpoint that momentum. The power here. Looks like we're thrown into an opening bout, though. Instantly versus Influence Rage.
And the Rage of Easy, the last day of groups, certainly influenced them here. They've turned into some absolute monstrous opponents. Currently second place. Oh, that is a beautiful jump.
Hell of a jump on that.
Look how serious he looked as well.
Oh yeah, you've got to be focused up. This is horse gameplay. That's what we're bringing to you live.
Through the fields of Erangel. Straight hoofing it.
A glorious gallop. The Stallion. Power Gaming.
Ragnar in the front lines. Charging back to his team to assist.
That is not a trot. It is an all-out sprint for domination.
He's coming.
He stopped.
Oh, he's too late.
Yeah, he might have needed to be a bit quicker on the horse rotate. It's not really worked. Influence Rage are able to fight back and take down one of Power.
Oh, and Vahedon's in a bad spot now. There were some shots from the sidelines coming through, but Vahedon's all on his own. Just got the pumpy up top side. Ooh. And he takes a disgusting tag as he drops.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Mac 10 Madness up close. SMG slaps him upside the head. Ragnar from the top side, though. He'll start to show what he's made of. Bullets down range. Fragments influence Rage once again. Lil Boy got to make the move. Drop the smoke, see if he can get his teammate up. Nade from Easy. Ooh, only one, though.
We know that he's a bad boy when it comes to it. Let's see if he can hit this one. It will be very influential. Goes through and bounces. Easy. After the M60. Ragnar's just sending it, dude.
He's going in. Close on the doorway, ready for it.
He was late to the party. Everyone's already left, but he's determined to keep the music pumping.
He just dives into action. 17 bullets in the clip. SMG. There's the secondary if he needs it. Pull out the UMP. Yeah, you know me. Ragnar about to make some crime scenes on the dive-by. Lil Boy down and out. Not the big man in this situation, but the turnaround for Ragnar. Feel his wrath.
Pulls out the 4-bullet. That's all he needs. Nade goes through. Ragnar dives out the way, but somehow on the stairs still takes the tag. Diego will find one. And we are in a 1v1 between Easy and Diego topside, but in comes another team. It is intense game.
As everyone starts to cheer Ragnar's name, intense game, drop the shush, the silence over the fight in the compound. Diego tucked in, trying to play on the back foot. Easy. About to be hit with a heavy nade up close and personal, just a desk to provide cover.
Playing it safe, Molotov in. Have to climb this one or just fully take the brunt. Walks out the way. No one's seen him just yet. Gets the tag. We'll find the knock, but it's not enough with Silence, who will silence the party here. The boombox thrown out the window. Diego in a tough scenario now. For Influence Rage, Power will take the #1 spot, but for how long? Only 1 point ahead of Fire Flux, but they have had a good run today so far.
For Diego, you are sweating bullets right now. Off-angle peek on the side, couple shots connect, but Silence does not give a damn. Spams the shots into the loot crate, adds insult to injury. An intense game, make out with the cleanup crew plays on the fight from Influence Rage and Power.
Hansel's a 3 for 3. Kind of a wild step down, by the way, now I'm looking at it. Alpha 7 in 6th with just the 11 points. That drops down to 9 in 7th. All right, just single digits all the way through to 16th. AX with a big fat goose egg.
GAMX got a bail with his fajita, the hop behind the wheel. Terrified about having a bite taken out of him as Squash was looking for the setup with the trace. Able to limp out of there with his lives behind the steering wheel.
We're in pretty central. This is actually one of the more fair circles we've seen in quite a while here, Jackie. Regnum Kaya leaving Toshpik behind over towards Rozok just in case it does back up that way. And for Regnum Kaya currently in 9th place with just the 8 points. It's not been an ideal result, but heading back up over towards Rozok. This is a good opportunity for them. Team that we put a lot of potential in. Potentially this is the game to do it. We'll have Horror Esports wrapping up on that north side. Does Voxy go down here? Because they are just rocking straight up towards him. And it will be Wild to take the first. And that's the Kino trope of all teams.
Regnum Kari as well, taking hefty blows here. When you're down to 2 players, it's an awkward firefight between them. You're getting crashed on from either side with Kinotrope and AX. Diving into action off the back of the punch. Henry firing out bullets with the Scar, ripping people to pieces. Devotee locking down the wide sight lines up front as well.
2 points accrued. That 0-pointer completely gone. It's not the case no more. No way you're Molotov. Fucking silence in the corner. Put on for barbecue. Unnecessary, but tasty. They'll take that point.
Ozzy Sands barbecue opening soon. Pre-order your tickets for the grand launch.
We got turkey on the menu. Kinotrope, 2 players up. Falcons off in the distance there. I think for Regnum Kaya, if I'm looking at it objectively, I think what happened there is that they've had a couple of games in the past. Ooh, nice nade, Devotee. A couple of games in the past where they've left Rozok. It's come back to bite them later on. So they tried to take this 2-2 split. When you get this circle shift back this way, there is going to be a lot of teams flowing through this area, right? They want to play the 2 rows. They want to play the warehouses. I think it was a dangerous split, and they had to make a quick decision of whether they want to stay on Rozok or they wanted to regroup here. But they didn't have the time to make it happen. Ozzy-san, final player left remaining. 1 Molotov remaining. We know that he can be nasty with it. It's gone.
Made for the no. Wow. Meaty damage onto both. Able to withstand the shrapnel and at least stay alive for now. Arian setting up on the sideline behind the rock as well, trying to get a read onto Ozzy-san.
This is getting awkward now. Falcons do peek their heads out of Pachinki as this one moves further away. Loot drop coming through. Take a look at the map and where we're heading next. This has been very central. Not so much anymore. Heads up over towards Rozok and Regnum Kaya. Oh, fuming, dude. Absolutely fuming. This has happened so many times to them throughout their tournament history this year. Oh, man. I actually feel bad for them on that one.
Shot back over from Sleepy as well onto Fireflush, having a great day of it. It's a catching a bullet, and not in the manner that you would want to.
Hey, this is nice, actually. In the midst of all of it, Falcons able to find themselves a spot. Mafioso, perfect parking. That's going to lock down the doorway. Primed.
Reinventing the meaning of parallel parking on that one.
Vertical.
Oh, yeah. Straight up, ready to climb, and that's what they're going to be looking for. Alpha 7 going to want to find some points on this one.
Don't know how Ozzy-san's made it in there, but he has. Solo. This is Falcons' favorite spot, by the way. They love playing this position. My only issue with it is that the 3-story sometimes gets pushed a little bit too hard, and I don't think the Falcons quite have a solution for it yet. I'd like to see how they play it out this game, because they have a huge amount of potential from this position. Nice high ground to work with, nice vision, claiming 2 buildings as well, and able to play off the back of one another with nades from that top side. If it continues to zone in on that area, you've got a good chance at that game. Alpha 7 looking for more points on this one. Currently in the top 8, but they want to secure it a little bit more.
Get the little establishing shot as well, top-down POV, giving you an understanding of just how close these squads are to one another.
Ooh, yawn. Yeah, replay on this one. Dude, it was cinematic. It was cinematic.
Nearly made it through the window.
Did. Squeezed it through. Like a TARDIS. The window, that is. Bigger than you think.
Yeah.
It's bigger on the inside.
On the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's smaller on the inside, it'd be a bit of a shame.
It'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I went to my TARDIS. It's a closet.
Yeah. Where's all the space?
This is a high-tech machinery.
Budget cuts. We couldn't have all the space on the inside.
That would be a weird parallax effect. I'm not going to like it. Smile. Taking some shots out the window for Yangon. One of their top players towards that group stage, just putting a huge amount of work in. There is some games where Yangon's able to get quite a few points. Usually they do limp in towards those final circles though. This is hella awkward for Falcons as we send over towards that eastern side. Now GAMX might have played a blinder on this one accidentally. Obviously you don't know where the circle's going to go, but that's actually a really nice place to play and gives you a huge amount of control. Now Falcons is at the back of the queue. Fantastic compound a minute ago, not so much anymore. Horror's quite glad, despite being one of the first to this location, they didn't fully commit. And they didn't have to. They had the option to play on this eastern side, and they'll get a lot of benefit off the back of that.
Oh, gets worse for Red as well, of course. Been trapped as just a duo for so long. Alpha 7 able to get the sight lines over, so we'll commit onto that with Toshpik being knocked down on his last legs. Loxy not really in a spot to quickly make the dash to grab him just yet. Nades over the top. Got the smokes on the bottom of the ground at least, try and provide some semblance of cover here.
For a team that starts in Rozhok, they're pretty rubbish at it. Thoughts?
Just going to let that one ruminate, really. I just thought I'd let that air for a bit.
I don't think that they're bad at it. I think it's just indecision, dude.
Sorry, are you moving further away? Is that backtracking?
I am backpedaling. Yeah, I am backpedaling. No, I think that it's not a case they're bad at it. It's indecision. If I'm being real, it's indecision.
Fair enough. I think that's also what we have seen a couple of times already, where it feels like the split on the instant decisions where they need to go for something that hasn't really been there, especially today, where it's felt almost like the pressure of the situation has been getting to them more.
Yeah, it's like we should move. We can't just sit in our drop spot and you get on with almost this hyperactivity where we've got to take a 2-2 split or something. Surely it's not going back over to Rozhok again. But no, unfortunate. I think that is the difficulty for a team that starts in Rozhok, is that you kind of want to make some kind of a play early. You don't want to just sit around forever. Cole's already found the 2 elims though, which is nice. Settling Falcons in a firm 3rd spot on the tables. I genuinely do think that those games that they've just come off the back of were very important. I think you put it well in saying that they're quite passive games. They were just trying to get into that top 8. And it's so funny because when Falcons start playing like that, it's like, we just need these points. We can play it cool. And we don't need anything drastic here. Their gameplay goes up by a high margin.
Yeah, you can see the percentage play is what they go for, right? If it's not over 90%, it's really worth running the risk. Yeah, we're seeing it actually work for them. Very T with a connection back over onto Never Alone as he's tried to make the dash there for Vision. To join the rest of the squad over towards the compound side, so a bit of a split, 1-3 on them, having to try and link back up. It's Volt that's a key piece of this team as well.
Yeah. One thing I really do like about AX is that whenever you look at the player cams, they're always speaking to one another.
Oh, always good, dude. Yeah.
They're not the best team in this lobby. I mean, that is clear, right?
Yeah.
But they are giving it their all. It comes back to Rozhok. GAMX also quite unhappy with this one. We've had East hard shift to West hard shift. Man, if Regnum Kai just sat still, you know, could have been a very different game for them. Alpha 7 playing on that south side. Still at 4 players as well, and I think it's a good position to play. You don't have to worry about a lot of the major action happening on that north side. You can sit pretty down towards the south. Yes, you don't have the high ground, but there is less teams to contend with.
The POV of Yangon Galacticos as well, a team that I think at times it's been a little bit too slow for me from what I've seen.
Yeah.
And it worries me, really, especially in these kind of lobbies now.
Not feeling very Galacticos, you know?
No.
Not very Higgs boson. They don't encompass everywhere. Here comes Yangon. It's too little too late, though. On it, I mean, it's crazy. We're going with the same crash.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, a bit off target.
Yeah, a little bit. Paranoid about the top floor, but it's the ground floor split as well.
Yeah, thanks to the elims, I guess.
That was a delivery. And Alpha 7 will take it. You can get the pick back up as well. Squash playing medic instantly, so they're fine. They can reset from it.
I like that, though, from them. I mean, wow, it's like head ripped off. But yeah, I like that they instantly start shooting. Straight after that concludes, stopping teams from wanting to peek it. Or, in fact, even inviting some teams, the Mafiosos on that angle the entire time. Arthur moves up, somehow finds Marth with that nade. I think he must have just been slightly out of the angle. Nade behind, and Prestige is sat in an awkward spot, finds the first. We'll try and get back through the window. Don't know how he's not down yet. The rest of R8 not in a position to assist as Damar gets the med kit off. But both his teammates are away with it.
Tries to ricochet the nade with the geometry there of the building. Doesn't quite land on target. So they get ample time to deal with the fragmented players from R8. And Damar really just trapped on the push up here.
Curious what this play from Sleepy is. I think he's just trying to identify some a little bit of information. R8 goes down. Again, it's been a rough spree for R8 today. APK. Let's get hit with a nade. That's from Noxam Red Force, who did work their way up, and they have picked their moment quite nicely, and in comes more and more nades, but it is Horror actually picking up a couple of these shots from a hell of a distance.
They're substantially far away, but still making it work. It's interesting as well, Noxam Red Force, as much as they haven't really been on the forefront of the observing in this game, they're still being able to steal away points a little bit here and there with some of the rotates we've seen. This is one where they line up, top heavy angle for Doxy, unloads the magazine, detonates his way through, so GAMX trapped in position. Paranoia inside the building, but Tizzy able to compose himself and find that one onto Fajita.
It's quick. G from Noxam Red Force is very quick. And should rack themselves up to 6 elims on this one. Again, they started off really strong on their day 3. All right, last day of the group stage. And it was the way that Max put it, right? They were slipping.
Yeah.
And it's the best way to put it. They were slipping. Pressure mounted a little bit too much for them. And they couldn't keep up the gas towards the end of the day. They've gone away from it. I think they looked visibly upset with themselves as well on day 3. You could only feel bad for them.
Yeah, you saw some of the individuals, really not sort of turning any cheek to show their emotion. If they had a bad game, it was very obvious. But, I mean, it felt like they did at least kind of unpack the bag with it. So, it was a rough game. They were able to reset. You didn't carry those emotions on.
Dude, there was a big solve in that last day for them.
Yeah.
Right? There was a big solve on their gameplay, how they wanted to work these things out. And I liked that. I did like that from them. Figured out their gameplay. And they're going to bring that into survival stage. It wasn't like they didn't gain anything from that day 3. Tizzy finding yet another with Bolt on a long angle from Mansion.
Oh. Baited out for the fight, and it's a sideline shot coming back in from Sky.
He has been influential on the map.
Yeah.
Like some really good shots from the M4.
Man. Sky and No Fear, racking him up and knocking him down. You like the heads-up positioning of the crosshair as well. It's a great read on this. Distance fights where they are just absolutely paralyzing. Just no way to move up. Good clean-up crew action over onto Vision. That was Volt as the last man. He's now gone.
And it's actually, to be honest with you, that early rotate out from Sleepy was quite nice. They got a lot of information off the back of that. They knew which angles to watch. They didn't have to move out from the eastern side of Rozhok, but they do it anyway just to pick up some free elims and clear out the eastern side. That's their big goal there. Now they can start to work the issue over towards the west.
This is a classic fight. Feels like AX and Noxam Red Force have been thrown into a hell in a cell again and again. These two teams have been scrapping throughout the entire tournament in group stage and again here in survival stage. Delayed bow on this one. Nades over the top. Arian trying to keep them pinned in position. Tizzy with the nade back over. Binny relatively low as well. Has to top himself back up.
Nade after nade. That looks like a better air burst in my opinion, but Cyrax does take a lot of damage. Thunderstrike from the air there. In the meantime, Horror moves up over towards Fireflux. They find Solus as a solo in one of the buildings. Unresable right now. It's hard to get yourself across to, and he should just bleed out on this one.
Close quarters, nades. You got to tuck him with a shotty. Good tag. Sizzy quite low. P90 up close. Henry inside of the smoke with the shotty.
Final one, another. Noxam Red Force. Very much cut down. Domination from Henry's side of the ring. Another good nade coming through from Horror. They are working the angle.
Oh, a prime nade from Zizzy. Right on target. Fragments the setup from AX. Henry has to make a hero maneuver on this one. Wraps up close. Molly over the top, smoke up front to provide some sort of cover for his teammate, but Tizzy peeks in from the top, struggling to get the quick reposition off and switch to the right gun for the job. Couldn't handle it. Cyrax in the back line now, spamming through the smoke, but it goes both ways. Not much vision to work off on this.
Oh, hello. This is a cool rotate coming through from Falcons. They wrapped all the way from that north side. They left one player behind. Redox takes out one, and they're looking to clear up Noxam Red Force on this third party. This is way more aggressive from the Falcons. They start to flap their wings a little bit.
Turning up the tempo, and it's what you want to see. We were saying they've been playing smart, passive games, looking for placements. But mixing in a good score on eliminations as well would be huge for their momentum. The bonnet hits the face of Tizzy, and they look to end the opportunity.
Roll him down on the reverse.
More elims on this. Up close, Raf takes a bit of damage from the peak, but they do handle it. Koa spots that one with a UMP, and you stop Noxam Red Force that were building a huge elimination game. 10 already. They're taken out of commitment. Second closest, of course, is now Falcons with 7.
I mean, this is great, though, for the Falcons, because now they have control over towards the south side of Rozhok. They also have Redox still holding that building on the northwest side. He holds his own. It's the first time we've seen a solo Falcon being able to do that. And that's really cool, because now they have a lot of presence on the map here. Needs be, they can wrap back around again. It's going to be a little bit awkward versus E Arena, but it is possible. So they have two corners of the map, so they can confirm on either side. The worst thing to happen here if it confirms fully northeast. That's the one thing they haven't accounted for.
Arena and Alpha 7 as well, obviously in position for so long here down towards the compounds. A lot of nades being primed here.
They're ready for a crash, that's why. They know E Arena has to come across. They've heard the fighting on the south side as well. They're just priming them. That's a terrifying sight, by the way. 4 dudes, pin pulled. Not a party I'm looking to get involved with.
The mortar strike of Alpha 7 ready if you come running up towards the compound. Of course, you've got that 2-2 split as well. Toxic and Loxy inside of the buildings. Cover to work with. Shots into the back line. Horror moving up. Fireflux starting to reposition as well. That's the duo that's left alive here. They've had a great day of it so far.
Some good smokes from Falcons, but there is a lot of sightlines to contend with. Koa's up first and will get knocked. Revo's got 5 nades, so plenty here. Ascend over the top side. think the Falcons are going to find this tough, honestly. Stop short. That's a good stop as well. They know the smokes haven't dissipated yet, so they can afford to stop short. There is a shot that goes through there as E-Arena sees that Alpha 7 is distracted.
Oh, here's the problem though. It's not just nades from Alpha 7. Now they're coming in from Aura as well, down on the roadside. Now Valo is eating a ton of damage. Ralph's forced to push further up to actually get himself into cover to play with. So both barrels being given here.
Alpha 7 losing Revo. Squash just gets back up again. Tony K drops a nade, but it's long. They're in the kitchen and needs to cook this nade to perfection. Ralph finding Revo, steals that one away, but it's Toshpik to take him out. It's all down to Redox. 6 teams, last circle.
Korea firing off the shots in close range. Holds back E-Arena. Only Mormon remains. They split on the push-up, hoping they could get in before the pick-me-up. Onto Squash. Didn't go that way. Comes back to haunt them.
Valo's still up, actually. Didn't even realize it. And he's going to try and get placement here. There's potential for it as well as everyone starts to get cut out on that northern side. Now Valo walking up. This is a bold maneuver. Surprised he's even getting in here. Finds one off the back of it. Mafioso's down. Mormon's still sending nades in.
Mormon on the slow walk up. Pinpulled for the nade. Bounce round the corner. Squash gets flattened. Mormon makes the play. Potential for the follow-up as well. Close quarters combat. Carrillo trying to hold on for Alpha 7. Able to connect that back. Silence E-Arena, but now Novello knows that he can make his move. Gets up close with the DBS. Oh! Huge kill. That is a beautiful E-Limp to put them back into a position. He can get Squash back up.
Wait a minute. Regnum Kaya still going strong with Loxy. Hitting these shots here, it might not be end of the world after all. Carrillo has to send a nade over. It's not perfect, but now he's got to make the cross.
Carrillo going for it.
No way, Loxy.
Taking opportunities where they're presented. Regnum Karia being able to play this one picture perfect with the opportunities that have been presented by other teams. Everyone's overlooked them. Sideline from No Fear, living up to his name as he pops up. Silences Loxy. There's the shot back over. And that's the way it goes.
Horror played that game incredibly well. From the early rotate into the eastern side, to push out slightly further over towards GAMX, spotting all the commotion over towards Noxam Red Force and cutting away at their opposition on the eastern edge. But shout out to Loxy. I did not think the Regnum guy would survive that long, and you do want Loxy as your final player on that team when it comes to those clutch moments.
Heads up calls. Reading it so well as well. Opportunities when everyone's attention was taken away from them. Like you said, subverting expectations. It was a brutal beginning for them, but they put it together. They pieced away some points at the very least.
For Alpha 7, what a tough task they had there versus E-Arena, Falcons on one side. Not an easy maneuver to make happen. Carrillo does survive it all. Could have been pretty sick if Narvalo hit that shot, but looks a lot better from the Falcons.
It certainly does. They're building. The wings have been spread, but the action is intense. So join us for more after the break.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Well, no swimming required for Horror here. They had the perfect compound to transition into Rozhok, getting themselves that win here, as we have got them win game number 3 on the board. Brilliant stuff by them. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this victory from them. Neptura, this was all them sweeping through Rozhok, looking fantastic.
As usual, as I would expect from a team of this caliber. Hora, I have always talked about Hora. I like them a lot. I like how they play. They played it basically how I would normally expect them to. They had a really good compound, as we were talking about. We saw them sweep that edge and just wait until the perfect time to strike. Once that strike was there, they went for it.
And what I really enjoyed even before that, it was the 2-2 split that they were holding towards the east of this circle. They had an opportunity to actually third-party a fight. I think it was Noxam Red Force versus GAMX. They decided not to do that and just prioritize their game style. It worked out wonders for them, 19 points. And if we keep going down the list, I mean, it's good to see some of these names here at the top, Kyle. You got Alpha 7 with 13 points and Team Falcon as well there with 12.
They did something. No, I mean, of course, it's very important.
They did, though. It's talking about teams that did something. Is that AXTMG? 5 points, they got points.
Yes! Woo! The first 2 games, they got nothing. So we were hoping for a little bit of a step up from them, of course, here. And this is definitely a bit of a step up here, Natura.
It is. I actually really liked how they played the south side as well, right? They had a really nice split. They kept things going, but they didn't get too far out of bounds, right? They kept it together and held it, and they did a really good job here.
And even before they ended up going towards the south there of Rozhok on the mountain, between the school area, I really enjoy what the third party that they ended up doing between Regnum Karya and Kino. That was perfect, and it showed that this team is now starting to be proactive. They're not just waiting and being too patient, which is ultimately what you want to see out of a team that's now experiencing a global event once again.
All right, are we going to talk about Falcons again? Because,
yes.
There's some really cool things actually happening, Seven, of course. The rotations were amazing initially, I want to say. What do you think?
I mean, this right here, I felt like, and you kind of said it too, you said that this might have been the rotation of the tournament so far. I would definitely have to agree with that. I love that they did a 3-1 split too. They adjusted a little bit of what they were able to do in the last game, except this time they actually sent more players that could actually eliminate the rest of the squad. Great third party, but even before that, I enjoyed what they did towards the north of Rozhok, Neptura, because they were just controlling everything. They weren't letting anybody get close by.
And what I'm really enjoying from them as well is that they're learning from the group stage. They're not doing too much. They find a compound that they like. They make sure they hold that compound, and then there's no risk of them actually getting taken apart unless there's a full-on crash right against them. But so far, they're actually keeping to themselves, keeping together, and saving themselves for that late game.
Yeah, and if I had to nitpick there on this last match for Team Falcons, it would be the execution there towards the end. They did have a great rotation, but when it came down to it, they were just sending one player by one. They sent in Ko first, hoping that he'll be able to do something, and then they just stopped in an area that you were just going to get grenaded. Max was calling it out too. I got a chance to see it. At that point, just go for a full crash.
I mean, you've left one north, right? I get why they might want to do something like this, not only hunting down those elims, Neptura, but also negating the problem in Rozhok finish that is the road, because that's such a huge problem for these teams.
Yeah, it is a huge problem, and I really actually like the 1-3 split, as we were saying, right? Because it would allow them to have this pincer move going on. But I think maybe the way the zone was working or something, those 3 players on the south rotated down towards A7. They should have maybe gone onto the other side so they could do a pincer move with Redux on the north. And it just didn't work out that way, so it was a 1v1, 1-by-1.
Well, let's head down to Barney now as he is ready with Falcons to see what they think after some of these games.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Koa from Team Falcons joining me here. And I tell you what, the consistency seems like it's back, Koa, because you've had 3 matches so far. All 3 have been in the top 5, 2 second places as well. What changed from the group stage to now on the survival stage? Because you guys, it feels like you're back.
Yeah, so we had the meetings, we talked about our mistakes, and we fixed them.
Simple. Okay, that's simple and effective. You know what, Koa? I want to talk about you individually as a player because your impact since joining this team has been incredible. You've been MVP in the PMSL season, and now you've come here and you're clutching up in highly intense moments, I would say. How do you feel like you've gelled with the team, and why do you feel like it works so well?
I think it works because the team have some structure, and then my job is only to take the kills.
Your job is to go out there and farm the kills. And what's happening now? So coming into the next 3 matches, are you guys just going to keep the strategies the same? Because it seems like it's working.
Yep, we're going to keep all the same.
Koa, I like interviewing you, man. You're simple, you're to the point. I love it. Back to you guys.
Well, Barney's right. A very important place for Falcons, of course, to do well here. Live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for PUBG Mobile World Cup. We can take a look at a moment or two here from Falcons as well, because they've really been a focal point here so far, Seven. Kind of understandably in some moments.
I mean, let's even rewind it a little bit more. You got Alpha 7 being able to take control of this area, and I feel like for them, that was able to clutch about so many points. And then you got Yangon trying to send it, but Alpha 7 was ready. Just cars flying everywhere.
Yeah. And of course, the teams have to try and come in behind that and try and deal with what on earth is going on over there. But let's talk about some of these other teams, of course, here, Neptura, because Noxam Red Force, of course, as well in this game. They found themselves in a bit of the nitty-gritty and trying to get them. They've got themselves some points on for sure on the board, as we'll take a look at the overalls. But what do you think about Noxam?
They're almost there. They're almost where I want them to be, because you saw them come in against, who was it? GAMX and R8. They came in, had a really nice third party, really nice push onto GAMX, really good. Then they kind of split apart when they were trying to fight against AX Team AG. So for me, they're almost there. But we look over the overall rankings, and actually it's very close still, even though we've had different teams doing different things at different times.
It is, and I mean, look at the 8th place Regnum Karya. With this matches too, I mean, we're going to have some gaps here and there, but those teams can definitely close it up with just one match. I'm pretty sure we'll end up going there towards the second page. Something that I actually wanted to touch base with Noxam is I enjoyed that 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on. They did have a player kind of just holding it down with an just making sure that they were scouting everything, which allowed that third party that you were talking about, Neb. I wish they would have actually went north. They wouldn't have needed to challenge Hora Esports. I did not appreciate the south rotation when they ended up crashing on AXTMG. I felt like that was maybe a losing play. If they would have just gone north, played that edge on the river, that might have been a winning play for that team to clutch up even more points.
We had our concerns about R8, I think, as well, Neptura.
Yeah, we did. I really liked how they played the north side, full control of the north side. If the zone had gone their way, they probably would have won, but they didn't, and they actually, instead of playing that same position that you were just talking about, Seven, they went ahead and crashed the compound, which seemed like just to stop any momentum they had built over the course of the game.
It was a concern. I mean, hitting that compound when it's not even going to be a focal point of the circle as well, Seven, seems a little bit dubious, a little bit odd, a little bit.
It just comes down to experience from some of these teams. I feel like that's what you narrow it down. The winning play for that team would have been going towards the Western Bridge and just holding that down there. But I think maybe the proactiveness of Team Falcons might have scared them off a little bit more. But for them, I mean, if that's what you're gonna go with, it didn't end up working out for them. Maybe they'll be able to fix it up going to the next games.
That said, always difficult in an urban ending like that, of course. The road obviously causes a big problem. You're seeing how reluctant teams are to try and move from building to building. And that was what was really impressive about Hora, their actual sweep from building to building in this game here, Neptura.
Yeah, it was. And again, you not only have the road in the middle, you actually have that road in between their compound and the rest of Rosov as well. So that's very open. I think Regnum Karya had those buildings on the other side. So it was something where they had to cross over, and you can only do that by a full sweep the way Hora did. If you stop at any point, it's game over.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Time to head over to the stage once again as the lovely Veracity and Mr. Barney Banks are ready to go as well.
Welcome back to the Qiddiya Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day one of the survival stage, and tensions are high. And of course, so is the passion. But I'm here to bring you all of the highlights that we've had so far in day one. And of course, day one, we kick things off on Sandhawk. Sandhawk was extremely strong map because two teams that came into a final showdown were Team Falcons and Fireflux Esports. Fireflux took that victory, and of course, some points along with it, 17 in total. But E-Arena managed to secure 9 eliminations. So an honourable mention goes to them. Are you still up there?
Barney, if these players can make it through survival stage, I can too. I've had the best view in the house right now, Barney, and let me tell you right now, match 2 was proof of the fact that the Falcons were able to spend their day off in the most fabulous fashion ever, Barney. Yeah, don't worry about that. I've been snacking away. The Falcons, they've been sharpening their talons, Barney, to say the very least. They soared their way to the very top of our standings. And not only that, they managed to walk away with eliminations left, right and centre. But unfortunately, Fireflux Esports began clipping away at their wings. Our final fight, though, it saw Power Esports taking down the lone survivor representing the Falcons, and that was Koa, marking the 3rd chicken dinner right here at this event for Power Esports.
Going into map number 3, Noxam Red Force kicked things off extremely strong with 10 eliminations by stage 7 of that particular map. But in the end, it was Horror Esports that managed to clinch that victory and claim that chicken dinner for their own as well. So that's nice. A good amount of points for Horror Esports, veracity.
You know what, Barney? Enough chit-chat from us. I want to go ahead and dive into match number 4, baby. Let's do this.
Great to see Veracity finally getting down from the high ground. She was up there for a while. Saw the banana peel, a whole bunch of candy. She was vegging out, but what else are you going to do when you're stuck on an island? Speaking of which, we're going into Erangel for map number 4, PMWC. It's been exciting today, truly, and the reason why his teams that didn't necessarily perform well during the group stage are really showing up in the survival stage. We've already witnessed Fireflux, right, get a victory, which was their first winner chicken dinner of the tournament. That includes their group stage performance. Now for Power, well, they sit at a total of 3, granted 1 for today, and the Nora showing up and getting a win in game number 3 and doing it in sensational fashion, which puts the pressure, John, on so many other wonderful teams. Falcons, Alpha 7, right? Those teams looking to make it up to the top.
Absolutely. There is this really interesting dynamic that unfolds, right, when you take the best 8 teams out, well, best, you know, for now,
that's right,
teams out of the lobby. It creates this vacuum, and that pulls in these teams from beneath them. It pushes them towards the top and creates a lot of turbulence. When you start to add those factors all together, it can get a little bit spicy, and that's what we've witnessed so far at the start of today. At the moment, we're looking at half the lobby going through to the finals at the end of these 2 days of the survival stage, and because of that, we're expecting the points boundary to be somewhere around that 70-point mark, and teams are starting to have achieved half of that already, and a lot of the teams towards the top actually already pushing over 30.
That's it. Over 30 is big, especially when you start to go down towards the bottom. We take a look at top 8 currently. 8th place, Regnum Caria, sitting with 16 points around there anyways. They're going to have to definitely step it up. They're on the bubble, at least at the moment. It's still early goings. 3 more games today, 6 more tomorrow to determine our top 8 and, of course, our bottom 8. But if you're Kinotrope, Tense Game, Influence, Rage, and, well, really the list goes on, you've got to be a little bit worried, but you can't be too much in your head. Again, there's still time, but time will eventually run out. Heading into Game 4, our last Erangel of the day. Before we hop into Miramar, it's going to be exciting. We've seen some great city finishes already as it stands. Now I'm hoping we get a little bit of the military zones.
That Key Crusher is hungry, and we have only one way to feed it. It's crunching through these survival stages, and we will be heading in to Erangel once more. All 64 of our players locked and hopefully loaded into the plane from Lipovka over towards the southwest side, over towards Quarry. The plane path fairly chilled out right now. Lovely little dog decal there on the back wing of the plane. He's having a great time. Not so much for our players on the inside, though.
Flying high, flying high. Okay, so plane path looks Pretty good, pretty standard. Everybody who wants to go wherever they want to go pretty much has free reign to do so. Georgia Pool obviously going to see quite a bit of activity up there with Alpha 7 and Co. America's Region's loving that location. For the rest, though, military, I'm feeling it in my bones. John, I think this next zone is about to be spicy. I'm hoping I'm right, but I hope I just cast a Kirsten.
It's a bones-based feeling here.
I'm feeling it.
And we're going purely off the vibe.
That's it.
That's exactly what we're here for. That's the only way to go.
You said the word.
Purely, yeah, and well, had to fill out that bingo card. Heading on out to the northwest side, I reckon. Zarky circles. That's my bones-based vibes play.
Okay, I wouldn't mind Zarky. I think Zarky's great. Again, a couple of teams that notably love to go out there. Actually, speaking of which, let's talk about it. Alpha 7 typically goes towards Zarky. Georgia Pool, Lipovka is where they decide to go this time around. And, well, we don't get either, but we do get right in the middle of what we were predicting. I'm still happy with this, and it's going to benefit quite a few other rosters. For example, E-Arena, Kinotrope going to be feeling quite happy. Power, who's had a standout day, currently sitting in third place, 31 points. And, well, let's not forget also getting that Game 2 winner chicken dinner on Erangel, now set up quite nicely to potentially do just the same in game number 4. They'll be central at the moment, a bit spread out, but plenty of time to get together. For Yangon Galactica, they are going down towards military to start looting up and also, of course, get their vehicles. Now, for them, though, maybe a potential to go over to the Western Bridge, maybe a scuffle with Kinotrope, maybe R8, but still early goings, and I'm not seeing any hot drops at the moment.
No, there aren't going to be too many right now. The plane path cutting straight through the middle allows a lot of access to places. I mean, obviously, the Alpha 7 relocation to Lipovka, going to that backup drop, it really just opens things up. If they'd have stuck to their guns and tried to go to North George, there would have been a hot drop on some of those vehicles out the west side, so a reasonable adjustment there. Aura and Influence Rage, probably the closest by to one another right now, up towards Yasnaya, but it looks like they're just sort of keeping each other at arm's distance. They don't want to get too aggy with it, and I think rightly so. You certainly, when you have a numbers advantage, don't want to push too hard, and Influence Rage as well, just looking to keep things calm, especially down in that 12th place. They want to get out of this early drop into those later game rotations.
Falcons also pretty much dead center. They have nobody around them, at least at the moment. They've had a stellar day. We talked about it throughout the group stage. Falcons, bit of an underperformance, right? Needing to step it up in the survival stage where their tournament lives are at risk. It would be weird, I must say, not to see Team Falcons representing in the final stages in that Smash Point competition, but they're doing very, very well. We mentioned 70 being the cutoff. They've already surpassed the halfway point. They still have a little bit more work, but let's face it, Falcons, if they can perform well in these back end of the 3 games of our 6 today, they can absolutely qualify based off of day 1.
The thing that's very encouraging about the Falcons' performance right now that maybe isn't attributed to the other teams that sit around them is that they've done this through consistency, right? They haven't won a game yet. They have just been consistently getting into the top 5, right? And that is a great result for the Falcons to be able to have that spot available to them. The downside of what I've seen from them today is that there have been good rotations, good decisions being made. Yes. Mechanical execution of them has been subpar. Specifically, I think it's safe to say Ralph has had a couple of missteps, and I think Narvalo as well, obviously going down a lot earlier in the games than they would have liked to. You can attribute that to getting a little bit too bold on the scouting, maybe less of a mechanical issue, but I do think there are still a few wobbles here and there, and hopefully they can get themselves nice and steady, because it's working right now. The question is, will it work if they go to the finals? Would you bring back those top 8 teams?
Yeah, and that's a question, right? And that's a question they're going to have to ask themselves when they do head into the finals. Obviously, the task at hand now is just top 8. And, well, speaking of one of those teams who's close to the bubble is Alpha 7 on your screen, a team that obviously is coming in with squash this time around, but regardless, the returning champions, the heroes of the Americas region who play so incredibly well. I would be, again, just like the Falcons narrative, it would be so weird not to see Alpha 7 representing themselves during the Smash Points group or finals just coming up next week. But for Alpha 7, they're still relatively healthy. I do feel like they have gotten punished at multiple moments, but for now, I'm not too worried about them. I think they're going to be just fine. Now, for other teams from the Americas region, Influence, Rage, Intense Game, I do start to get a bit worried. I don't think they are performing well. And you go back to Influence Rage during the group play, specifically their performance during day 1 group play for them. I felt they were coming in hot. I thought they looked great, but survival stage, nothing like their group play performance.
No, I mean, it does really change the dynamic, as I mentioned before, right? When you are taking out those top 8 teams in every single match, no matter which groups we're in, you're expecting there to be about 5, maybe 6 of those teams in the top 8 to be playing in the lobby, and removing those teams has really changed the dynamics here. And teams have taken advantage of that. And like you were highlighting there, some teams have had to eat mud on the flip side, right? Because you have to for a team to do better, another team has to do worse, right? Swings around the bounds.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Well, I will say Team Vision also another roster that surprised me being so far down. You go back to group play and they were performing incredibly well, having plenty of highlight moments. Were they in the top echelon? No, but Vision still a team that is struggling. Ragnar Karya now in a fight against AXTMG and Silas, a guy who, again, is trying to create history for himself. He's already has a large history of performances and great moments throughout PUBG Mobile history. This tournament would complete the trifecta he's currently trying to get, so that's a big opening elimination for him. And for AXTMG, the struggles live on.
I think Reckon and Kaya are looking weak this tournament in a way that couldn't be said, I think, for Alpha 7 or Falcons.
Sure.
They haven't really been in these positions to really take too much. They earned a couple of points on a few of the days, but obviously they're here in the survival stages, and I'm hoping that they can stand up. Like you said, with Silas having that PMGO victory, having that PMGC victory under the belt, adding that third would be the first player in history to do so. But at the moment, they need to piece it back together, especially coming off of a weak season back in Europe, right? These guys only qualified because they had that extra qualification spot from winning PMGO at the start of the year. So the fact that they're only here because of that earlier performance, it does add questions to this roster. And right now they're on 8th place. So they would, if things close down now, be going through. And I think I would be disappointed not to see them go through, but they do still have a long way to go. And when they're put back in the fold with the 8 teams already qualified, the same thing's true of as what I said for the Falcons, right? There are those questions that just don't have an answer right now.
Alpha 7 in ruins, currently only team over in this location. Influence Rage skirting just to the north side for them, but getting quite contested towards the middle as we would expect. Regnum Karya being one of them. Dead center. Power as well. Haven't really done too much, but you wouldn't expect them to. They're centered. They're happy where they're currently at. For Kinatrope, well, they've got people all around them, but again, same situation. Nobody really to fight at the moment. Potentially Noxam Red Force a little bit later, who, mind you, I've been very, very impressed with. Had a chance to speak with Benny yesterday. Super impressed with his mindset. He wants to be the best, and well, this tournament is one of the ways to prove it. Well, here we go. Going south now. It does shift just a bit, which could benefit Yangon Galacticos, who could potentially stay over on the military side if they don't want to fully commit for the bridge rotate, but it also puts them at risk of getting gate kept by R8 Noxam Red Force. That's one of the things they're going to have to consider.
A lot of teams now looking to make their move. A hard south shift forces teams to rotate at the same time. I'm seeing Fireflux moving into the hills to the south of Pachinki there. Noxam Red Force actually regrouping to the compound that sits over that long hillside that borders the south edge of this circle, where R8 currently take up occupation. Fireflux actually rotating away. Looks like they're going to try and push into the east side of that, and all of these teams from the north going to try and move on top of each other. It is intense game. It is Alpha 7 moving in this area. You've got Power as well, who are a little bit ahead of the curve, and Influence Rage, actually the three-peat of the Americas teams. And when you only have one good team in the region,
right,
well, you know who you want to see get out of it.
Yeah, this is going to be weird because, like you said, you got all 3 Americas region teams, ironically, just right next to each other. You would, I guess, expect that with similar play styles, kind of similar mindsets, obviously from the same region, but it seems like they kind of do this invisible handshake. You go on your way, I'll go on my way, they'll go on their way, and we'll avoid each other for the time being. But as deeper as Influence Rage starts to go, closer and closer, they start to get the power.
Fireflux did actually turn around. They're now still in those hills, but it's GAMX, it's Yangon Galacticos, who have now crossed the bridge as well on the south side of the circle, who are poking their noses in. You've also got E-Arena, who have sent a scout down south towards Noxam Red Force, towards R8, but now Alpha 7 have actually cut off that retreat. On the north side, Aura, Influence Rage now clashing, trying to take position, and first blood for Lorazit.
Influence Rage, great shot. Sleepy from a distance, though, takes little boy all the way down to just a sliver of health. He's most likely going to be finished off relatively soon. I don't foresee him getting picked back up. Of course, the medkit pops, but still, Influence Rage got to fight hard. They've, again, struggled so much throughout the survival stage so far across the first 3 maps. They need to hold their ground. Not to mention, Power also starting to come in for a bit of a third party, and No Fear is gone.
A nice little flex out there from Al-Haji. Puts the stone in, gets the result he's looking for, adds a point to the tally. Pleased to see you. Power now actually going to put more pressure on. They're moving down, and Influence Rage playing with 4. They're locked into the building. They're surrounded by E-Arena and by Power now, who have pushed Easy actually very, very close to this situation. That was a bit too bold, and I think they've read into that. They will pull him back, fold him back into the rest of the team.
E-Arena being on the outskirts scares me, however, for Influence Rage. Such a talented roster. They have really proven themselves throughout not only their second day of group play, but also throughout the survival stages already. Having some high placings. Zone will shift once again. Alpha 7 very, very safe where they currently are. Influence Rage, same story. E-Arena, Power around them. Intense game, though, might alleviate some of that pressure. They start the push in. Power encompassing their location. We get on board with the fight going down. IG versus Power. It will be, I believe, will it be a 3v4, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, currently that's how it sits. Power were a little bit split, but it looks like they're regrouping. They do have that off angle just across the way. Nade in over towards Easy from Silence, and he's quietening him down pretty nicely there. Al-Haji holding the flank still against Influence Rage, but maybe he needs to worry about the inside, but handles business from Fidan. On the outskirts there, looking to try and keep his team in this fight. Silas has the challenge down the alleyway, but both of them back off the angle.
Here we go, Power pushing up. Petrino cooking a nade. Al-Haji wants to take him out before it can get thrown, but now he has to reposition himself. IG running on fumes, and Al-Haji looking to put him into the grave earlier than they wanted, and that's exactly what will happen. IG struggles will continue.
Power have been stepping up today. A little bit lackluster, well, more than a little bit lackluster in the group stages earlier on in last week's games, but today it looks like Power are here to play. They added on some cheeky chicken dinners. They've been able to now get in and amongst it. It is a return to form for them, and hopefully they can keep this going. No! Vision.
Just about to point out Ralph, he was separated from his roster. Falcons have been leaving players, stragglers, to be the scouts for the rest of the trio, whoever's out. First it was Redux in the last game, we were talking about him, and now this time it's Ralph, who's, well, potentially in no man's land. I say that, but here comes the rest of the roster trying to pick him back up. Getting Ralph back into the fight, being a 4-man unit, is definitely going to be the way they want to go. It's a question now of vision and how hard they want to push this engagement.
The forward duo for Falcons have a position in this next circle. Koa and Navallo looking to try and stanchion them down. Try and keep things under control here. Koa puts pressure. The res was sent over towards Ralph. He's up there in a vehicle now, and they can rotate away. Vision actually not opting to crash onto that position. Instead, trying to get ahead of the rotation and split Falcons off from their forward duo.
Now it's a question of Power, and do they want to continue to push the issue? And I guess not at the moment. Vision unintentional, though. Even though they do go up top, they still manage to pass by Falcons, and they are in hot pursuit, shooting some shots at Ralph. The early knock that they got a little bit earlier, now trying to get the finish. Influence Rage also in the area, and they're going full send. AXTMG also off in the line of sight. So this is getting a bit chaotic in the open field, and as they are pretty much dead center of the zone, everybody's going to be collapsing in. And now Jiggle from Aura. Regis, you got Silas also up there. Vision Bolt is pushing in, trying to take everybody on, and he's going to fall a bit flat.
Vision do a mad rotate through everybody in the circle into the middle of an open field. It was a death ball that they just sent in, hoping to all hell that they'd make it, and they just really didn't. It was honestly a pretty terrible position there for Vision to take.
100%.
I think that is probably coming off of from the Falcons what was potentially one of the most exciting, fresh, new, dynamic rotations in the tournament so far into what I think I would categorize as the worst rotation I've seen this tournament.
Fully agree, and especially because you get a fresh knock on the Falcons and you don't even fully commit for the finish. You have the man advantage in that moment, and then you decide to pull away, allow Falcons to get the res, and then full send it in the middle of 5 teams? Nah, that just doesn't make sense, and well, clearly they are struggling today as They just sit at the very bottom with only 2 points. Hopefully, they'll start to get it together. A lot of teams on the north, stragglers, trying to come on in. Kinetro, Power. You also have Influence Rage as well. It's going to be pretty tight up towards the northern side of the zone. The first team to get in might be able to play Gatekeeper, but for the time being, everybody's got a lot of space to work with, but that's the thing. There's just a lot of space out in the open, vast area, which is the zone.
Yeah, that hillside to the south edge, that tree-covered hill ridge that currently R8 sits on, that Fireflux is sitting on as well, it can contain maybe one more team, but it's going to start to get squashed. Alpha 7 going to be looking to do just that. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, Influence Rage, they're trying to move, but so are Power. And Power are on form today. With 5 elims already, they found Lorazin. AXTMG going to look for that flush as well. And the third parties coming through from Falcons, who have managed to all get to the same shack out in the open field.
That's it, same shack, so they're going to be all together. They can focus fire, but they are being gate kept just a little bit by Noxam Red Force way off in the distance at the compound. So Power need to, or excuse me, Falcons need to be a little bit careful. For Power's perspective, though, the reason why they were so successful in that little scuffle they had with Influence Rage has spread themselves apart with the 2-2 split. Power are moving together as one unit. They are wolf packing, making it very difficult for any stragglers or any split ups, like for example Influence Rage, maybe even Kinetruck for a moment, to fight against this 4-man unit of Power. And I think I owed their success to, again, them being on the same page, sticking together. It's hard to take on a full force unit, but teams now start to settle down a little bit. Kinetruck is going to go ahead and take over the west, or should be eastern side zone. Power will start to move in. AXTMG still running on fumes, but Henry may be looking to make a solo play against Power once they rotate in. We'll see what he can do.
Has got a forward position to assist with him in Cyrax, but they are very, very split, and in the open fields, it is going to be a difficult crossing. Power moving past Fidan, actually moving close towards that forward position, maybe actually over into Influence Rage. Fidan circling here. Easy's going to roll straight on up. Al-Haji sending in a barrel, sent down the lane towards Influence Rage, and Easy goes in first, does manage to get traded off, but they lose one of their players. Now, can they handle Lil Boy on the inside? Al-Haji take it down, and Influence Rage maybe trying to stop Power dead in their tracks. Fidan on the outside here with the AUG, hasn't managed to find it, and Lil Boy goes for the res.
Lil Boy's going for the res. Lil Boy now out. He knows he has to leave this. There's too much utility to use. And the juke, the bait and switch to take down the remainder of Power to stay alive. The Falcons are now starting to move in, and I fear this might be the ending of Lil Boy. But the med kit is popped. He's back up, but the nades are rolling in, and Falcons are starting to close the vice grip. But Lil Boy stands on his own 2 feet for a little bit longer to get one more final knock.
Ralph needs to get rezzed here on the inside. They've got a couple of vehicles to play with, but this is not going to be enough of a position. A massive flex back out from the Falcons. They are getting spicy with it. Alpha 7 in the meantime marauding around and sweeping through the western side. They might try and push in and capitalize on this chaos.
Squash taking a lot of damage. Arena moving in. Squash ready for this. However, Alpha 7 starts to crumble. Mormon gets to clean up on Revo. And, well, the rest of the Alpha 7 roster now in shambles. Only one remaining. It's Mafioso. He chose to stay back just a little bit. And, well, he's going to have to go at it alone as a solo for anything, right? Going for placement points. Maybe potentially trying to get the remaining cleanups. I mean, after all, E-Arena does have 2 down players.
Falcons got really keen to push up towards that north side, but it means that they've got 3 players in position to potentially pick up these points towards E-Arena. You can see these nades are starting to ring on out, and it's actually from R8 who are able to close down Alpha 7 here. But E-Arena suffering as they try and go for that cross, that northern flex out. The Falcons were all held down towards that number 3 on the minimap there on Narvalo, but now with that flex out, they have those off angles. They now need to rotate back on in. You can see the vehicles they got available to them though, and they should be able to make this crossing.
Yeah, E-Arena will maybe split the difference between them. Narvalo might be able to put additional pressure with that split. Noxious Red Force still dead center, by the way. They're going to play an big impact as we get later and later into the stages. R8, the team that, just like others, have been struggling quite a bit. Opposite of another team that is relatively low in the standing. Shangon Galactica, Saycloud Smile just up ahead. Mormon starting to roll in from E-Arena. I would be very, very impressed if Mormon can even pick up one. But with this off angle on R8, I don't know. I'm thinking he can at least start to hurt R8 a little bit, which could open up the door for Young Galacticas to potentially get a clean win here.
That's what they'll be looking for here. GAMX trying to push in on the southeast side in the meantime as Fireflux try and hold their own. So far, looks to be in the favor of Fireflux, but Regnum Kaya are chiming in across the way from the north side, pulling them now down to 3 confirmed. GAMX playing with just the 1. It may not be enough to take down Fireflux, but damage has been done, and that's going to slow them down. Talking about those holds out to the west side towards Yangon Galacticos, it really does entrench them in this position a little bit longer.
Fireflux staying alive a little bit longer, start to push up towards Yangon Galactica. Strax is, well, in the thick of it. Smoke out, nades starting to move in. Falcons keeping the pressure up. Just such a sensational day from Team Falcons, just on the edge of taking over first place. AXTMG are now gone, and Falcons have been hugely aggressive, and man, from one team to another, they now push up onto Kinotrop. The question is, do they know they're sitting in the weeds?
They have managed to spot that first knock, right? So they know that there is a team there sort of trying to navigate the northern side with a hard north shift. It would be a very viable team to try and take out, but Falcons overcommitting here would expose them to Noxam Red Force, who have been in this compound since the start of Phase 2, almost Phase 1 in fact. They have been chilling here in big ways, right? One Elim, very quiet, difficult to leave if they had to rotate away, but they have control over so much of this open ground now.
Without a doubt, and not to mention playing gatekeeper to Fireflux, playing gatekeeper to Yangon Galacticus, who's going to have to move into them potentially. So I expect them to be at 5 eliminations relatively soon if they can do everything right. They're already in a very healthy spot, just 4 points away from taking over first place. R8 has been tempting this fight opposite of Falcons for quite some time. They managed to stay up. They, of course, only have 3 members, but you can do a lot of damage with 3. But you mentioned Noxam Red Force playing the gatekeepers, and well, Damar's going straight into him.
Just going straight on through, trying to see if he can keep an edge, and it looks like they're going to let him play on this wall for now, but the Falcons might have something to say about that. Damar may be exposed. The rest of R8 actually going to continue that push. He knows he's getting unchallenged, so they've got that western building under control. An interesting decision for Noxam Red Force not to hold them out. They're going to give the western side of the compound to R8.
Compound so critical to keep in play, especially if you get blessed by the next zone, which could very well happen. Now, you do have to consider another fight, obviously, right before your eyes. Fireflux as well as Yangon Galactica says they might cannibalize each other. As soon as that happens, now they move into Noxam Red Force in the R8 fight. So it's going to be one fight to another, and now you have to prioritize which one is more important for you to take the third party or go head-to-head. For Fireflux, they can, in fact, wrap around the eastern side and maybe take over where the crate is currently at, or they can decide to push. Right now, they're just kind of just seeing what's out there, but with the hovercraft, I think Yangon Galacticus need to take advantage of that. For me, I'm wrapping around. I don't want to full send it. I don't want this third party, but maybe they do.
I mean, it's already smoking. It's really dangerous to be heading on in like that, but Yangon Galacticos full crash onto the northern point, and Noxam Red Force look to hold. A meat grinder found through the window, but Yangon Galacticos somehow avoid the spinning blades that Noxam Red Force will send out towards them. Smile is hunting them down, and that's 3 players already falling. Romeo the only casualty. R8 looking at third party, but not really finding too much. It's over almost before it started. And Fireflux are now in on the east side.
But Doc also hits a great shot onto Solus from Fireflux through the window, and now he can capitalize with the nade. You have, of course, Marth and R8 on the outskirts. Nades galore starting to come through. Doc still standing up with the full challenge on the outskirts. Matt Cap, though, great shots with the DBS, will push Doc back.
Forces it back into the inside of the building. Yangon Galacticos and R8 are dealing with each other right now, which means that this is a 1v1 on this corner of the compound, and Doc wants to try and conclude that point and play on from there. Yangon Galacticos successful on the first crash, but R8 challenging them now on the angle, playing with 3 as well. Marth retreats back up to the warehouse, and the Falcons have been marching ever closer as time goes on, but finally Narvalo has a knock sent his way, and they'll have to slow it down just for a beat.
Massive fan of R8 disengaging, going to the shed. That's going to give them a great foothold within this chaotic compound area. Meanwhile, for Kinotrope, they are in dire straits. You already got 1 player very weak and down, and you've got 2 more who's also relatively weak. You've got, of course, you've got a team pushing up onto your location, nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. The only thing you can do is hit the dirt. For Regnum Karya, you mentioned them underperforming. Well, look at them now. Top 8, also So all 4 players alive and pushing the issue on the remaining players at Kinetro.
Silas lands a nade right on their heads there. Now with 1 player left standing, they are going to try and take down Kinetrope entirely. Ooh, nearly getting that full knock, but Silas has to disengage. He is going to have to fall back to the rest of his team. Only 1 nade left, and you want to be saving that for a little bit later, especially in these open fields. They are so valuable.
Without a doubt, but they also have a drop, so that's going to be big for them as well. Falcons still on the outskirts. R8 starting to tease them a bit with a couple of shots. It's going to be tough to take down R8. Obviously, Falcons keep them at bay. You still got Yangon Galacticus, who's going to be just behind you. And for Fireflux, Matt Cap, I believe, is down and out, and that will be the end of Fireflux. Regardless, still a great game. In second place, they will continue to stay within top 8. Now, for Noxam Red Force, 1 player remains. That's going to be Doc, who heroically stayed alive on the 2nd floor building of where he currently is. Now, for Falcons, are they potentially making a push? Are they making a rotation? Well, no, they've got to park the bus because R8 continues to punish them.
They try and get up towards the hay bale, but the cover isn't there. Damar has been tearing them to pieces. Chunks of Falcon flying left and right as he's blasting them away here. And it's just unfriendly atmospheres out on the northwestern side. There's more to do. Marth's going to have a go. Have a crack, and now it's just the 1 player. No, it's the no players as Falcons fall flat on their rotate up towards the north.
Which is so disappointing. Falcons were on fire. The way they were pushing teams was excellent, and they didn't want to fully commit for this compound play. They wanted to skirt the edge, but there's just no coverage on the outskirts, right? And unfortunately, a little bit too overexposed, but good on R8 to take advantage of that moment. Now, all eyes on Regnum Karya, who have to push through an open space. Smoke so valuable in the moment. Now, it's just a mad dash forward. The question is, can they even make any headway? R8, Yangon Galacticus, Doc from Noxam Red Force is going to be looking straight at him.
Immediately covering this field in smoke. Stage 8 circle closes dead center, and that will put us on the north side of this compound. None of these teams currently have position there, so if Regnum Karya can get up to the wall successfully, they're going to have a great shot here, but they're going for the wraparound. Damar on the wall looks to try and hold his nerve, but he's already taken down in a second as well. A blast on the sidelines here for R8, and they will be torn apart. Regnum Karya with a clean roll-up and give themselves a chance for 12 elims and more into this circle. 4 elims remain, could be a 26-point game.
Absolute insanity. Regnum Karya looking so incredibly strong, down to our top 3. Duck from Noxam Red Force to Solo, who has stayed alive as long as he possibly can, looking to play spoiler to the chances of Regnum Karya, potentially Yangon Galacticos 4 and 3, both respectively alive for those very rosters. Doc, though, give him credit, man, staying alive is just massive in this moment. And the question is, who wants to make the first move? I don't know just yet, but with the way that Regnum Karya just pushed into R8, I've got to favor him.
I'm thinking about Regnum Karya and their position and thinking perhaps they want to try and take the wall side of this compound. You could potentially be there. It's fairly nadeable, which makes it a little bit dangerous depending on what sort of utility Yangon Galacticos are going to be working with. But having that angle that controls the open courtyard to the north side of this Yangon Galacticos building would be absolutely huge. But for now, Regnum Karya going to allow themselves a little bit of time, a little bit of breathing room, get those healing ticks back up from those stims. They also don't know where this last solo player is, which means that they're probably wary as to where that off angle could be.
I like where Wild is currently at. He's going to be protecting the backside, allowing his teammates to just focus on what's in front of them. You do not want to get flanked, and there is a potential, right? Yangon Galacticus can send a player down to where Wild is currently at. That would basically spell the ending of this fight. I do have to question how annoying Doc is going to be in this moment, though. I think Doc is a solo. I really think he's going to affect the fight once Yangon Galacticus as Regnum Karya start to collapse into each other. Silas is starting to make a move, and he is taking that advanced position, which is great, but Doc knows this, and Doc is going to be opposite of him. Yangon Galacticus moving in. SayCloud and Doc potentially about to square off.
Silas opening the building. I don't think you want to step in there just yet. Doc now getting pressure put on him. Yangon Galacticos know he's there, know that this fight happened earlier, and they will take care of him. So so no more annoyances from the side. But Yangon Galacticos have invested time, and the question is, what have Regnum Karya done with it? They've moved out to the north side, up and to that wall position. The nade over towards Silas drops short from Smile, and everybody's cooking them. How much more have they got left in the back pocket? Loxy with a long lob, doesn't quite connect, and another one sent over towards Silas. Sees the numbers even. 3 versus 3, and Wild falls next.
All right, Regnum Karya now with the 3 versus 3, as you said. SayCloud, Smile, nades are cooking. They're throwing, but are they connecting? Well, not just yet. Loxy, though, down. Loxy down. Yangon Galacticos managed to make it happen and take the win. Regnum Karya, a heroic effort, a wonderful game, but at the end, that was the ending, man. Well done, dude. I think today the games we have had have been phenomenal. Regnum Karya, the champion, or excuse me, Yangon Galacticos, the champions with 9 elims, huge.
A brilliant result for them in the end. And Yangon Galacticos, yeah, the 2P to see that one close it down. That position that Doc held in the end, okay, a little bit more aura farming coming through from Yangon Galacticos, hitting them with the boat dance. But you know what? In the end, it felt like Regnum Karya maybe gave a little bit too much leeway to Yangon Galacticos. They played towards the back of the compound for a long time, right? They could have potentially taken control, gone a little bit further forwards. The circle closed a little bit further south than I thought it would, so it could have been a little bit more of a decision maker there, but I think getting rid of Doc was brilliant from Yangon Galacticos. Regnum Karya allowed them to transverse, though, across that compound. They could have done more. 12 elims in a second place, however, that's going to put you up on, what, 18 points on the match, and that's a great result.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially since we talked about their struggles. So a game like this, very much needed, puts them closer to that potential theoretical 70-point threshold. Regnum Karya looking so very strong. There it is. Game number 4 is done. We go to a break. When we come back, Game 5 Miramar coming your way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Hadi oğlum.
Beraber.
Bir canı bunda.
Tamam.
Bekle oğlum, beni bekle, beni bekle. Bekliyorum. Basıyor, can basıyor mu?
Ya basmıyor.
Nice!
Nice oğlum lan!
بس بنيت
ورا المكان ابو علي يمين
يجي بقرب
من تحت
انا نصيد نيت
مش في ذا نايس وان ها بالعب ما راح يتنوك يزعلوا يجيب الزون
يجيب الزون بفيد ها
يجيب الزون ها
انا بهدي ما بيك
الرايقين خلي موت جون
انا ما بيك انا
ايوه خلي موت جون ولا ورا تنوك
نايس يا نايس يلا
سرنا حجي كلنا هناك
Yangon goes absolutely celestial here from Galacticos as they have brought the big bang at the very end and getting themselves the win here at the PMWC, at the EWC. Of course, brilliant win from them coming in for the last Erangel of the day. I've got 7 as well as Neptura to talk about this one. It's absolutely intergalactic coming in from Yangon. Just space puns.
Yeah, space puns. We gotta hold space for that one for a second. Yeah, very nicely done. No, but I think they're very good. I know, that's lame. Stop it. Don't laugh at me. What I'm trying to say is...
teams are very good.
No, they're all very good.
10 out of 10
but
analysis.
Are they all very good with those nades? Because Regnum were looking very good to actually just overtake and just storm through that compound. And Yangon went, I don't think so. We have nades. We have nades and we have a lot of them. We don't even need our weapons.
It sounds like you right British accent. What's going on? Actually, the more I've talked to Neptura over this few days, she's starts talking about, I don't know about that, James. I'm like, stop it. Stop making fun of me. What's going on?
Really not.
She sounds just like you. But Yangon, I was actually really impressed with not only just the nades, the proactiveness that they showed throughout that match. I mean, even if you rewind it earlier on, the push that they did on Noxam Red Force, that was the impressive part. Them being able to now control that, making sure that the last player for Noxam Red Force backed up. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, 19 points for that team. And Regnum Karya, the way this team was playing Neptura, just towards the north, sweeping everything, getting all those eliminations too.
I really loved how they played this. A 1-3 split through the field, just trying to hedge all their bets against the other teams in the field. And then we were talking about the smoke road that they were doing, that blockade of smokes, not telling any team where they're going at any one time. They were like, we're not going to hint at anything. You have no idea where we're going next. And it worked very well for them.
Definitely, as all these teams are getting ready to get into Miramar now as well, but we've got more to talk about, of course. That compound, that farm compound, Noxam Red Force, of course, technically early on has the lockdown on this compound, but it's a case of, do you have it too early? Because for me, 7, it felt like the rest of the lobby knew exactly how to dismantle them.
Let's break it down. Let's break it down a little bit. No, the thing is, I agree with you, but I feel like that team just fell asleep in a way because they got R8 being able to be the first team that pushed them, right? And then they kind of gave away that warehouse. After that, the team was just super passive. They created pretty much a nice little 2-2 between those teams. Yeah. Okay, you stay over there, we stay over here, and they just weren't ready for any type of push. And that's when Yangon Galacticos just took full care of it. Like, you need to see that proactiveness. And I was actually hoping that Regnum Cario was going to end up winning this match because they were being so proactive. Not only just with the sweeping, as you mentioned, the smokes that they put out as well, but the reaction of Yangon Galacticos there towards the end, making sure they swept around as well, got all the nades ready, got all the knocks, is what got them the win.
Yeah, and I want to go back just a little bit further back into the mid game, right? Yangon making that initial push. I have so much to say about that because Noxam really fumbled there, right? You had R8 with that one solo, Damar coming into the compound. Nobody was touching that compound. Everybody was too scared of it, right? Damar comes in and goes, actually, I'm going to test the waters a little bit. And Biddy's like, oh, my bad. Sorry. Didn't know you were there. It's cool. And he immediately backs off. So R8 see that, go, oh, well, they're not really all that scary. They push in. Yangon go, oh, they've given them all that space. Well, we might as well sandwich them while we're at it. And Noxam actually told the entire lobby, all the teams around them, that actually we're in a weak position. We're a weak team. We're not going to defend this, so you can come and walk all over us. And it's just in that tiny little thing of Binny just moving back slightly. There wasn't this strong push over towards Damar and shut that down immediately. If they had done that, they would have won the game, I think, because it's just nobody would have touched them after that.
Let's take a look at head-to-head here then, brought to you by the Saudi National Bank as Team Falcons in number 1 and Yangon Galacticos. A very important win for them will move them up into 8th place here, 7, as Yangon was able to wrestle away the compound from everybody else and go
What, how did they go?
Yeah.
But it's an impressive play. I want to see Falcons continue doing what they've been doing, because in that last game, it felt like they were maybe going to go for the winning play. It felt like they were maybe going to be the team that was actually going to end up doing what Regnum Cario ended up doing. That wasn't the case. And you know what? Let's talk about this overall before I continue on, because Team Falcons with those 42 points and somewhat of a healthy gap there to 8th place.
Somewhat of a healthy gap, yes. A very important start to the day for Team Falcons. Fireflux obviously really yielding great results. There is one name here slightly omitted from our top 8 that really springs to mind, that really isn't that really should be in our top 8. Alpha 7 Neptura still not here. I will say, from my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to know your expert opinion on this, they still look like they're not very decisive about their choices, still finding themselves on edge plays and not really being able to work it out there. What do you think?
It's wild to me because it's almost like they don't know the lobby. I mean, these are teams and players that they have played against for years. And yet they're here like they're the new kid on the block going, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't want to tread on any toes. Sorry, you're over there. My bad. It's like, you're Alpha 7. You won last year. What are you doing?
It's the decision making. The decision making is not there. We saw it earlier in Sandhog. We've been seeing it throughout. I mean, even in group stages too. Yeah. It's just not there.
It's tough. It is tough. Before we actually get into the next game, of course, we have the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live, of course, this weekend from August 1st to the 3rd. Log in, summon surprise airdrops, and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. There's more to go. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump into the game now for your vote on your favorite airdrop partner as well. You might even score yourself some awesome surprises and gifts from them else. We also have plenty of unboxing going on here. I know Maxman's deep in the unboxing right now between games because he's not done it before. We need to get him on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's going for it. Anyway, of course, it's now time to head over to the commentator team for all the action. It's Miramar, the Dusty Dunes. Let's go.
So there you go, beautiful unboxings leading into the final 2 maps of the day, where we will reach our halfway mark through the survival stages, and our teams will be hoping against hope and hopefully doing a little bit more than that as well to take themselves into the finals. 8 slots are there at the moment, as the desk highlighted towards the end. The indecisive, timorous Alpha 7. Uncharacteristic of them, but they are in 9th place right now. They want to end strong, and Miramar kind of is their map to do it.
That's right. Miramar is a phenomenal map when it comes to the Alpha 7 roster. They have performed well on Miramar throughout all of Americas, and I expect them to do it just here. And I've seen them pull off literally 21 elimination games on this very map. And, well, this would be the time that they needed. If they get a 21 elimination game plus the win, that could very well put them well up into first place and very near to qualifying. Speaking of which, Fireflux, Team Falcons, Noxam Red Force, Power Esports, all knocking on the door of that 70-point threshold as it currently stands. Let's even throw in Regnum Karya and E Arena too. Yangon Galacticos, by the way, struggling early on, but that last win put them up in top 8, knocking Alpha 7 down, which is huge. Let's see if they can carry that momentum onto Miramar.
I mean, when you're looking at getting 70 points over the 12 matches, you're looking at maybe having 4 big games under your belt where you're starting to stretch into the teens and then keeping your lower games consistent, and that can be sort of healthy to sit, right? You're getting up above 50 points on your good games, on your 4 big games, and then in your 8 small games, you're looking to put the rest, so about 20 points up on those games, which in general is going to be very doable for those teams towards the top, right? They've already posted those numbers. They've already played 4 big games. The question is consistency, keeping those lower scoring matches under the belt nice and consistent. That is what I'm looking for. You could, of course, just, if you're Falcons, just put up a big 30-point game, 28-point game and get there already. It's just that easy. So I think they should do that, actually.
Well, talking about Falcons, that's a great narrative because look at where they land. Right next to Alpha 7, 2 giants. Of course, for the home crowd, man, that's going to be a spicy one to say the least. And, well, for Falcons, they're very comfortable and happy where they currently are. For Alpha 7, they are not. This might be the opening fight Alpha 7 needs to gain some confidence.
It's all on Koa as well. I think it was Narvalo, if I'm not mistaken, who didn't have a weapon in this scenario. Okay, he's managed to find himself something. Revo with the pump action around the corner. A Death Dealer without the armor to assuage any of the damage. Kloa gets caught and immediately flushed as well. Carrillo with the nade and the Winchester in tow. Narvalo with the UMP and the M4, so he's got the ordnance to be able to do it. A sneaky little dash out the sidelines, hops wide, and takes care of one, maybe turning on for a second. The rest of the team are there. Narvalo hits a mad drop shot to keep the Falcons in this one.
And he's going for the third. The third is right in front of him. That squash catches the backpack, but doesn't connect the shots. Narvalo forced to reposition, pulling off a heroic effort. Now you got Redox, who's also pushing in to assist. This would be a tremendous collapse from the Alpha 7 roster, but Squash manages to drop Narvalo, but not in enough time. Redox hits the final shot. Revo will fall, and therefore Alpha 7 will be the first team eliminated.
A massive drop shot coming through from Narvalo. A huge result for them to keep the Falcons in as 3, keep them towards the top spot, and that's how you kick things off here. And Alpha 7, they're not making the front page off of this match. That is guaranteed. A second drop, hot drop did happen in the meantime. It was over in Picado, and Rectum Kaya suffering heavily losses towards Power.
Yeah, that's tough. 2 big teams taking some heavy losses, but Falcons getting that win. Narvalo flipping the script is tremendous. Falcons should have been dead in that moment. Alpha 7 should have been leading with a squad wipe, but instead, Narvalo flips the script with the 3-piece, and that's why Falcons are currently in first place. That's why we continually talk about them. That's why they are the home team.
They have got a lot of strength to them. They lose one player, sure. But it was all on Narvalo, right? You can't take it away from the guy. We do criticize him sometimes. He is French, and that speaks for itself.
Your words, not mine.
But he's absolutely nailed that, to be fair. I could not imagine a better result coming through. That dash through the corridor caught Alpha 7 completely unawares. In that moment, they had their heads spun, and they just weren't able to get undizzy enough in time to be able to pull that one back together. It was absolutely insane, and just as we talked about Alpha 7 being strong on Miramar as well.
It's ironic, isn't it? Really, the caster curse comes full-fledged, full sends, but getting out of that hallway was essential. He doesn't do that. I firmly believe Alpha 7 wins that fight. Narvalo doesn't pick up that many elims, but yeah, getting out, disengaging, and really keep spinning the heads of Alpha 7 was just tremendous. We obviously look at Power in this moment, a replay, seeing what happened to Regnum Karya at the very beginning. Al Haji getting active, taking one down in conjunction with his teammates, of course, and Regnum Karya being put into the blender. Some extra shots, power filling themselves today, and rightly so. You look at their group play to their survival stage play, night and day difference.
Absolutely. I mean, that for Regnum Karya, that felt like what should have happened to the Falcons, right? In that scenario,
yes. Good. Yeah.
It is the exact scenario that you imagine. Regnum Karya, they lose a player and they all go, "Oh, I'm hiding. Maybe I get a trade." Not Narvalo, and he's able to pull that one back. And we've banged on enough about him, but it was pretty poggers, as they used to say.
All right,
that's a historic.
Now you get wild.
That's an old reference. That's an old reference. That one now.
That is an old reference, indeed. That is a fossil. But I mean, honestly, we talked about it. Last thing I'll say, that could very well be the play of the day, without question. With the play of really,
the Falcons are doing well today, man.
Without a doubt, Falcons have flipped the script, and it's so great to see that. I spoke with Peck, right, the coach of Team Falcons, and he said, "Look, we still feel comfortable. If we go to survival stage, we're okay with that." Naturally, they don't want to, and they didn't want to. They wanted to go from group play straight into smash point format, but it is what it is. They go to survival stage to make the most of it, and they are clearly doing the best they possibly can. And well, for this roster too on your screen, Noxam Red Force been so very happy with their day 2 group play performance, and their survival stage performance is phenomenal. The question was, could they keep up that energy? Well, they absolutely have. Loxy last alive. We obviously saw what happened to Regnum Karya just a little bit earlier. Loxy will continue to fight out in the desert as hard as he possibly can.
Just a solo, though, a lone ranger in the Wild West. Let's hope he can keep things together. But he's got basically nothing as well, right? This is the downside. He had to evacuate Picardo on the double, and he just didn't have time to really get anything on board. No meds, no utility, limited armor ammos, that sort of thing. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Regnum Karya going down in the next few minutes, especially with teams moving so central as it stands to the east side of Montenuevo, out over towards Picardo as well. A lot of teams have started to conglomerate. We'll see if that is going to have an impact on Loxy's survival stakes.
Yeah, I think he's pretty cooked at the moment, but you know what? Loxy's still up. We've seen solo players make an impact, but the rest of the story has to be on the remaining full-fledged rosters. Plenty of teams with 4 and 3 themselves. The Arena, who's had a standout day, top 6, well on their way into potentially Chumacera, maybe over towards where Kinotrope is currently at. Still plenty of real estate within the stage, within the zone. No reason to get too antsy at the moment. I do focus my attention, though, towards Vision, Influence Rage, Aura, Intense Game. Area up towards the top is starting to get quite contested.
It is getting chock-a-block right now on the northwest side of Picardo, up towards those hills and power grid. Not really too much breathing room here. And it is teams like Vision that need to get a go right now. Next circle just coming on through in a moment. Looking at the teams around the edge, you've got AXTMG trying to push in from Graveyard, R8 sweeping north, GAMX leaving from Los Leones. Not too many teams actually have to move because of this.
Yep.
I'm going to be interested to see how the Falcons get in here, because they're right next to Aura, where it seems like Narvalo's going to scout out their approach on the north edge of Montenuevo.
Narvalo, the hero, the reason why Falcons are still currently playing. Gang on Galacticus opposite of Kinotrope, putting out some damage, actually some great damage. We go back to the initial start, and you notice Alpha 7 are clearing out Team Falcons until Narvalo clears the hallway, drop shot for the second, and then picks up the last remaining member in the corner of Squash and pops off. You know, seeing emotion from the players really pieces it all together. You can see how much that moment meant for Team Falcons.
My God, just the weight of the sheer brass bollocks on that player to hit that drop shot.
Absolutely.
It is unbelievable. And Ralph, very proud. You saw there that Ralph was absolutely thrilled with the result of that one. So a brilliant play coming through from them, and they're probably still going to be feeling themselves as they carry on with 3. E-Arena, though, with a challenge of their own now to deal with. It is Influence Rage, trying to keep things under control, but they've only got 2 players on the side for Influence Rage, and there's a third party off to the north from Vision.
One of our first battles for center zone control. And you mentioned that third party. Well, Power is going to take down Mormon. Diego starts to answer back. A much-needed answer through the window. Snips it out. E-Arena, we'll see you later. Influence Rage took some damage. They lose 2 players, but good on them for staying up. And, well, you had Power with the third party off in the distance. Vision, as you mentioned, on that hilltop. The good thing is for Influence Rage, they are quite literally dead center. Despite them not having the man advantage in multiple fights, there's no reason for them to move. But Team Vision, same scenario. They're not going anywhere. And once Diego and Lobo, if they do have to leave that hardcover POI alone, any of the members from Vision, they're going to be ready.
Vision on this high ground with suppressive shots out a lot of different directions here. It is a question of extracting value. You know, can you take to the mines and bring up some gems, or are you just going to be taken down with a big split, a lot of open area around you, maybe not managing that threat correctly? With only 2 points so far today, it seems like they haven't really got the wherewithal to hold a split like this. If you're going by the results that they've seen so far, as teams start to push in, their mettle will be tested, and we'll see if they can weather the storm.
Benny's been in the dirt for quite some time, hanging out, scouting. Team Vision just up ahead. You also have Loxy in this area too. This hilltop, quite deadly. And Benny setting a trap very slowly, but once he springs it, Vision very well could lose a player, maybe even 2. A bit of a shift, not too much changes for Influence Rage, Power, Vision. They're still going to be chilling where they currently are at, and we'll have to see how this hilltop fight is going to end up unfolding. Such a critical spot that teams want to lock in. And, well, you mentioned Team Falcons earlier, rotating out from the outside, coming in. They are quickly moving in, and Influence Rage has started to fire some shots on Team Falcons.
I think Falcons have just lost 1 on the approach there. Yeah, you can see they're now on 2 players. They tried to crash in towards Power. It's not going well. Right now, Power's split is bold, but it's working. They have got that western point held down and easy all the way out to the eastern side with 4 players alive. It looks like they are going to go for that regroup, so they aren't going to try and get too bold with it there. They've extracted the value from the corner compound, and they're just going to retreat off it. I think that's sensible, and they are going to be able to make out like bandits with 5 elims, and now a position on the east in a very central location.
Very much indeed. Team Power looking so strong. Team Falcons taking the shack. I never liked this spot. John, I'm not a favorite guy for the shack, man. His spot is rough. I call it the Dev Shack. IG is going to keep them in check, but that's where the Falcons decide to stay. As far as I'm concerned, any point Falcons get from this moment is a miracle. Every single point Falcons is able to accumulate is simply due to Narvalo. So we'll take the victories. We'll take the W's where we can get them. But for IG, hanging out at the moment. Horta, though, curious what they do from the outside looking in, because you got No Fear and co, who's going to be on the advanced position. And, well, they could simply push up into Falcons IG a little bit later on. For Yangon Galacticus, the winners, though, of our last game, Kinatrope keeping them back, forcing Yangon Galacticus to go all the way into Papa Blue and reposition.
God, that's a throwback. Papa Blue. Okay.
That's it. I'm bringing it back, baby.
Oh, dear. Uh-oh. Yangon Galacticos got to re-rotate out on this one onto the south side, and Romeo dips back in. It's only stage 3. We are going to see them sent on in. Maybe scouting towards Kinatrope here, who are rotating out to the southeast side, but not getting too bold with it. I like that. He's heard a couple of those shots coming through. He'll know that there's a player now off in the distance. They can draw a little short, take a couple of shots. The rest of Kinatrope looking to respond here, and they'll be aware now of a presence to their south side on their flank. Fortunately, not too many other teams are going to put pressure on towards Kinatrope, so they can take the time to deal with this.
Smile swings it quite wide. Kinatrope keenly aware of Yangon Galacticus' position and where they are rotating to. Bit of a pause on that fight. I think both of them, instead of engaging onto each other, specifically from Yangon Galacticus pushing up that hilltop for the fight's not going to be easy, so they wait for the next stage to pop. They might have an advantage here, and they will. They should be able to take over the hardcover POIs just on the edge of where the current stage is at, or maybe they could just go ahead and go a little bit deeper. But for them, now having that hardcover POI, gatekeeping Kinatrope could be huge. And for Say Cloud, I think he's setting the trap.
I mean, he's close enough to take these shots. He's close enough to take this fight. The question is back up, and the question is, what pace do Kinotrope take towards it? Falcons under pressure now. They're 2 players alive, but for how much longer? Narvalo knocked. R8 want to try and circle in. Ralph now the last to stand. 9 rounds in the chamber. None of them are going to connect. A nice little do-si-do sidestep from R8, and that is the Falcons out of the running. They get 4 points on the match. They'll be okay with that. 46 points, not a terrible way to end match 5.
Well, for the second game in a row, R8 will take down Team Falcons. They did it just on Erangel, map 4. They do it again here on map 5, albeit again, Team Falcons staying alive as long as they did, pulling out the heroic fight against Alpha 7. We'll give them their flowers despite the early exit. Falcons did exactly what they needed to do. For Say Cloud, he split from his team. Yangon Galacticus has sent their other 3 away, relatively split up. Say Cloud said, I'm staying back. I want to try and attack Kinotrope if I possibly can, but I believe Final is keenly aware that there is a straggler of Say Cloud hanging off in the distance, but that fight still hasn't unfolded just yet, but I'm sure it's going to happen eventually.
Bora on the west side, 4 players alive, mounting up now. Make a decision, make your call, and let's go for it. Waiting for teammates to heal up a little bit, and they go up towards the high ground, taking a little bit of flak from across the way, but their rotate continues. They're heading straight on in towards the circle here from the west edge, and they're just going to pull short up on the road. So a small rotate here. They're playing it in dribs and drabs.
Kinotrope has finally started to move. Yangon Galacticus says our trap didn't work. We'll reposition and live to fight yet another day. But over here, we got Fireflux fighting up against Noxam Red Force. Matt Cap, player that was truly instrumental and deep into the last end zone before. He's down. Now Noxam Red Force have a tremendous advantage, especially with Tizzy with the off angle. The question is with Scarface, he's been spotted, but I believe with that off angle, he might actually hurt Doc and Tizzy quite a bit if they try to rotate into Solus and catch.
Macap actually naded himself in that engagement, which is, look, that's bad, right?
I would say
you don't want to be doing that. That generally ends in disaster. Of a Fireflux losing a player in this compound, they had the numbers advantage. Sure, they maintained it, but it could have been a 2-to-1. Now, engagement. Scarface actually sending away, and I at this point, yeah, fair enough. I think this may be smart for Fireflux. Allow Noxam Red Force to hold that longhouse for you. You know you've got power to your south. You want to try and hold face because third parties, they're going to come at you thick and fast if you get a little bit too spread thin.
Yeah, he's got a great line of sight too. Noxam Red Force, if they do move out of this spot, they should be spotted. Fireflux taking over the shed. That's going to be great for them. Power most likely going to be the Grim Reapers of everyone in that engagement. Onto Hora. They spot out Kinotrope, fire a couple of shots. Kinotrope quickly as can be, trying to rotate out. They finally make do, but off in a distance, you've got another solo from Kinotrope, who's firing down on Hora, keeping them to the ground. GAMX also up ahead, and Kinotrope has to fight off.
Power's position just keeps getting better and better with these circle shifts. Dead center, controller compounds, hillsides to play around as well. They're out in the open a little bit, but they've got so much maneuverability, and the teams around them have got none. That northern side, Visions are going to have to leave their high ground position that they've held for so long. And Loxy, who's been solo since that drop, is going to have to do the same. He's dead now, will not be playing on into this one. So from the north side, it's just Vision who have to make their dash. But the western edge is about to get chaotic. There are 4 teams looking to push on in from this location, and GAMX are going to look to stop them all.
What a No Fear taking down the vehicle. That's going to leave one of the member from Kinotrope out in the open. He can't really disengage from this fight. No Fear is keeping his head down. And it's going to be up to, of course, Kinotrope to try and get this player out of there. The van starts to roll in. Do they hop in for a quick disengagement? They're going to need to. The question is, where do they go? Because GAMX hold the hardcover POIs just in front of them. But if they can somehow distance themselves from Hora, they can live to fight another day. But I got to be honest with you, I don't like where Kinotrope is currently at.
The question is, can GAMX do this hold, right? Can they actually make it work? On the 5 matches they played today, 6 points only. The similar story back in the group stages. This is a team that has really struggled in this tournament. So I do wonder if they're going to be able to execute this hold in the same way that I'd have confidence that other teams could. A brilliant spray from Ozzy-san to find the knock over towards Ora, and once again entrenches them down in this ditch. They're going to have a really tough time. They're going to leave Jiggle, see how far they can go. No Fear on foot has to try and march his way on into this one, but it is just a hail of bullets he's met with.
But do they know where he's currently at? Do they know he's going to be on foot? Osi-san really IG rolls in. Hora might be totally dismantled, and IG does exactly that, and now they can focus their attention on the remaining members who's going to be up top for Kinatrop. Final, big nade 3 down. Rafa, what are you going to do in this moment? Anything? Can he even get out? I don't think so. The fact that Kinatrop has turned the fight, turned the tides in their favor is tremendous.
17 tons of death crates in the area. Everybody's going down. Kinatrop looking to try and stay alive across the road, but they've still got to go a little bit further. Everybody needs to look both ways on this one, and it is just hell for leather as these bullets storm their way on in. No Fear spraying down, but it is Ora, I think, the only team to actually still have a representative alive, but the blue zone's going to push them out, and that is that. On the western edge, nobody makes it out.
Insanity. We lose 3 teams just like that. IG blew that fight wide open, pushing in full send. No one was expecting that. I didn't even catch it until it was going down. I couldn't imagine how Kinatrop and Hora was feeling in that moment. But hey, our Americas region teams are highly aggressive, and that was a great representation of it. IG full send straight in. Well, that clears up quite a few players, and now we focus our attention. Influence Rage Diego from a distance, keeping the pressure on to R8.
Central circle shift pops up for us, and again, over towards Power. They are going to look to keep this farming up on the points now with the 42 that they currently have. They want all that they can get out of this one. Feel themselves nice and safe in towards the rest of the day. They've got 5 elims already on this match, and nobody really stepping their toes anywhere near them. Yangon Galacticos at this stage, I think, is their major threat. From this south side, the approach could be taken control of if they can get rid of AXTMG on 3 players on that south side.
It's up to Romeo to call that out. Hey, Henry, Cyrex is going to be just behind us. Do we want to push the issue and take them down? Gatekeep them if we possibly can. My only concern would be Power dead center, but hey, either way, they've got to deal with one or the other. Maybe even challenge GAMX, only because even though they're in a great spot, we know they are potentially a weaker team for Yangon Galacticos to push into. And with Influence Rage firing some shots into location, it might very well be doable. But the question is, I have for you, where does Influence Rage go from this moment, right? They only have a handful of members left. They've been shooting at R8. Clearly, R8 is going to fire at them when they decide to move in. But I think for Influence Rage, there's really nowhere safe to go.
I mean, you're going to have to play terrain at this point, right? They do have a couple of vehicles, and it's not out of the question that they could crash to the shack that sits to the southwest of Vision, north of Power, but that's a dangerous run out, and R8 are definitely going to take shots. Little boy might be going for it, though. He's mounting up, he's moving. In the meantime, Diego trying to keep some shots, keeps the suppressive fire on, but he eats a bullet too many, and he is sent down into the dirt. A forward position, though, found, and Little Boy will be playing that terrain.
Yeah, I think for Influence Rage, they understood, look, R8's going to be an issue. Hopefully we can get it down. If so, it gives us more leeway to rotate in, but it just doesn't happen. You mentioned Yangon Galacticos pushing in to AXTMG. That's exactly what they do for just a little bit, but eventually back away. But the good news is for 2 players, at least SayCloud and his duo, they managed to push a little bit deeper towards that airdrop. And now for AXTMG, there's really nowhere they can go that's safe.
Power takes shots out towards Henry. He's down, he's flushed. Cyrex now looking to potentially regroup towards Devotee, who's trying to suppress Yangon Galacticos in turn, but will not be able to connect on the spray down. Cyrex up to the roadside now, and actually doesn't want to stop there. Gathering momentum, he's going to divert across and play on top of AXTMG's outpost. Devotee has his team regrouped towards him.
Smile drops. Great shots from a distance. AXTMG refusing to budge. They may not have the numbers, but they've got the heart and are utilizing it as much as humanly possible. A team that needs to claw their way up the standings, currently in 14th with 8 points. That's simply not going to be enough, but with 2 more games remaining, this being one of them, they understand what's at stake. They understand what they need to do. Power in such a beautiful spot, still dead center. All eyes on them, but of course for Lil Boy, 2 players from GAMX up ahead. He lost his duo just a little bit earlier. Full Send panned is out, and Lil Boy is looking to challenge.
Oh, with the pan, you're kidding. Doesn't quite connect, just a little bit to the side. I would love that. That would have been beautiful, but no, not to be. Doesn't have any nades, and he has been tagged now by GAMX, who is standing up on the ridgeline, but Power know this ridge is here, and they have to push a little bit further. Standing up, just getting sprayed down time and time again. Are they going to invest more nades? I don't think so. And they're taking shots from Power, who have been in the middle of this circle for the longest time. That's going to continue, and it's Yangon Galacticos with the side swipes. Another player goes down, and GAMX are falling flat once more.
And Lil Boy's just having the time of his life. Still looking at R8, the Grim Reapers, to his duo just a little bit earlier in Diego. For GAMX, that's 2 points in front of you. Lil Boy, I understand you're going for placements points. You're trying to stay alive as long as humanly possible, but make a move.
You'd hope so. But standing up, I mean, you could see immediately how Romeo would spot Lil Boy as soon as he crawls too far forwards with no nades either. It's just too dangerous here. The Molotov on the tree. Lil Boy's chilling. And GAMX are going to get pushed in, but so is Lil Boy.
Yeah, just a tough situation for both, right? For GAMX, for Lil Boy. Really know where they could go, and here comes the blue zone starting to engulf GAMX as they just crawl forward. And well, eventually, boys, you just got to go for it. You just got to move. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Surprisingly, Lil Boy, though, does have a line of sight potentially onto R8 to his left, which would be big, but he's going to focus his attention onto GAMX, and the first victim underway. Oh, he's taken down.
Oh, it's going to be on the swivel there. That was Krona to be able to keep them alive, but Influence Rage will fall. It looks like GAMX are going to be falling fairly soon as well, as Krona had to stand up and give his position away to R8, who rotated down to the western side. They're playing on as 2, and they do not have too many more options than this. There's Yangon Galacticos yet again to pick themselves up. Romeo got rezzed in the meantime, and again, this south approach was really the only chance of taking Power down, but Vision have actually cleared out the northern side. I thought they'd have a little bit more trouble with it.
R8 might be moving straight into him. There's so many line of sights, whether it's Power, Yangon Galacticos, you're really never safe, and well, it is the cat's going to be out of the bag. R8's been spotted. Vision knows exactly where they are, and they also know it's just going to be a duo. For Yangon Galacticos pushing forward, Power's got the hardcover POI. They've been sitting here for the longest time. They're on 8 eliminations. They're going for double digits, and I see no reason why this game doesn't go to them with the highest scoring elimination lead.
The question is, when do these teams crash around the edge? R8 concluding on the north side with Vision. If Vision can take this one down cleanly, 2 crashes onto Power's position at the same time could be disastrous, but that needs Vision to stay alive. And R8 are really reticent to let that happen. Never Alone steps out, sprayed down, and R8 are chewing through them now. Volt the last to stand for Vision's on the northern edge. Needs to keep himself together. The nade goes up on high towards Prestige, but they split the difference. Will find a knock. No, not quite. And they know it now exactly what tree he's playing behind. It's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time indeed. Volt needs to hit a miracle nade. It's cooking, it's thrown, but it's been dodged. And Volt still in dire straits. Vision, too much tunnel vision onto Power up ahead. They forgot about R8, even though they had to have known the duo was there, but they didn't respect them enough. And because of that, once they started firing up Power up ahead, R8 took the opportunity to third party themselves, and now it's an absolute disaster for Vision.
And this is so annoying for Yangon Galacticos as well. They needed that opportunity, right? If R8 go down cleanly, there's a chance that Power lose to 2 full 4 pushes. You play for a second place, but now as it stands, Power can just take these shots for free down towards the south side, and immediately they're starting to open the cannons towards Yangon Galacticos. That approach is getting dangerous, but Verdun is traded away, and Power lose a player.
They lose one, but their position is still very, very strong. Yangon Galacticos is going to have to fight even harder, especially now with one more dropping off. That leaves them with just 2. For Vision, a slight recovery. The revives are starting to come in. The tree being really the savior for Vision in this moment. Now, granted, that is only important against R8. I still feel once they start to apex that hill, Power is going to take their heads off.
Yeah, it's really nasty stuff here. 3 nades in hand for SayCloud. It looks like they don't have too much more smoke to work with. They're looking out for R8. They've seen Prestige, but the nades from Power are just going to ring on over this ridge line. That Molotov is beautiful. Might push them into the blue zone, and they'll go down to it. A nice result for Yangon Galacticos either way, getting into a top 4 off the chicken dinner. But Vision, they're still going, like you said. They managed to find a little bit of recovery, but they are still struggling, it seems, on the northern side with 9 elims.
9 elims, great game nonetheless. You got to give them their flowers where flowers are due. Vision, where do you go from here? You just got to push forward. You got R8 to your right. Al-Haji now starting to get active. Getting a forward position onto Team Vision. Marcelo as well. Al-Haji's down. Did Power just throw this game away?
Oh, I don't know about that one. It is still a lot of pressure on Division. They will fall, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Inside the building, Power is going to start to lose pressure very, very quickly. Ragnar needs to find a way out. So does Easy. These walls have now turned into their prison. And the ankle is swept underneath the vehicle there. It's all up to Easy now in a 1 versus 2. All right, looking to turn things around, but the res can come through, and Al-Haji being back on his feet could be crucial.
R8 from Team Falcons. They continue to push forward. They take down Vision, and now they're looking to take the game in sensational fashion. Only 2 more players remain up ahead. Power able to recover just for the meantime. A true 2v2. Easy's moving out. He's taking damage. He's now up close and personal with the team of Power. Prestige, though, refusing to back down, hitting the shots needed as Power starts to collapse. And is it R8? Yes, it is. They take a tremendous victory, taking it away from everyone.
Power Esports had the center of the zone for so long, and as soon as the blue zone shifts them out of it, they crumble. That is a great result for R8 to pick up the pace here towards the end of their first day here in the survival stages. But there are still some other good results out of that match. You got Vision starting their journey, seemingly asleep for the first 4 matches. Match number 5, they open their eyes. You've also got to look over towards Team.
Well, I mean, I'm even looking at Power with the 2nd place. Double-digit elimination.
That's what I was thinking of, Power.
Double-digit elimination.
I completely blanked.
Without a doubt. I mean, R8, what a victory, and I cannot wait for the Nest to break it down. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the final game of Day 1 Survival Stage will be underway.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, eSports Passion set, eSports Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, eSports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Kopp from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, eSports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect eSports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the eSports shop. The more eSports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 eSports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 eSports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
R8, pretty great. 100% 8 out of 8 coming from them here in this game to start Miramar. We have got ourselves a brilliant victory for them here at PMWC. Joining me, we have ourselves Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this one. And we have got ourselves finally an R8 win here. Neptura, very well done.
It's very nice to see. We wanted to see that in group stage. We didn't really, but there we go. And we finally see it here, and it was a really nice one indeed.
It's not just an R8 win. This is a MENA podium.
Yes,
right?
it is.
R8, you have Power, you have Vision. We're like, oh, they've been kind of underwhelming this tournament so far, but no, they all get to the podium finish. And actually, every team kind of had their very good plays of their own. Of course, Power taking a very strong position super early on, R8 just sweeping the northern side, and Vision being very opportunistic on that fight versus Fireflux and the side of Noxam Red Force. So they all deserve to be up here on that podium.
A tough circle and an attempt at gambling for some of these compounds here, but in the end, it pays off for some of the teams like Power, of course, who admittedly, they don't get themselves the win overall, Neptura, but they were in this compound for so long. They had the pick of the litter about which compound they wanted to go for, and it seems that they picked right.
13 elimination points is way more than I thought they got. No, but I will say R8 took the win from Power in such a way that to me makes sense, right? Because we've been talking, kind of going back and forth about R8, the momentum they were able to build. They had to get to that position in the first place. They weren't, quote unquote, zone blessed, as a lot of people like to say, right? Whereas Power, yeah, they did get a lot of eliminations, but when it comes to that final push, they just didn't have that momentum to back them up. And so for R8, they were able to overpower Power for that reason, because they had to get so many eliminations and fight so hard to get to that second place.
Look, we're going to say a lot about MENA this game. Did Alpha 7 just get 1 point again? Like, I am scared for Alpha 7.
You're concerned?
Very much so.
I am also concerned as we take a look at all these numbers coming in from this game as well. I mean, considering that I think there is a world where they may probably do skirt by survival, but if you're getting 7th or 8th with these kinds of performances for Alpha 7, it is now time to get concerned. With only 12 games here, Max.
Sorry, the way they're playing here, I don't see them taking home the trophy for the second year in a row. Like, now, they're nowhere near to the way they were playing last year, and that was with McGrellin, a player that was not even supposed to stay with the team that long. So I'm very surprised why they just can't find those entry points in the circle. As you go through a few of these highlights here, and yeah, R8, looking back on them, and you said it already here, Neb, how good they were on that northern side. They were just sweeping, very opportunistic, getting these ridge controls. Circle finishes like this is all about, do you know where the good ridges and dips are? And if you do, how can you leverage them to try and get the chicken dinner at the end?
It's always really good as well if you have a zone that is going to actually go more towards your drop location as well, right? Because, or near perhaps one of your rotations, because this is where you really get to have that map knowledge. You know your rotation path, you know the area around your drop spot very, very well, or you should. And so for these teams at this level, yes, they are going to know that. So all these little ridges are very, very well known to them.
I'd agree. But for looking at R8 at the end of that match, they're actually able to keep your main fragging duo of Idam Prestige. Like, they're the two guys that they've been around for, what, 3+ years now in PUBG Mobile Esport? When you look at the teams from MENA, you are looking at those two players that are MVP material and able to just actually overwhelm the side of the Power that had two players in Easy and Alhaji. There's also an MVP contender of his own. But good to see MENA stepping up in big ways here today.
It's a very important win, considering I was a little bit concerned about watching some of the moves that they were making on Erangel, but if they can kind of capitalize on Miramar a little bit more here, this will be able to put them in good stead. Considering nobody's running away with day one just yet, I want to say. It's kind of relatively even towards the top. Nobody's really sponging up a lot of those points. So that will mean that the cutoff, to a degree, Max, will be a little bit less, which could give Alpha 7 a little bit of a reprieve going into day 2. But they've got to turn it on, man.
You're telling me there's a chance they could make it.
Maybe.
I think the point threshold is going to be a little bit lower than what we had possibly going into the group stage. But actually, looking at Power, final point, they do hot drop normally in Picardo versus Regnum Karya. So if they don't win that, maybe we see a Regnum Karya win. That's something you want to try and avoid because we had 2 big hot drops. I want to see that fixed on Miramar.
Well, of course, before we get into our next game, it is now everyone's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
And yes, full screen. Oh yes, we're back for Max Man's Grenade of the Day. And today we got 2 nades coming your way. Starting off, an absolute fail here from RET Esports. They're chucking the nades all over the place, crashing into the wall next to the side of Regnum. And Yangon also trying to take the engagement here on this final chicken dinner we had earlier on Erangel. But Yangon, they had the nades, they had all the utility in their arsenal ready to strike at the end to wrap it up. And this nade in particular, here you go, look at the timer, down to the last 2 seconds, chucks it right over onto Silas, and he is gone right back to the Shadow Realm. That was a game-winning nade, possibly for Yangon Galacticon.
All right, brother. All right, I like that.
Yeah, bro.
You did sort of alternate between growly and then normal Max voice as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that was actually a really good nade.
Not bad.
Nice,
I was okay with that. What do you think of that, Miss Nepturd? Did you enjoy Max Man's growly nade of the day?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, jeez Louise.
Okay, Granny. That was
what that was.
I did.
Was that an attempt at growling?
Possibly.
Stop that right now.
Don't do that again.
No.
Okay, that's just for Max.
We'll leave Max's nade of the day to Max.
Thank you.
Fair enough, yeah.
But this now leaves us in a very open spot, right, for our final Miramar of the day, as we take a look at all of these players getting ready and good to go. In fact, I am getting word that our teams are almost ready. So without further ado, after that lovely nade of the day, let's head over to the casters of the day. There's another duo. They're also really good. We'll see you in a few.
Max Man!
Grenade of the day. That was your best Texas accent I've heard yet.
Hey, man, we're going to be playing some more PUBG Mobile.
I don't know where that's from. That's more like Louisiana way. But if you guys want to figure out exactly where that's from, well, you need to head over to the map or our official map feed. Of course, you can check that out on our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel so you can see where all of our players are at all times, unless they've been eliminated, because then they won't be on the map feed anymore.
That's a fact.
Because they'll be out of the game.
Yes.
So you won't be able to
analysis.
see them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what you can do is rewind it. Ooh. Then you can see them there anyway, even though it won't be live and up to date. You get what I'm trying to say, all right? What I'm trying to say is Max Man has excellent grenades. Only the best grenades.
Yes.
Everyone says so.
Yeah, the close-up really is what sent me. It was the close-up after.
We need more Max Man close-ups.
We absolutely need more Max Man close-ups. That's that guy. That's the guy. By the way, I heard the French slander earlier. Was that towards Max Man too in the last map?
Well, I don't think. I feel like he catches enough flack as it is, so no. Yeah, we'll keep that one going.
We'll keep it going.
We'll save that in the pocket.
We'll save it. We'll save it. Look, Game 5 was phenomenal for a number of different reasons. It's like I look at R8 taking the win in the fashion that they did, which was incredible. As we got the Botans once again, that thing is just everywhere. But we started it with Falcons getting a tremendous clutch, taking down Alpha 7 early on, which begs the question: another hot drop? I don't know. That might end up happening for Alpha 7. They need some confidence for power.
Al-Haji taking a little nap, keeping his eyes nice and fresh, ready to go. Out here in the Riyadh sun, it is very toasty, but our teams need to keep it cool, calm, and collected in towards the final match of the day. Of course, we talked about that bubble earlier on the matches that we've had so far. And we're hoping to see at the end of all 12 matches, so at the end of tomorrow, a 70-point boundary. So today, getting over 35 points is where you want to see yourself sat.
Yeah, but Clara said it best. Like, at the moment, there's really, like, there are teams that are shining in specific instances, but at least towards the top, everybody is relatively even, which is going to put even more pressure on those bubble teams going into tomorrow, because I believe there is a slight separation in points anyways, especially when you start getting towards like 6th, 7th, and 8th place, right? So this next game is going to be critical. You always want to end your day on a good foot. So you go into tomorrow's competition knowing, okay, we ended strong, let's start strong. Tomorrow is just 6 games. That's all you got. And we're going to be sending half of the lobby home. That is a heavy, heavy burden on some of the rosters who are towards the bottom.
Well, let's take to the skies once more. The desert awaits us as we will reach our halfway mark at the survival stages. Once this game concludes, who is going to take the lion's share of the points, or are we going to sprinkle them about like oh so much seasoning on top of an already spicy tournament? The plane path coming on in starts from El Pozo, heads down towards Partona. Our 64 players ready to jump out.
Let's get it going, see how it's going to end up unfolding. El Pozo, I believe, yeah, we had that hot drop, right? Alpha 7 Falcons, do we get the repeat? Very rarely, at least in the Americas region, does Alpha 7 have to change up their landing spot because a team has pushed them out. It's only happened once to my knowledge, and it was in the PMSL Americas fall season 2024. So this could very well be a repeat of that same situation. I look at them currently flying over Miramar, and Alpha 7 and Falcons are still relatively close to each other. There is a chance we get a repeat of what we saw in map number 5.
Is Narvalo going to be able to hit those big, bold drop shots again? We'll have to wait and see. Or will it even be necessary? There's always potential that they could split loot El Pozo, send on out, and try and just disengage from one another, but we'll have to wait and see. Picardo as well, remember, there was a hot drop there, and that was with Regnum Karya losing the majority of their players in that scenario. So it looks like they are actually going to be changing quite dramatically here, going for that spread around Picardo instead of trying to drop on the inside.
So going back to in the zone, straight up north, a little bit different from what we saw in the last game. Let's talk a little bit deeper about this Falcons Alpha 7 potential fight, which might be going down for Team Falcons. They've already done their job today. 46 points, I'm happy with that. If I'm a competitor, I'm thinking, okay, even if we get first eliminated here by Alpha 7, yeah, it's not ideal, but I'm still happy with the amount of points we got. We're most likely going into the finals competition. Now, for them to challenge Alpha 7, you don't want Alpha 7 going for a back-to-back championship. You now have a chance to shut them down in game number 6 in 10th place. That's a tremendous offer. And if I'm Team Falcons, I want to hunt them down. And I want to take this fight once again to Alpha 7 and try to keep them away from top 8 as much as humanly possible. And we do have Ralph, who's going to be kind of circling around the team of Alpha 7. But in the meantime, it's not unfolding just yet. Power, we saw them early on in the last game. We're seeing them once again.
They are already on the road. We're only 2.5 minutes in, and it seems like teams are already making their way forwards to these next stage positions. So potentially fairly light on the loot for a few of our players, but they'll be okay. Okay, heading back in towards Picardo. They can pick up a little bit more gear to be getting on with. So for Power, currently sat right at the top, nearly up at that 60-point metric, which would be huge to end their day on. In the meantime, Alpha 7, they're out. No hot drop scraps to be seen so far this match, so adjustments have been made.
That's right. I think this is the best course of action. Something Alpha 7 didn't have a chance to do in the last game, now have a chance to go dead center of the zone. Maybe have a little bit more longevity. Let's not forget, for this A7 roster, they are a wonderful Miramar team. That last game was very unorthodox. Was all up to Narvalo, who ended up clutching it out. So for Alpha 7, a big game here is very much so needed. Even the best can start to feel rattled. I don't know if Alpha 7 is necessarily feeling that pressure just yet, but you know, there is a little bit more at stake now in the survival stage. Without question, they go up towards Horta. Northern side of the zone, still very much dead. A lot of real estate there for anyone to take. But for Alpha 7, how long do they stay center zone?
That's the question. It's kind of antithetical to what they've been playing so far. Playing that edge side, playing that sweeper position, but they're going to change things up here on Miramar. I think they can chill out here for quite a while. These concretes should be fairly decent to hold. We'll see how long they can do so. Vision rotating in from that southwest side as well. Currently 2-2 split, a really quite big split. It's about a kilometer difference between the two outposts. This is on the forward position. 14 Vision, you've got the other two players bringing up the rear behind them. Never alone, playing with a Nawaf on that vehicle rotate behind them. The scout is good, they're clearing the path, and they're going to be chilling for the time being, and actually sailing on in fairly close to a couple of our other players, potentially all the way up towards Alpha 7 there on the north.
Setting the trap on a Sleepy.
Oh no.
Sleepy gets up, does he know Petrino's up there? Well, now he does. Cat's out of the bag. A big fight for the high ground. Molotov down,
no,
Sleepy down! Sleepy down, and there's nothing he can do. Hugs the wall, tries to avoid damage, and simply cannot. Petrino holds on tight to what he's got.
That's really bad news for Sleepy. Drops down the side and takes a dirt nap. That is an uncomfortable pillow, if I do say so myself.
Well, still, a chance to get back up is there. Jiggle overlooking where Petrino's out means Petrino can't comfortably go for the finish, nor do I think he's truly concerned about getting the cleanup on the Sleepy. So might be a four-man unit quicker than you would assume. The pickup is in, so all good. Sleepy can let that error go. It's like it never happened.
It definitely happened. It's so happened. It's unbelievable. The rest of Intense Game might actually be able to navigate around this one and force the positions for Order. The benefit of not going for that. The benefit of not going for that flush out is that it draws Order in, and now they have to commit to this hillside push. So Petrino can just give ground. I mean, it's smart, right? You just slam it in reverse, do a little pirouette on the way down. You look classy, you look sophisticated, and you just get out of there, right? That's the idea.
Not out yet.
A lot of ammo being dispensed here downhill, but not quite connecting. Has to hop out though as the vehicle starts to set on fire, and there we go. Okay, so as cool, as swift as it looked, he was not quite quick enough.
Well, from Power to Noxam Red Force, they start to clash very early on. Power was one of our early teams in map number 5 here on Miramar, who started off on fire, had a chance to take the win, falling just short to RA this time. Maybe one of our first teams to be eliminated, depending on how this fight ends up unfolding. Noxam Red Force, a very aggressive roster, who started to improve their performance on day 2 group play, looking strong, obviously, in today's competition, now top 3. Badan hugging the corner. Noxam Red Force starting to tighten the vice grip. It's not going to be an easy fight for either which roster. I do love the high ground over Tizzy. Power cannot disengage. With Doc starting to fall, do we start to see Noxam Red Force unfurling?
Binny will be there for the refrag. That smoke on the door frame is doing a lot of work for Noxam Red Force. He's playing around it with the shotgun, just going on those gut reactions there. Hitting those flick shots, all important. Has done so much for them. Easy, drops down, out and around the side, and he clocks one on the swivel. A really nice heads-up drop down there for Easy. More to go, though, and Binny on the inside, trying to keep things together for Noxam Red Force, but Power trying to turn it around, and the pump action again for Binny. Dispensing a hell of large amount of damage for the roster of Noxam Red Force, and they keep it going. Power done and dusted.
Ooh, and that's tough, isn't it? Going into tomorrow's competition, Power, man, they're going to feel good naturally. Great performance when it comes to the top of the standings. Currently first place, 56, near that 70-point theoretical threshold for top 8. They're very healthy, but going from what should have been a guaranteed win, in my opinion, in map number 5 to being first out in map 6, they're going to have to recover short-term memory going into day 2's the final day for the survival stage. The zone shifts wildly down towards the south, and therefore everybody has to full speed ahead straight into the next stage.
I'm looking at Regnum Kaya, I'm looking at Fireflux holding down towards these south areas on this map. You've got Fireflux who can control the south edge of San Martin. get up into those hills and try and maintain the control. Everybody else on the road. Alpha 7 leading the charge. They leave almost immediately. Rightly so. They've heard that fight across the way. They know Noxam Red Force are still a little bit battered and bruised. Can't take that fight, so you get out of there fast. You're not going to be as challenged here. Across the road they go, and they're looking a lot safer now, and they are into Regnum Karya territory.
Alpha 7 dead center, like you said. Let's see what happens here as Noxam Red Force very close to him. Regnum Karya also starting to tempt fate. Alpha 7 pushes up. This is a must-win fight. Alpha 7 needs to stay alive. It is critical. They break into top 8 by the end of the day, and some great utility has already been thrown. Revo is starting to take over the high ground, pushing where Wild is currently at, just down below. Loxy, a solo at multiple times, who has managed to stand his ground. This time has a full force around him. It's only going to make him a better player. Squash, pre-fires, no connections, and the dance will continue.
Alpha 7 rock up. No casualties on the approach so far. A little bit of damage sent towards Mafioso, towards Revo, but they are now in the straight up 4v4. As Regnum Karya holding the ground. A lot of damage sent over to Mafioso and a 1-for-1 trade on the off angle there. Silas finds a second as well. Looks to put Alpha 7 back down into the dirt. And it's all up to Revo now as they're finding the shots for Regnum Karya. His hold is monumental. Toshpik is traded off, but one is not enough. And Alpha 7 end their day in the bottom half of the lobby.
That is so tough. Regnum Karya putting the final nail in the coffin for Alpha 7's performance in Day 1 survival stage. They will officially finish outside of top 8. Tomorrow has to go so much better if they want even a chance to go to the finals and defend their title from last year. Now we focus our attention over towards Team Falcons, a roster that was underperforming throughout the group play, but overperforming when it comes to the survival stage, looking to finish in first.
Alpha 7 really good at Miramar, by the way. 1 point, no points. It's kind of crap, really, isn't it?
It is.
It's not what you want to see for Alpha 7. And
my concern, though, John, is like they go in Americas and they underperform. They do. Let me take it back. Stage 1 of PMSL Americas, they've overperformed, beating the second place team by over more than half, or more than double, if I'm not mistaken. Sure. Then they go into stage 2. They start to slow down a little bit, second place. Now, still impressive, right? But we're talking Alpha 7 here in Americas where they should be dominating. And then they go to grand finals and they start off very, very slow. Let's not forget, they only qualify for this stage, for PMWC in the final game. And it's because Wolves dropped the ball going to the Death Shack and basically not even choosing to play the final game. Of course, they did, but just too slow. And well, they didn't have a game plan. Alpha 7 barely skates in to top 3, finishing bottom 3, right, for their region, which they should have dominated. And now they're in the survival stage. The pressure is on, and now they're not even top 8 going into the second day. I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
They're losing pace as well with the rest of the pack moving ahead of them towards that bubble. It's going to be difficult to make it. Noxam Red Force on the northern side here. We saw that engagement earlier that they had with Power. They were able to win it, but the speed at which they could leave is not going to be fast enough. They've now taken heavy casualties, and that crossing is going to be nearly impossible. With one player remaining, Doxy will try and get something done, and we'll see how much further he can go. Regnum Karya holding on to their position with 3 players alive is good. I'm looking at Kinotrope as well on that southwest side with a nice spread out across a lot of ground, but the Falcons are going to look to challenge the south point. They could potentially find a weakness.
And I think the weakness is going to be Plur. Plur off on his own, and this could be Falcon's opportunity to kind of bully him out. Granted, you do have Ozan who's going to be able to fire down low, and he did a great job, by the way, in the last game, right? Ozan was that off angle, just peppering shots at the enemy, starting to roll in. But for Falcons, they are a punishing roster. They see Plur by himself. You better believe they're going to push him.
Yangon Galacticos on the western side, currently taking heavy punishment from Aura to their north, who do still have to rotate themselves, and Vision to their north as well, who do not. And they are going to be able to hold down in this compound. You can see Yangon Galacticos further up and ahead on the south edge of this one, on the exit from Monte Nuevo. Yangon Galacticos suffering. Aura now looking to mount up, who've been dishing out some punishment, but wanting to try and break towards the top side here. In 9th place, Aura looking to move away from Alpha 7 towards E-Arena. But E-Arena themselves going to be crashing on towards this Regnum Kaya position. We've seen them defend one. Can they do it again?
Regnum Kaya looking to take down 2 teams in the same game. And E-Arena, though, got to give them faith because they've done such a great job holding hardcover POI, but it's chaos across the board. Loxy bottom right, of course, Joker, who's going to be bottom left, and then the overhead up top is it's just a mad scramble for positioning, and I believe Regnum Kaya gives respect to E-Arena. They're dipping.
I think this is sensible. You wait for those pushes, you control these door frames, and you try and get some value out of it, but you know you're not winning really, realistically, a lot of the time in that engagement. It would take a lot of confidence to stick around in that spot, and the fact that they had those vehicles ready to go says to me this was their plan all along, right? South, try and Stockton teams getting in. If we don't get any knocks, fold back to where we held before.
But I think they come back. I want this hardcover POI, if I'm honest, because it's going to be such a power play, kind of like what Power was in just the last Miramar that we ended up witnessing. Granted, second place, but you notice once they got the hardcover POI in center zone, they were a force to be reckoned with, and they finished with over double-digit eliminations. So for Regnum Kaya, I don't think this is going to be the end of them versus E-Arena.
Falcons starting to push in. They have been quietly finding their way closer and closer to these circles, and now they've managed to find a team trailing their way in, and they will drag them back down. Take one of their players out. Yangon Galacticos down to 2, but Falcons are outside of the circle, and they have danger sent to them from Kinotrope on the southeast, and Yangon Galacticos, even with 2, are still deadly.
That's exactly it. Kinotrope is going to be the X factor in this fight, as far as I'm concerned. You also have Vision, who might play a bit of an impact, who now start to move through. But in the meantime, Yangon Galacticos feeling the pressure. Team Falcons noticing where Vision is currently at. For Falcons, in my opinion, I'm sending it into the zone. I'm trying to get as much distance as possible once these fights have concluded, because I'm not too healthy. I'm not too happy with Yangon Galacticos being around us, Vision also being in the area, and Kinotrope also being up top. Falcons could be in trouble before they know it.
Getting a little bit more healthy here. They'll need every advantage they can get. Pushing in the southwest side is treacherous. The terrain nice and bobbly for you as you try and roll on forwards. SayCloud has spotted Redox. Redox unaware of the position, but doesn't quite go down. Will have time now to heal this one up, and SayCloud's position is known. He'll have to reposition and get away from this location before the Falcons descend, before Vision send out their way, but I don't imagine that Vision are going to be super keen to send south at this stage. They're going to be more interested in heading east to regroup. Meanwhile, is it going to be, it's Aura on the northern side, and IG having a tough time of it.
IG, team that's been struggling quite a bit towards the bottom end of the standings, only outdoing that of GAMX. We've noticed IG get overly aggressive at times, disrupting fights. This time they look to take down Aura, and it's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, we transfer over to R8 and Influence Rage, and there's bodies all over the ground.
Every health bar's red on my screen right now. What is going on? It looks like Influence Rage are going to be able to heal up a little bit more effectively than R8 in this location. In fact, it's only Damar who is left standing for them, and he is split from this fight. He is trying to take those shots down and might actually have an impact here, as 3 players from Influence Rage are currently on the deck. And Damar could try and challenge this. He's not really got too much to lose, has to get out of here anyway. A front flip on the buggy. He's dismounted from it, but he stays alive. Will get it back into control, but all this time, Influence Rage have been healing, have been regrouping. Hang on a minute. No, they haven't.
He took down Lowboy. He took down Lowboy from a distance. Now Damar knows I've got to capitalize off this. He pushes straight in. He's a solo. He's going for gold, but can he pull off a miracle play? Well, at least so far, yes, he can. He re-rotates over to potentially take down Lowboy, but now he's going to take down Lorzen, who pushes over the top. Damar looking to make a heroic play, but gets silenced finally from a distance. He's taken down as Fireflux says enough is enough.
During all of that as well, Kinotrope sent a big node over towards the Falcons that has torn them in half. They are suffering now, and it looks like they're being handled nicely out on the western side. Redox the last to stand for them, and he will fall in short order. A well-placed nade stops Falcons in their tracks, going down with minimal points on this match, but their day is pretty successful so far. They have managed to turn up where they haven't before, and will be happy moving into day 2.
It's not the biggest surprise, though. Falcons were so embroiled in this fight against Yangon staying on Galacticos. Meanwhile, Vision was also laying down shots down range, and Kinotrope just had too much of a power position, too much vision on Falcons once they started to push it, and they had to start pushing in to go into the next zone. So Falcons get eaten alive, and it will be Kinotrope who have the potential to have a tremendous game, which again would be very valuable. They're knocking on the door of passing up the previous year champs of Alpha 7. Top 8 is a possibility. They need a lot of points to get there, but finishing the final game of day number 1 of survival stage is so impactful for Kinotrope. They have a chance to do it.
This is also a big chance for Regnum Karya to put themselves back in and amongst the top dogs of this lobby. Making sure that they can end over 40 points would be fantastic. Getting up towards 50 would be brilliant. It will take it still quite a long way to go for them. They'd need a 26-point match to be able to get up towards that 60-point mark. It's doable. There's still plenty of points left going. We'll see what they can find here on the northern side. They've got a solid spot.
Fireflux, so spread out, mind you. You've got Scarface all the way in the north, Solus way down to the south, along with Matcap and Catch are going to be the closest together, but even them are quite separated. And Scarface is feeling the pressure as Loxy takes him down. John, do you think that spread is a bit too much from Fireflux's perspective?
I think that you could definitely argue that, yes. I think it's fair enough to say that it was way too bold for Fireflux there to keep that one going. Perhaps they didn't have the rotational capacity, perhaps they'd run out of vehicles, not entirely too sure, but it looks like they're going to try and re-establish this split. I mean, there's no one really challenging them here. At this point, everyone's pushing in south or north or west, so they are trying to just cover this ground, but I think leaving someone on the far side of the on the far side of the road may be a bridge too far.
Yeah, it's a bit weird for me. Granted, gaining insight, maybe scouting the horizons, but your scouts get taken down, and now it's time to get back together. Solus looks to be joining where Catch is currently at. Matcap will also join into the mix. Maybe they were trying to establish individual zones, so when the stages did start to collapse, they had real estate already there and the information needed in order to set up quite nicely to gatekeep, but it's just a bit too much. But with 3 members still remaining, a chance is still there. Now for Doc, well, his chances are gone, and well, that's going to be the end of Red Force. They get taken out, and their final game of the day is over with. Now, for Hora Esports, though, all eyes on them. 4 strong, dead end of the zone. They can make a deep run.
Yeah, with the hills that they have to play around here, they can definitely get quite close to the center. We're going to be seeing the next circle in about 5 seconds as well, so it's going to dictate the pace. Vision, they've been slinking their way down this western edge and towards Kinotrope, who now find themselves in a little bit of a ditch. A huge nade comes through from Noir, finding 2, and immediately they can descend on this one. They should be at the very least. There's only 1 player close by to try and handle this one. Ozzy-san at a distance. I don't think he's going to be able to say anything about this. I don't think he has a chance to chime in if Vision just pour over the top.
Yeah, Plur, I mean, maybe, just maybe he can make something happen. He throws the nade, but it's a bit too short. Plur is going to be the last-ditch effort for Kinotrope to try and be the hero to shut down Team Vision, but I don't know if he's going to have what it takes in order to do so. But he does get the off angle, but the shots are going to be missed. He's going to be snipped out and taken down, and Team Vision, who was opposite of Kinotrope for the longest time, puts almost the final nail in the coffin, I should say. Ozzy-san is gone, and now it's survival mode for him.
Where has this Team Vision been up until now, right? These guys, off that last Miramar, they got a healthy elim count, and now they're back up to 5 with a western point position. They have a chance to push towards E-Arena, sure. It is a difficult one. A lot of open, quite flat terrain as well. But they do have a chance here to put another big number game on the cards. They started this Miramar set really down on their luck, but they have started to pull their socks up.
Zan goes into a hot and ready Lil Boy as well as Influence Rage. Doesn't have the health needed. Influence Rage start to encompass where Ozzy-Zan is currently at, and he won't even get a shot off, unfortunately. He will be eliminated, and therefore Kinotrope are gone from a very dominant, strong position. Pressure was on for Kinotrope. They get 3 eliminations. I'm thinking they're going to have a deep run, maybe even surpass the performance of Alpha 7, but they fall short as Team Vision take them down in conjunction with Influence Rage.
I'm looking at Vision right now. I think they have the most difficult approach here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see them sweep around to the north side. It looks like they're trying to consider that as well. Over towards Ora. Move out into that open ground that sits there with the circle having the compound in the southwest quadrant, it's not necessarily going to be ending up there, so it could potentially be an advantage to be on the outside in this scenario.
Could be. Regnum Karya disengaging from E-Arena earlier, right? You talked about it, you said that's a favorable play. I think maybe there's going to be another contest for the hardcover POI, but no. Regnum Karya being where they are, I actually favor them. I think they're in a wonderful spot. E-Arena now starts to inch their way closer. Everybody knowing this compound is going to be so impactful for the future stages, and everybody wants a piece of it.
The difficulty for E-Arena here is that the positions that they hold have so much open ground around them inside that compound, right? We saw that side shot from Team Vision's perspective. There's just this open wasteland of nothing that sits between them and Regnum Karya on that northern side of the compound. To make their way north would be really, really tricky. It would be a better use of their time to play around where Mormon is playing, right? That east side of the compound, try and stretch up a little bit closer to the edge, have access to the hills, and potentially take a couple of shots out towards Otter, towards Influence Rage, towards Fireflux's remaining players.
Vision wants it. Vision wants to push in. Regnum Karya gets a piece of the building in the next stage. E-Arena going to be quite healthy where they currently at. Need Sakura as well as Joker to join into the mix for Vision. Well, they've got to make a decision, and honestly, going south, you go into E-Arena, you go north, you got Regnum Karya who's going to be looking directly at you. You said it was going to be difficult for Vision. Well, now the job just got even more difficult.
It is really, really tough stuff here. 6 teams now remain with 21 players alive. And it looks like Marcelo's going to get a little bit closer now to Regnum Karya. Draw some shots out. Get a little bit of info.
Yep.
Wait for E-Arena to try and challenge as well on a third-party off angle, but they aren't spotting it.
Have no choice. Vision, they've got the man advantage, but they've got to break into the cover. It's not going to be easy, but it's their only go at it. They focus on the Loxy first. Right. Loxy, though, does a good job taking down a couple. In fact, he's going to get the full finish onto Alone. Marcelo off to the right will also be taken down. Volt, the last chance, the last dance for Team Vision to make anything happen in the final game of day number 1 of the survival stage will end in a wonderful hold. But here comes the third party, E-Arena. They're out for blood, and they want to finish off Regnum Karya.
They've heard this fight popping off. This is the only team that was holding them from moving north, and Regnum Karya's sightlines get pushed off the angles. They don't have time to heal because they've got more players descending upon them. Tony K, nade in hand, Wild desperately popping that first aid. The Molotov on high keeps Loxy back off the window, and Tony K plays forwards, and he opens the door, potentially to his demise, but Silas not going to go down just yet. Tony K hopping up, trying to challenge on the high ground, and might be able to do it, but slips low, and in the meantime, E-Arena have lost a player on the off angle. Fireflux are moving in. Influence Rage, Otter as well, trying to find their way through and closer to this fight.
Tremendous fight. A big fight indeed. The question is, who's going to end up ahead? Regnum Karya, E-Arena, Fireflux with catch. Will he have any impact? Well, with the reset, E-Arena, once again, a 4-man unit who can push straight into Regnum Karya, but Silas wants to hold his ground, and he's doing exactly that. With the choke point of the stairway, he knows if anyone pushes up, they're good for dead. Silas needs to hit the shots needed, but no one is going for the challenge just yet. Regnum Karya still has a little bit of distance. The fight will stagnate once again.
Silas, the big dog with 5 E-limbs, sat at the top of the performance charts for Regnum Karya here in their final moments of this hold. Alpha 7 couldn't do it. Vision couldn't do it. E-Arena taking a crack at it. Regnum Karya may be too tall of a mountain to climb here as they keep things on lock and key. These guys are champions in their own right, and that is on full display here.
Without a doubt, now they've got to push forward. They take a couple of pop shots on the Order, keep their heads down so they have free and clear ground to push up. Now, you do got to consider Fireflux catch, who's going to have the off angle on Regnum Karya once they do push out. But for Order, all eyes on Influence Rage up ahead. Influence Rage, this is one of their deepest runs we have seen today, one of their best performances yet. I'm hoping they start to crawl their way up into the top 8 position. But Order, they've got other plans, and and Lil Boy is down.
Let's get a little bit more done. Loxy falls as well on an off angle there, and it looks like Order are starting to extend their influence. It was Ketch who was able to catch them on the approach there. They're potentially going to be resable, but the blue zone pushing in, they just don't have the time. Dead center of the circle right now sits in Order territory, and it's going to be up to Regnum Karya to try and dispatch them from that location. Regnum Karya committing? No, they don't find the res.
Oh, Wild, he's got the forward position. He's going to be the closest to Horda, but he doesn't understand what he's getting into. You've got Influence Rage who's been fighting against Horda. Wild's going for the off angle. Sleepy has taken a lot of damage. Sky's going to be cooking a nade. Silence is going in. The tip of the spear looking to turn the tides. Regnum Karya is full committed. They know they have to, but Wild, he's the only one who's going to be standing currently. Order is going for gold, but Influence Rage, I've got to favor them. I think they got this. Order, they are running on fumes, and Influence Rage is tightening the vice grip.
Law with a nade cooking now. Over the top needs to find the shots, but Lorison goes down to the back line, and no answer is found with a nade. Sky looking to try and take up the mantle of the peak, but again, he is rebuffed. It's all up to Jiggle now for Order to keep them linchpinned into this match, but Ketch is there. He finds it, and that's Law as well, taking the shots out wide. Nobody's going out of this desert unscathed now, and Law can't find the first, looks for the second challenge, and he just dips behind it. Stays alive for a moment longer, a breath allowed for the time being.
Sleepy's the one to watch out for. Ketch as well. Look, Fireflux can still very well win this with a solo, and it could in fact happen. Sleepy's going to take down Law. He's going to be gone. No Fears once again dropped. Diego's going to be pushing up onto Orda. The nade's going to be cooking. Orda's actually out, and now it comes down to a 1v1. It's going to be Ketch versus Diego.
Ketch, the madman from Fireflux. They've been playing on drips and drabs for so long, and they managed to find it right at the end. What a crazy turnaround for Fireflux. They play in the shadow of Team Vision and Regnum Karya on the compound. They play Split, they play Snake, and they bite.
Fireflux, a dominating performance, the solo playing spoiler, and you gotta respect Ketch in that moment. We knew he was in a power spot watching Regnum Karya start to rotate over after they win 2 dominating fights, but at the end of the day, it was Ketch overlooking his competition, overlooking the battlefield, the battleground, and knowing he had what it takes in order to take over the victory. Fireflux, a tremendous win and a night and day difference from their group play performance to where they currently stand, just behind Power Esports.
What a rotational set at the end there. I mean, Fireflux, by all rights, should not have won that one. And I think that for me, Regnum Karya put on a real classy display in that match. That hold on the north side, that regroup up to the north edge as well. That is a team of discipline. So for Regnum Karya, they close down strong. The top 8 here looking pretty healthy. We'll see if they can maintain that spot, because Alpha 7, they're going to be trying to batter down the door. We're going to head back over to the desk. Kalaris, what do you guys make of that one?
An unreal ending with chaos abound all over the place, but somehow Fireflux gets themselves the victory here, despite Influence Rage and Aura being able to position themselves as best they can. Joining me, everybody is joining me. We got Seven, we got Neptura. They're hyped. They are ready to go here for the survival stage, and also Maxman's here as well.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. I was so impressed by how they were reacting to that game, Max.
Yeah, they were very hyped about it.
Yes.
I was not looking at them. I was looking at Hora. I was looking at the side of Influence.
Understandable.
And I was also looking at Regnum Karya, but no, staying next to the fence, being really silent. Works out every once in a while, and for here, Fireflux, they actually get themselves a good old win. Good to see it. Yes.
Sometimes it happens, Seven.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It finally happened to actually, what is that? 2 wins for them now?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice. Good performance out of them. 22 points total, 12 eliminations. Really super top heavy, I feel like, for this match. Influence Rage too, 13 points. I was impressed. It was good to see Hora being able to actually perform here. I felt like so far today they were really quiet. This at least will put them closer up to the top 8 to contend tomorrow to make it to the grand finals.
I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see who can actually try and beat them coming into tomorrow, right? Because we have seen, as we said earlier, not many teams just go for it. We haven't seen another alter ego. We haven't seen that domination from any one team. So everything is very close. So this match in particular has been super interesting points-wise to see how that leaderboard has been shaken up.
Yeah, it's a lot more even going around the board here for the survival stage. You just don't have one big team dominating everyone. Even though Power had a really good day too, looking at this one.
Better than this, but another single point game, Neptura. We need to see Alpha 7 have a massive day tomorrow, which we know they're capable of doing, but will it happen?
I wish.
You wish?
I wish.
I wish.
I wish.
I wish.
I really wish.
I really wish it happens tomorrow, because otherwise we're not going to see much from them in the finals, like, at all.
No.
So, what do you do in just another 6 games? They're going to have to do an alter ego all over again if they want to actually make the top 8. And the way they're playing now, it's not happening.
The thing is, they also... That was very British, by the way.
There's been a lot of that today.
Yeah, a lot of that. They also fixed the hot drop issue. They did not fight Falcons in El Pozo, so they actually left us like, okay, that's the biggest issue for them on Miramar. It's been fixed. And then they go to another team that also fixed the hot drop. That was Regnum Caria, and instantly get wrecked over there. So, as you said, we need to see some alter ego level results if we want to see Alpha 7 make it to the finals.
Well, let's talk about the overall rankings then, and I'll get your thoughts on it in a moment, Seven, as, of course, we have ourselves up towards the top. It's a Fire Flux fight against Power. Of course, Power came into the last game at number 1, but Fire Flux with these 2 wins, that sneaky, cheeky win here, Seven. They're at number 1.
Honestly, if you're Fire Flux, you're coming in confident tomorrow. You have what is that, 29-point lead up to 8th place. You're going to be able to maybe even think about doing some stuff to those teams towards the bottom to try to stop them to make it to the grand final. So yeah, Alpha 7, it's going to be scary for you tomorrow.
I was going to say, Alpha 7, you go down in the leaderboards. We don't want to see it. Like, you could genuinely do that at some point, because I think we were talking about it earlier, Kalaris, right, about what the point threshold could be. We were like, maybe 60, maybe towards the 70. Like, they are pretty much there. So they can just relax, because really, you're just getting extra prize pool, which is always nice, but you could target teams to ruin their chance of making it into the finals.
That said, Neptura, looking at how this plays out as well, Power, I think I've been very impressed by how they've been playing things out today. Second place, they were first up until that last game, of course, here. 56 points for them. It's a fantastic result for Power.
It is. I really, like I said at the beginning of the day, I really liked how they played in day 2 of their group stage. I wanted to see that continue in through to survival stage, and it has. The one thing that I'm surprised at, though, is how elimination heavy their result actually is, because 16 placement points is all we see out of them. Compare that to Fire Flux, who kind of have been a lot quieter. I mean, yes, they won 2 games, but game to game, we haven't seen as much from them as some of the others who have been a bit louder. But 30 to 34 for Fire Flux is massive for them. It's really nice consistency. If Power could just try and survive a little bit more, turn those strats into points just a little bit more, we are looking at another Fire Flux.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Falcons. I want to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow if they can finally get the win. We saw them do really smart rotations. We saw them actually be playing the way that Coach Peko has been saying the whole time, the way that they play, having teams be a little bit scared of them, having them giving them that freedom to actually do those rotations. They got away with some today, but we need to see a win out of them.
And looking back at that Erangel, they had an amazing rotate right down next to school near Rozok, and it was a very, very good rotate. And then they got very passive against Alpha 7 instead of committing for a breach. If you're going to be aggressive the entire way. I think that is the way Falcons can make in the top 8. As on the second page, a lot of teams that we just do not want to see here. And again, Alpha 7 are still on that page.
Yeah, okay, this is the danger zone. I think my concerns really do lie with AX, the TMG, Intense Game, GAMX Esports here, Neptura. These teams need to have a massive day tomorrow because they had a pretty rough group stage for the most part, and now they have only 6 games remaining and only 12 points at the top for them.
I'm surprised AX Team G did not have as good of a day as we saw in day 1 of the group stage. I'm really surprised Intense Game is there because I was really shouting their praises day 2 or the last day of the group stage.
Yeah.
I really liked how they were playing. They were playing very split, but very controlled. They were doing some good things synergy-wise. They weren't going off on their own too much and all of that. It just wasn't able to actually, number 1, turn that into points, and number 2, actually come back from their day 1 performance. So to see that happen all over again is a bit disappointing.
Not just points, placement points. They have 0 placement points in the rankings. Then you get eliminations. That means they're not getting anywhere near the later stages of the match. So we need to see more from Intense Game that did so well going into Americas. I expected more, and just nothing has been delivered so far here for PMWC.
Usually the excuse for those teams would be like, okay, maybe it is their first global event, but that group is just set up of full veterans. Brazilian veterans that have been around that the league for a very long time. Going back to AXTMG, one thing that I would tell this team to start fixing up is stupid fights. That's what it comes down to. Taking fights that you don't really need to take. I think we went back to Erangel at one point. We were even scratching our heads. Why are they taking a fight with Alpha 7 at this stage? Why not just back up and actually focus on later into the game? That's what that team needs to do, because if not, they're not going to be qualifying at all to Grand Finals.
No, it's going to be tough. It really is. And as you can see just before there, it was, of course, Fireflux wall-to-wall, starting off the day with a win and finishing off the day with a win as well. Let's take a look at the Gadir top plays of the day, as I suspect there may be some Fireflux here throughout this Neptura, but we do start off with good old Power Esports.
Power have popped off today. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh, the vibes.
The vibes were very good for them. Yeah. They were rizzing up the rest of the lobby, and the vibes were very good. I agree.
Yeah, guys, plus 10,000 aura.
Absolute cinema.
Am I right? Shut up.
What do you think, chat?
You damn Zoomers. You've done this on purpose to me.
We got
Save me.
You.
I'm going to go sit with you next on that little couch.
Yeah, you can sit on the old man chair over here.
The over 30 gang over there.
Yeah. Come along.
He's
Yeah.
joining up.
This is the host's
We got
chair.
top plays. I'll
Double
probably go talk about the top plays that we had.
Yeah.
A lot of field finishes on the Wrangle, actually, in particular around this area, and a lot of big crashes. Influence Rage were one of those few teams who just sent it on the buildings. And Yangon also getting a great finish on the Wrangle against the side of Regnum Karya.
I mean, I loved how that entire last end of this game went. I mean, this just the nades. Every single nade is a highlight to me, so I'm glad we see it in the top plays here.
Yeah, when we look at the top players here, Seven, which team do you think was mewing the best? What are you... No, you don't want that?
You got me. No, you got me.
I'm trying to be cool. I'm
Are
trying
they
to
looks
fit in with the
maxing
kids.
with those nades? Are they looks maxing?
Max does really good, though.
That's not bad.
Yeah, look, that's actually really
can't
good.
see that at home.
You got to do the line thing.
You've seen the Gadir top plays. Now, hello.
Dang, we look good.
Host chair. We actually coordinated really well in our costumes today.
We meant to do this. This is how we wanted to start the show. We just didn't have enough time.
Yeah. Didn't work out.
Who's Kalaris?
Yeah, right.
We look a little bit different. We look slightly different.
Slightly. Same, but no same.
Well, that was fun. All right, let's take a look at something far more important than me and Seven. It's the Sony hero of the day as well.
Ooh.
What are you guessing? Are you taking a guess? All right, we're doing some predictions to get this going. They seemed very keen. So, Max Man, do something.
I had Koa.
Koa?
Pick, yeah.
It's a pretty decent pick. However, they did fall off a little bit throughout the day. So
yes, yeah, true. It was
true. So I'm shutting you down straight away.
Al-Haji.
Ragnar.
Oh, you said Al-Haji?
Yes.
Okay, well you skipped the queue. So
Yeah, shush.
You're
Ragnar.
eliminated.
Yeah.
Ragnar.
Okay, Ragnar. Okay, sorry.
Ragnar.
What about you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, I abstain from this vote.
He's pulling a 7, man.
That's the best part of being
So
the host.
I know. Yeah, I'm going to tell you to shut up again. All right, let's find out who is going to be our Sony. Oh, wait. Daily winner, MVP, Scarface. Okay, to be fair. To be fair, even like after the second game or something like that, I think he had 9 limbs already. Never mind anything else that was coming in here, Max.
Actually, wait, does he have to be from the from the top team of the day?
Not necessarily.
Why are you asking these questions, Max?
Existential crisis.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
Yeah, you're having a problem now.
14 eliminations on the day. Scarface, when you look at Fireflux, you're looking at Solus, you're looking at Keck, right?
Yep.
Very experienced players, but Scarface right out
from the Sanhok.
Here, going on to Sanhok, actually very controlling against the duo here from Falcons, able to claim that chicken dinner. So Scarface making a name for himself here, right out of the Turkish players.
Scarface and Fireflux kind of set the pace, right? Throughout since the beginning at Sanhok, they kind of just followed that same gameplay, being able to just be passive and strike when they needed to, let the other teams fight too. Honestly, I think if they would have played a little bit different on that Erangel when they ended up getting third party, when they were just so focused on Kinotrope and Alpha 7, then we might have had a team that ended up with 3 wins.
Any final thoughts on that, Namatura?
I think he's right.
Well,
I know I say that a lot, but these guys know what they're talking about. But no, I do agree. I think Regnum could have played a couple of those games Fireflux could have played those just a little bit better. There's a couple of games where it's like, oh, maybe that wasn't the play. But stop laughing at me. But I do think that, yeah, we've seen a very strong performance and not one we necessarily expected from them seeing the group stage, how they performed there, it was a very different team. So to have them be at the top of the leaderboards day one with actually a really good performance under their belt is really nice to see.
Yeah, Seven's laughing. I mean,
they were not existing in group stage.
Yeah, they weren't.
They were in group stage.
It was tough. It was tough. All right, let's move on then as well and see who's able to take our honor domination here for this one. And it will, of course, have the triple limbs. And this is understandable why Scarface may take that number one spot. But he was also followed up by Ketch as well here, Max. So again, it was really Fireflux wall to wall.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Soulless to be showing up next, maybe tomorrow, but then there's been two players of Fireflux, Al Hajj from Power. If you're going to ever play from Power, it is going to be Al Hajj, followed up by Nofe from Hora and Koa77 from the side of Falcons. There also is a very steady player here going into it.
I'm happy to see No Fear there from Hora Esports. Remember, Sleepy during group stages, he was the one that was able to get an MVP. It's good to see now another player starting to step up, and I feel like this might be a bit of a turn here going into tomorrow for Hora Esports.
It is quite interesting to not see Sky instead of Nofe, because normally Sky is like the MVP contender always on the side of Hora out of Nepal in general. So I'm very, very happy to see Nofe actually step up ever since PMSL CSA.
We did see him fight a little bit earlier on. Maybe it could have been that they adjusted their playing style. We've seen teams being able to do that in the past too, from group stages to now. I think that might be the case. We'll just have to verify with Sky.
Maybe. All right, well, that is our teams obviously performing extremely well here for our survival stage to get things rolling. I mean, hopefully we see the fight back from some of the bigger names like Alpha. I think that really is the topic that's on a lot of people's lips here, Neptura, because it would be rough to lose our current defending title holders here in Riyadh at PMWC. If I'm looking at Seven, he looks very sad.
Bad for him.
But losing them would be a bit devastating in the survival stage.
It really would. I think we would lose something as well, though, because they've been a part of every final, every global final for so long. They're always part of the conversation all the time.
Yeah.
We would lose something by having them not be there for one of those events, for one of the finals. And so it would be weird, I think, and maybe even weird to a lot of the teams, you know, having to try and adjust to having this powerhouse, this aggressive team who splits all over the place and does what they want, basically, not there at all. It's kind of like, wait, where are they? What do we do now?
It'll be difficult. Max, you were unboxing whilst all of this was going on. Did you get anything?
I got some vouchers. I got the James Yang t-shirt.
The James Yang t-shirt.
Only for 30 days though. Not
you mean the winner chicken dinner one?
Yeah, it's very cool. I want that. James Yang, please. Would like to get it. And also a cool dance, a group dance, which are new. We can be dancing in the lobby.
We can test it out tonight?
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. All right, well, let's talk about it, of course, because you guys at home can get involved as well with the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, because it's now live here this weekend from August the 1st to the 3rd. Log in and summon surprise airdrops and collect the 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner awards, permanent in-games items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump in the game right now to vote for your favorite airdrop partner. Don't vote Max. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them. Don't miss this year's Airdrop Carnival. And you could unlock some surprises, Neptura. That's pretty awesome.
I would love a surprise.
Yeah?
I always like surprises. Yes,
Fantastic.
please. I'm going to do that after show. I'm going to go in right now.
We need to prepare a surprise for Neptura for tomorrow. What do you think, Max?
Uh-oh.
No eyebrows.
I have to find the idea.
It's got nothing to do with dropping chocolate cake on people. Don't worry.
We don't talk about
I don't like surprises now.
You dropped chocolate cake on Veracity.
Do not ask Veracity. It did not happen. Okay. There is no. Is there video? No, there is video.
There is video proof. Oh, there is video proof.
It's coming to an Instagram near you very soon.
We'll yeah.
All right.
I do like cake a lot, though.
He loves cake. It's his favorite thing. All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. We've had too much fun here throughout the day. We are done here at the desk. I believe we can head on down towards the stage now as well and check in with good old Barney. Thank you very much, Sevens Worlds Gaming. Thank you very much, Neptura. Thank you very much, Maxman. I would get all your thoughts, but it would take about 10 minutes before we actually finish this up. There's so much to talk about from the survival stage. I have been Kalaris, your desk host here for day number 1 of the survival stage. We can now head down to the stage with good old Barney to wrap up day number 1.
Fireflux had an impressive day today, and so of course I'm chatting here with Scarface. What a brilliant day. You opened it up with a chicken dinner as well, which was great to see. I kind of want to know how that motivated you guys going forward. Did that impact your strategies for the rest of the day?
Bugün ilk map win aldıktan sonra bu sizi motive etti mi ya da stratejinize bir değişiklik oldu mu günün devamında?
Biz onun win aldıktan sonra rahatlayacağımızı biliyorduk. Win aldıktan sonra bir win daha ardına alacağımızı biliyorduk. Aldıktan sonra zaten çok relax olduk ve günü birinci bitirdik.
After we got the first win, we relaxed a little bit and we knew that we were gonna get another win. And yeah, after that we basically just chilled.
I like that. Some of our casters and analysts, they were talking about your impact on the game today because Scarface, your long distance game is just so good. Creating off angles, getting information for your team. How do you feel like you impacted your team today?
Bugün birçok yani casterler de analistler de senin performansın hakkında konuştular. Yani senin takımda yarattığın etki hakkında konuştular. Hem uzun mesafede çok iyisin hem takımın için info alma konusunda çok iyisin. Sen kendi performansını nasıl değerlendirirsin bugün için?
Ben grup aşamasını biraz pasif oynuyordum. Koçum, menajerim, IGL'im, takım arkadaşlarım vesaire daha agresif olmamı söylediler. Ondan sonra gözüm açıldı zaten. Bugüne hazır bir şekilde geldim.
So I was basically more passive during the group stage, and my IGL and my teammates told me that I should be more aggressive, and that's what I did. So my eyes opened kind of, and I got my flow.
They let the reins off you. I like that. Scarface, thanks so much for joining me in this post-day interview. I really enjoyed chatting with you, and best of luck tomorrow because we only have 6 maps left. The survival stage will be done and we will be set for the grand finals. Remember, tomorrow, 8 teams are going to be sent home and we're going to get to use the Crusher. It's going to be fun, it's going to be dramatic, and I'm going to absolutely love every minute of it. I'll see you then. Nice tomorrow.